Surprise, motherfucker.
Like and sub to Maple.
What up, Raiders? My bad. My morning poop took a little longer than usual. Yo, what up? 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 Sorry, Thick. My bad. That is my bad. Apologies. Yo, what up? Hope the stream is good. Drink more coffee. I got my tea. Reused all 5 charges of cluster bomb. Free arming. Oh, God. All right. We got predator bugs. I'm so happy we got predator bugs back. That's a cool shot. So we gotta make that that energy siphon. Let's go. So we made a blockade, now an energy siphon. Gotta get that E710 as per usual. What up, everybody? Hi everybody on YouTube. I played Predator Bugs for 12 hours. I've been waiting. Dude, I was kind of sad that it released like after I finished stream. I was like, damn it, man. You got rated an hour ago? I got rated like 10 minutes ago, and I apologize. I'm slow. That poop was, it was a good poop though, you know what I mean? Like, as far as poops go, it was a good one. You know? I feel lighter. It's good. It's getting old. I mean, of course I am. Too many details? Oh, sorry. I went to a room in my house and I did an activity and it was great. I did not have diarrhea. There was not diarrhea. Now Annie's providing too many details. She's making me foreclose details. I'm assuming they're just on the one planet, right? My worry is that the Fenrir defense is going to end at 8 hours, and then we're going to lose predator bugs for the next week. And it's going to make me very sad. Boy, do I hope that they don't actually leave. I just realized there's a factory hub on this planet. I don't remember that. Look at all the people who don't want to go to predator bugs. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised there are so many people that don't want to fight predator bugs. Maybe they're just getting tired of it. Moon planet. Fenrir tends to get the predator bugs. Cause that was the last planet we got predator bugs on, right? I swear it was Fenrir. I swear it was. If they leave again, Arrowhead is gonna give me a nosebleed. Dude, I still can't believe that they're not like a somewhat permanent fixture around the Terminid area. Damn, Luna, you big. She big. Gotta like zoom out. There you go. That's where they were last time. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure about that. She joggy, she healthy. She good girl. IMO on Pred 10 dives. You need to try. I agree. And I love it. Like, Predator... Okay, if they go forward and they just keep tier 10 as the highest, and they just do things like Predator Strain, I'm okay with that. I think that's a good idea. They don't need to add, like, 16 more difficulties, you know? When Predator Strain is, like, an awesome way to do that. Just give us more different types of strains to give, like, variants of difficulty, right? And I think they hit the money. You know, obviously we're going to want to see something, like, bot-related, like, the bot brigade, the jet brigade. Pretty fucking boring. Let's be honest, pretty boring. I mean... It's pretty satisfying to fight against them, but, like, I would argue it makes the mission easier, not harder, just because most of the bots are replaced with exploding bots that if you kill one, they all die. So, for the most part, they're easier. Chrome bots, hey, you would hope that they would be, like, more durable, you know? and maybe have some amount of special something. You know, don't just make them more tanky, because that trope, as far as difficulty, usually doesn't go well in most PvE communities. Personally, I don't mind when they just make like a tankier variant, but it typically doesn't go well in PvE games. A lot of people tend to not like that. So, like, they probably got to do something a little bit more interesting that just like give them a little bit more tankiness. They gotta. Hey, I mean, we were brainstorming yesterday of like, the Jet Brigade should really just give a bunch more enemies jetpacks. Like a Hulk, a Berserker, a Devastator. Give the jetpacks. Fuck it. Get everybody a jetpack. Rocket Strider, jetpack. Factory Strider, jetpack. You know? Maybe not all of them, but you know what I mean. Ugh. Jammer Factory Strider, dude, we saw that picture, what, like 8 months ago or whatever it was when the Factory Strider first came out, and I was like, you know what? You basically just remove the top turret and just put a factory, like a jammer on the top of it, and that would actually be a pretty hard enemy to take care of. Don't make the radius maybe as big as like a normal jammer, so like maybe you could do like tactics like you throw a walking barrage on the outer edge of it, and then the walking barrage walks towards it. There'd be like cool strategies like that. I think that'd be really cool. Or like we were talking about, just like jammer enemies in general on bots, but you just make them, they would kind of be like the Impaler, where they kind of like walk around cumbersome wise, and then they do like, you know, instead of putting their head into the ground, they more or less just turn on a jammer on their back. It doesn't have to be a Factory Strider. It could be like some other form. It could even be a tank, right? But they become immobile, and then they're somewhat vulnerable, similar to like an Impaler, right? I think that would also be a really interesting like concept. Flying Berserkers would be terrifying. Yeah, I mean that's the hope. I want them to be terrifying. But anyways, what was the loadout for Mr. Thick? What was his loadout? Let's try out the Thick loadout. Thick certified. The Thickums. Certified loadout. What was he running? Give me the TLDR. Let me guess. Stalwart? Unofficial Discord ping for Oh, thank you. I got distracted. Alright. Do it. Surprised the matchmaking is taking so long. Red bugs back. I think I'm finally starting to get used to the YouTube UI for live streaming. I think I'm finally starting to get used to it. It took me a while, but I think I'm getting used to it. Factory Shrouded that creates gunships, like they come out of the back or something like that. I just got like an out of memory error. That's weird. What do we feel like? Crossbow, bushwhacker, thermite, supply backpack, and whatever else depending on teammate biome selection. Is that the does that have the thick stamp of approval? One of my favorite actually was autocannon. That might sound really weird, but I really enjoyed one-tapping the predator bugs with it. It was very satisfying. So I think we're gonna go that. And then honestly, gas mines. I'm curious to know how gas mines are gonna feel. I guess we'll keep the rest of that. That's fun. Daily crash incoming. It's funny enough, we've been like pretty fine with it. Fingers crossed. Well, hello there. Where the predator bugs? I haven't seen any yet. Oh, it just ended. What? That man just drilled into the surface core. When are we gonna get like lurkers from StarCraft 2? Oh, it is still going. I was lied to. Oh, and I just got one tapped. I double backed. Crossbow Bushwhacker. I love running Crossbow Bushwhacker. I've just been running that a lot lately, so. Brood Lords. That'd be pretty interesting, though. Like a flying enemy that shits out, like, little munchkins to nibble at your toes. Oh, man, I love this planetary effect. Such a good planetary effect. Oh, it's still going. It's a long one. What is this machine gun sentry? Oh, it's trying to shoot at those guys. It's just shooting the body. Funny. My poor sentry has been saved. Lookers, like with Marine Tech, one diver runs while the other one deals with them. I mean, to some extent, I think that's what Impalers were intended to be. When one teammate gets focused by all the tentacles and you're supposed to, like, search out for the main guy. But I just want, like, landmine-like enemies on Terminids. Where they kind of hide for you, but if you know what you're looking for, maybe it's kind of easier to look for them. Wait, I just realized we're 12 minutes in. We have not completed any part of the objective, and we only have 2 reinforcements. Oh, God. Tell me this is your first Predator Stray mission without telling me this is your first Predator Stray mission. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. We gotta help the homies. I think we have to kind of blitz the main mission. I don't know if we can really do too much side questing. Trapdoor spider terminates. Exactly. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes. Lock in. I need to. We win these. We'll be fine. I hear a stalker. But I don't see it. Oh no, of course I hear stalkers. It's Predator Strain. I was gonna say, I don't think I've seen a Predator or a stalker yet. Of course I hear them. Of course I hear them. Why wouldn't I hear them? Oh!
Brother, come on.
I'm like a mile away! What the fuck? I'm literally a mile away! I honestly didn't think I'd have to die for that. Like, unless that, like, bounced way closer, it looked like he threw that in the corner. What the hell? Brother, come on. Predator Strain is rabid. You need fast builds. You don't need fast builds. You just need a lot of... You can deal with a slower build, but you go for, like, lots of stagger. Lots of CC. Like gas in general. You could be slow with gas and work. That's the nice thing about Predator Strain, is that there's many ways to deal with it. You can play it slow, you can play it fast. You can go for like fast TTK but no stagger. Or you can go for like slower TTK but more stagger. Bunch of different ways to approach it, which is nice. Which is good. It's good. Salamander plus D sickle. Maybe you put on the gas backpack for just in case, or things like that. What the hell is this song? Moving on. I'm nowhere near my body. Do I go back for my body? Did they even finish clearing it? It's still red on the map. Is it just bugged? Pun intended. That sucks. I can't play without the recoil, so no dog. What up, Sky? Warning. I mean, I don't see any hole. It must just be bugged. Do I really want to deal with all that shit, though? Oh my god. Really, man? Really, man? Okay. Well, good start to the day. Good start to the day. Good start to the day. Great start to the day, really. Fantastic start to the day. I'm getting absolutely bullied by impalers. I even debated, like, is it worth, dealing with all that shit in that, like, I don't even know what that was. There was just, like, a bunch of enemies stuck on top of each other. Was it worth it? No, it wasn't. I shouldn't have gone back for my shit. Yeah, I got a little bit of time to eat. My team's trying to fucking kill me. These 500 kgs have been random as fuck. No heavy enemies in sight. Fuck it. 500 kg. Oh my god, turret. Please stop. Ah! Trying to get to my shit. I think my gas mines got blown up before they got to go off. Oh, no, they did. Never mind. They got deployed. Dude! Why are they just throwing fucking 500 kgs at me? It's the third one! They're trying to kill me. I swear my team's trying to kill me. Been enjoying the HMG a lot. It's a ton of fun. I don't always love it on bugs, but I tend to just prefer the normal MG43 on bugs. There are bugs behind me. I can hear them. Oh my god! Yep, there they are. Found them. Found them. Wait, did they just leave before doing the objective? What is going on? happening? I thought they had the objective. Bug jump scare, literally. Part are they on? They just not do the final code? It's called on the... Oh, it's over there. Oh, that's bad. I think it got it. Yep. Ah, that sucks. 1 second. What is it landing? There it is. I feel like I'm having a harder time than before to understand when the meteorite is going to hit, because they changed how the light works. It used to be like a really bright light, and then it narrows, impacts, and now it does the opposite, right? It goes from a very narrow to like a brighter and brighter, brighter, and then eventually lands, right? I feel like I preferred before. I feel like it was easier to like understand. I understand why they changed it, because realistically it should perform that way, but I don't know. It feels backwards. So is this cleared? It has been cleared. Okay. Recoils on bug side is enough. Quasar is enough. I agree, but I also disagree. Depends on the mission and how much, how many quasars your team took, and what constellation you got. If you got a constellation with like heavy armor spawns, quasar is not enough. Like maybe quasar plus thermites plus, you know, ultimatum. Okay, you can start making an argument, especially if your teammates brought some quasars as well. But it kind of depends on what your teammates brought. Like, you as like the recoilless main, you could just be a solo recoilless main and deal with the heavy armor for your team, right? Because the recoil can just dish out so much AT so fast, whereas with the quasar, it's a delayed response, right? Your teammates have to be pretty good at dodging armor or helping out with their armor at the same time. So it kind of depends. And then if you're forced to take, you know, thermites, that means you're not taking gas grenades, and gas grenades are actually insane in their current form. So I don't know if it's as easy as that. It depends, which is good. Which is good. It's not as clear cut as with bot missions. On bot missions, it's a little more clear cut. Recoilless is just by far the better option.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
What's going on over there? Uh-oh. Let's just finish main mission, then I can, like, stop stressing, you know? Wait, so someone's actually already been here. Someone's already activated it. This team is weirding me out. Like, it feels like they've done most of the map somehow. I'm very, very weirded out. But we were on the opposite side of the map when we spawned in.
Thank you.
I'm a bit confused. Quasar's fine, so you need to kill 4 chargers and 2 ball titans. Yeah. So, I mean, if you get the wrong constellation... Wait. What is happening? And that was Okay, there's just something really weird. Okay, we joined a weird mission. And that's not even open. Oh, yeah, this mission's kind of weird. I think this is one of those missions where, like, we joined midway because, like, half the team or 3/4 of the team disconnected or something. And that disconnection desynced the mission really hard. HELLDIVERS definitely has an issue with that at the moment. A DC can desync the mission super hard. That's why, like, sometimes, like, drills can't be Oh, fuck. What is the team doing? What are they dying to? Isn't that already cleared? Didn't I walk by that hole? Wasn't it cleared already? I'm so confused. I don't know what they're doing.
It's bugged, Maple.
What's bugged?
Like, you're destroying the holes, but it's not showing up on the map.
I mean, I already walked by that place and it was... I don't know. I wasn't even there. But also, we have no revives. Why the fuck are we giving a shit about a goddamn bug hole? You can do that afterwards. I agree. Glad you concur.
The revives were my fault. I joined in on a squad that used them all up and then left me.
No, you guys are fine. I don't think any of us are to blame. I just... we should probably just finish main objective, then worry about side objective.
Yeah, probably. There's also a stalker layer over there. I already took care of 2, so I guess there's 3 this round.
There might be a third up there. I'm not sure. There's a human on my cat stream screen. How to fix this? I think if you like mauled hard enough, I might just disappear. I mean, I can't blame these guys. I think they just really want to do that secondary objective. It was not worth it though. It's to carp with the larger kitten. Is the primary bugged out like this and not getting like any patrols? Oh, we were getting patrols. I think it was just they were getting stuck on shit. Like there was that bug up there. And I think also... Oh, okay. Don't one-shot me. I was joking. I was joking. Come on, brain, please work! Alright. What up, Benzie? We got the Pouncer Hunter variant, so gas mines are gonna go crazy. I can hear them all popping. Ball Titan. Alright. Where the hell is this bug hole they were talking about? Is this the Red Alert marching theme? Mm-hmm. Yep. This is just in the backup playlist. That's sick. Let me see this bug hole. Because a bunch of the ones I was finding were bugged. Pun intended. So I didn't understand why they were, like, sitting over here. Like, how bugged is this? I ran by this and it looked cleared. So I'm like, what? It is cleared. Jesus. It is. Waiting for ship upgrades to have a reason to open this game again. If that really is the only reason to play this game, it's probably best that you take a break, buddy. I'm gonna recommend you just take a big break from the game. Because we haven't had ship upgrades in over 6 months, but there's been plenty of reason to play. So I don't know. That's the only reason you play this game is for ship upgrades. Yeah. Take a long break, brother. Because, hell, it might be another 6 months before we get it. It's a wild take. It is a wild take. Not the only reason, but one of the reasons. I mean, waiting for ship upgrades so I have a reason to play this game again. I mean, when the way you worded that, I mean, you might have been going for like the, you know, the Gen Z, you know, hyperbolic, you know, Twitter take with that one, and now you're walking it back. But I don't know, man. I was hoping that because my teammates were getting a bug breach on spawn, I would not get any bugs. I could just like run through this really quick. Ah, fuck, we pissed off the ball titan nest. Ah, I should have gone to the other side. He's a grind jockey. Yeah, but like the problem that I have with like gamers that just like need a bar or a thing to unlock to play a game is that like, you know, you can do that by yourself, right? You don't need a game to tell you that. You can make up progression, right? You don't need a number to get bigger or bar to increase, right? Back in my day, you just made your own progression, right? Or skill towards the game was the progression. Or just enjoyment of the game was the progression. I feel like Ubisoft has trained you to like... Ubisoft has trained you that you need something to work towards or else you can't enjoy the game anymore. Damn it, Ubisoft. What have you done to my poor gamers? What have you done to them? Oh, I'm out of stims. I just realized I'm out of stims. I'm dead. Ugh. Unfortunate. I was like stimming and I was like, ah, no stim. Because like that long-term progression, right, is like getting better at the game. Enjoying the game, trying out different builds, different difficulties, right? War bonds. Literally every month they add a new war bond.
The bomb threw me in there. It wasn't my fault.
And like, I'm not saying like there's nothing wrong with like having a, you know, like inside a game that gives you a grind, but like, I don't know, man. It's a wild take to say I can't play a game unless it has some kind of long-term grind. I love this game. Same. Okay, the first message was bare bones, but I've been playing 300 hours. I have all the war bonds. I play on difficulty 10. So you have been playing since ship upgrades. I would say it's more than bare bones. All right. We just had a Gen Z take. Okay. All right. I get it now. It makes sense. Liberator carbine, Senator, recoilless, HE grenades. Okay. Let's go for it. Just increasing the level cap for me is enough. I love this game. I just want to flex how much I've been playing. You can. That's what the XP is. You don't need a level. You just go to your career tab. You scroll down, and then you just tell people your XP amount. Oh, Luna's in the way. You just show people your XP count. Hey Mabel, nice game release. Are you excited for? What's the next game release I'm excited for? I was excited for Killzone 3, or Killing Floor 3. Sorry, I keep saying Killzone instead of... I don't know why. Killing Floor 3, but that got delayed, so that's unfortunate. Kingmakers, we still don't have a release date on, which is making me quite sad, not gonna lie. So... that one blows. When the hell are we gonna get the Kingmakers release date? The new Doom game is coming up. What else is like in the very near future? Jump Ship is a little bit later this year, right? Borderlands is way later this year. I'm very excited for Borderlands 4. We will be grinding it. I'm sure Thick will be as well. Trying to think if there's any other games that are like in my immediate vicinity. I know it's not a new release, but Space Marines 2 Horde mode. Very excited. Night Rain? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I kind of forgot about Night Rain for some reason. Yeah, Night Rain. State of Decay 3. Mm-hmm. Which one was Judas? What game was Judas? Matthias, I don't remember that game. Like, it seems familiar, but I don't remember. Ghost of Yotai is way later. I might as well say GTA 6 in this conversation. Is it the BioShock one? Oh, it's the game that looks like BioShock, but it's not BioShock. Is it that one? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to play that. I'm a big BioShock fan, so, you know, you tell me a game is like BioShock, I'm like, okay, I'm curious. Yeah, I remember watching the trailer and being like, is this just BioShock? BioShock Remastered? These missions are definitely too easy on bugs. Yeah, I agree. Especially with how good turrets are now, and mines. Basically, just go AFK. Semi-excited for the Metal Gear Solid Delta. There's also Death Stranding 2. I'm excited for it. I didn't like the gameplay of Death Stranding, but I love the story, and Kojima is a fucking genius, speaking of Metal Gear. Like, Death Stranding 1, I did not like the gameplay, but I enjoyed breaking the gameplay, so there's that. Like I tell people, I drove everywhere in that game, right? And I tried to break it as much as possible. That was fun for me, right? I just tried to be a goofy player. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna get a PlayStation. I'm just gonna get a PlayStation Pro. As soon as I start needing to do that, yep. I would also assume that Death Stranding 2 would come to PC probably a year later or so. It's on the Decima engine, and there's been quite a few Decima engine ports. So, Witcher 4 eventually? Yeah, I'm not expecting that for like 2 years. You gonna play the new Assassin's Creed next week? Probably not, because most likely next week we're gonna be busy. We're coming up on Warbond time, and I'm expecting to see some sort of Warbond announcement very soon. And if a Warbond is to come out, it's going to be next Thursday or the Thursday after that. If next Thursday is like boring as hell in Helldivers land, yeah, I'll play it. But if I'm busy, if I'm busy with Helldivers, I won't touch it. Unofficial hour like. Thank you, Trindle. I appreciate my YouTube likers spreading democracy on YouTube. Subnautica 2 early access. Dude, I'm still like, do I play that? Do I not play it? I still am not a fan that they're going early access. Again, they don't need to do early access, man. Like, what the hell are you guys doing in Subnautica? Why are you guys going out early access? You're not some, like, small indie studio anymore. You don't need to do early access. It's the same with, like, Hades 2. I feel like that was a troll. Like, they shouldn't have done that. You're not some small indie studio. It actually hurts the experience more than it helps it. Probably take 1 to 2 years full release. Yeah. Which is annoying, right? Because, like, I want to play Subnautica 2 really bad. I want to jump in and have fun. Hades 2 is a true take, not gonna lie. What do you mean by that? Early access spoils the game. Early access is perfectly fine to test out a new concept or, you know, like, get funding for a game. Like, Hades 1 was so good because it came out on Epic Games, right? It got a lot of good feedback. It got a lot of good funding because it was on Epic Games. And they did a full release, like, what was it, a month later? Or, sorry, a year later with the full release. And it was great, right? Everybody was able to enjoy it. Problem is with Subnautica 2 is that it's not some no-name game. It's not. And they don't need the funding. They got lots of money. They did the first game and they did the DLC. I call it a DLC because it was a DLC. It wasn't that good. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's a misstep to do an early access like that. Because they don't need to do early access to get, like, feedback and stuff like that. And they're not, like, tight on budget, I'm sure. Subnautica has sold like hotcakes. They've given it away a lot, but they get paid for that. Right? It's not like they're getting no money when they give it away on Epic Games. I couldn't finish the DLC. I also couldn't finish it. I got, like, maybe 60 to 70% of the way through the DLC, and I was like, yeah, I've done enough. I did think that the going out of water sections of Subnautica were some of the weakest. They were cool, but I kind of liked the fact that they were, like, very short. Subnautica 1. In the DLC, I felt like we just got out of the water too much, and it actually just was kind of annoying. What is Predator Strain? There's souped up hunters that, like, puke and can cloak, and stalkers now spawn out of bug breaches. They will not leap, and they will not go invisible, like the stalkers won't. But they are, I guess you can think of it as, like, souped up, like, original hunters in a way, where they just kind of run at you and they're pretty tanky if you don't shoot them in the mouth. After Subnautica 2 having a mixed reception? What do you mean Subnautica 2 having a mixed reception? Subnautica 2 is not even out yet. How is that having a mixed reception? You mean like the original, like, announcement? Did it have a mixed... Did people, like, react poorly to Subnautica 2? Or are you just talking about the DLC? No wonder they seem harder to kill and faster. Mm-hmm. Baldur's Gate 3 got a lot of flack. That's different, though. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is a bit of a different case because it's, like, a bit of an unknown, right? And it's a beloved franchise, right? Like, they just needed a lot of feedback on that one. They wanted a lot of feedback on that one, right? And it was just a very small portion of the overall game, right? But with Subnautica 2, it's most likely going to be the vast majority of the game plus story, right? I mean, the so-called DLC. Oh, okay, yeah, I just called it DLC. Yeah, I mean, that one got a mixed perception, but that, like, I don't know. I don't think they need an early access because, like, the DLC went poorly. The DLC went poorly because I think it's pretty clear we got out of the water too much, and it was too similar to the base game, right? If they literally just sold it as a DLC, I think it would have been more positively received, but they sold it as, like, a separate experience. I don't think you need an early access to tell you that they fucked up that. But, I don't know. Is bugs your favorite faction? Absolutely. I like bots, but I think bots are the faction that I get frustrated with the fastest, probably. Because it's just so much ragdoll. You know what I mean? Cyborg, thank you for the 13 months tier 1, by the way. Appreciate you very much. Sorry, I was just thinking way too much about Subnautica. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you, thank you. What about the squids? I think in the future the squids will be my like second favorite faction, and they will probably be more liked than bots, most likely. I don't know what enemies are gonna add for squids, but I really do like the squids and how they play out, like their play style. Bots, I just too much ragdoll. Ragdoll fatigue is a thing. I've coined it. I coined it like 8 months ago, and it holds true. I get ragdoll fatigued pretty fast when I play bots for a long period of time. Like over the course of like an MO, every day I feel some ragdoll fatigue. A couple hours into playing. Whereas I don't really get that same fatigue for bugs. And I get some fatigue when playing against squids, but that's mostly because squids just are kind of boring at the moment because there's not enough variety. You know? Just not enough variety. They need more. But anyways, yeah. I'm hoping Subnautica 2 is going to be good. You know, I think co-op will add a lot. I'm looking forward to playing that in co-op. I think that's a really cool idea. It's a great idea. I do worry that co-op will ruin some of the intensity of the game. But it kind of depends on how they implement it, I guess. So we'll have to see. So maybe they're just really worried about co-op. Like, maybe, like, I think to some extent, I think the early access might be to figure out, like, co-op bugs. But I think there's a way to do an early access without spoiling the story and spoiling too much of the game while testing out multiplayer features, right? And that would give me a lot of peace of mind if they told us about Subnautica 2 being like, okay, we're going to do early access, but it's going to involve no story. And it's there to figure out co-op bugs, right? That would make me very excited. Leave the Company can get pretty scary despite co-op game, which is a good example of like, but I think in Leave the Company you tend to like almost split up a little bit more. Like, I just worry that there's going to be too many situations where you're just like sitting in a sub together and it's going to ruin some of that spookiness. You know what I mean? Like, as long as they get you to separate in Subnautica 2 a little bit, so you still get some of that spookiness. And if they do like a radio system for the game too, that would be pretty sick. Add to that immersion factor. Just core mechanics. Exactly. If it was just core mechanics in Subnautica 2, I would not mind early access. Because at that point they're just bug fixing and getting feedback on core mechanics. I don't want to participate and get half the story like ruined for me, you know? And then have to wait 2 years for it to finally be implemented. or get a bunch of the biomes, you know, spoiled for me. Because the exploration of Subnautica in the story is like an important part. Split up and build your own bases. I'm not saying like build your own bases. I'm just saying like the exploration side. I'm hoping everybody's just not like in the same sub together. You know? I want there to be a little bit of like separation at times to add to the anxiety. Choose my loadouts out of stock. Yeah, Benzi did it. We're gonna do it after this mission. It's a 20-minute mission. So there's like a cooldown on it, so I'm not getting spammed with it. HG1 got some cool enemies on Limited. Yeah, they did. I'm excited to see what types of Illuminates we're gonna get in the future. You know, I think there's a lot there that they can add, and I'm excited to see what it is. SCP. I don't know why, but I have such a like a negative reaction when people talk about SCP. I have no idea why. I feel like it's something to do with like years ago, people were talking about SCP, but it was just a bunch of Roblox kids yelling at me about SCP and to go play it. Like, I don't even properly know what SCP is. All I know is that there was a bunch of Roblox kids telling me to go play SCP. In Roblox. Like, they were fanatical about it. They would not stop. And this was like, I first started streaming and I just kept constantly getting Roblox kids. It's because one of my viewers was like a developer for like Roblox stuff. And every once in a while he'd shout my channel out in the Discord that he had for like Roblox. And it's just like, I got swarmed by them. It's like I appreciated it, but goddamn. So yeah, I have no idea what really SCP honestly is. I know there's some kind of survival horror to it or whatever, but I don't know. I think Roblox was getting investigated. They were getting investigated for, I think it was like child gambling, and then there was also some like, wasn't there also something to do with like abuse towards children? I thought it was something like that. All right. What exactly was this? It was Lib Carbine. Those damn liberals. Senator. And then Recoilless. And HE Grenade. Brain, please. Okay. And then I'll probably just do Medic Armor. Get the extra stims. And then I feel like I'm going to need something to help me with the small boys. Of course, we'll bring Orbital Napalm. Don't need more anti-tank, so maybe just another sentry. Yeah, do that. Yeah, so many games coming out this year. It's a very exciting year for gaming. Whereas I feel like last year was like kind of lackluster. I mean, there were some good games. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like lackluster was it was a lackluster year last one, but this one in comparison is like actually extremely hype. Because like last year was, you had like Stalker 2, obviously Helldivers, Black Myth Wukong was a surprise, and I really enjoyed that one. Am I single fire? What the fuck? Hype for the new Doom. Yeah, I'm a bit apprehensive on the new Doom though, because they're changing the formula up quite a bit from what they were doing in Doom Eternal. They're going for a much slower type of gameplay with like the parrying and stuff. So I'm hoping it's not too much slower than Doom Eternal. I'm hoping you can still do that high octane gameplay that I really enjoyed. Last year was a roller coaster. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe because there were some good games that came out last year. There's no doubt, but I feel like there was also a bunch of disappointments. As you go to Yotai, yeah, that's definitely up there. Yeah, we're all counting the days until Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Wait, you guys haven't played it already? It's been out for like the last couple weeks, right? Seem to like SM2. Yeah, the problem with SM2 is it just didn't feel finished. SM2 was great, but it wasn't like 9, 10 out of 10. I think I ended up giving it like an 8, 8.5. I really like SM2. It's just until we get that Horde mode, I still don't feel like it was finished. Is that primary any good? No, not really. It's all right. Like it's not like a bad primary. Like it's not useless, but there are better assault rifles out there. Like if you had to like, you know, Maple, you have to pick one light ammo primary. What are you gonna pick? I'm probably gonna pick the sickle or the tenderizer, honestly. Or honestly, the base liberator. God damn it. I took off his head. Didn't even matter. %, campaign, 10% multiplayer. I mean, I disagree with your percentages. The campaign was a lot more than that. Or sorry, the multiplayer was a lot more than that. I mean, they did a good job. It's just there wasn't enough maps. There just need to be more maps. And the fact that they didn't have Horde mode at release and it took so long, and the prestige system, like longer term like grind as far as like a prestige system, things just happened a bit too fast in that game. The replayability of it was lacking in the multiplayer. I still got like 200 hours out of it, but it was one of those games that you would kind of hope for more. I can't take this song. I'm surprised no one tried to skip it. Does Scythe count? Scythe's still in a weird spot for me. I like it sometimes, but it still has a really weird end on sight. And the sickle is just the better Scythe in a lot of situations. But no, they're not focusing on SM3 yet. I mean, there's still 2 more major updates, and I would assume that they're going to continue updating Space Marines 2 into the future. Because, I mean, with that logic, whenever we got Turok remaster or remake announced to us, you know, you can make the argument like, oh my god, they're already moving on from Space Marines 2? No, they just have multiple teams working on different things at the studio. They're working on Turok, they're working on Space Marines 2, they're working on Space Marines 3, which is unsurprising at all. should be using the Senators whenever I see a Brood Commander. Yeah, I mean, I often feel like I would rather just use the dagger over... Oh my god, that almost killed me. I'd rather use the dagger over the scythe. Scythe was my go-to when the Jet Brigade first showed up. That's fair. It's fair. But you really can just use anything against the Jet Brigade. They're just so easy to deal with. The aim down sights is still messed up, so I don't like using it on bots. If they fix the aim down sight, I would actually really appreciate that. I would actually rate it a lot higher on bots if it was fixed. It says that it's... Okay, now it's clear. Never mind. Anyways, like... They're not moving on from Space Marines 2. They're still adding a lot. It's just the problem is that I felt like the launch of Space Marines needed that extra stuff. Gameplay was excellent. Multiplayer just felt like it was missing a bunch of stuff. And they're adding them. Like the latest mission that they're adding to Space Marines 2 is fantastic. I'm out of ammo. Why have I not been picking up ammo? I'm in a city. I play Cookout. Yeah, Cookout is probably one of the best options, if not the best overall option on bugs. It's hard to deny how good it is. I'm trying not to use it today because I tend to overuse it because of how good it is. I was obsessed with Space Marines 2 for like a month straight, then just like burned out. Yeah, that's most people. Great game. Just need more. See, it works on Toxic Commandos. What's Toxic Commandos? I don't think I've heard of that game. Yeah, I know Saber is working on the Turok remake, and I'm like, I never played a Turok game, but fuck, I'm kind of excited. I like dinosaurs. I like shooting dinosaurs. I'm down. That sounds kind of cool. I feel like I would enjoy a Turok game. People swear by the Senator versus Brood Commanders, and I'm just like, I don't see it, man. I'd rather use the Bushwhacker. Are they working on the KOTOR? Yes, they are also working on the KOTOR remake. Now, that game is in kind of like a weird stance where like there's no like guarantee that it's actually going to come out. Give me a Tarkov style gameplay with dinosaurs and I'm in. I think Turok is more arcadey, if I remember correctly. I don't think it's anything milsimi, but I could be wrong. I'm no Turok expert. Played Dino Crisis. I recognize the name, but I don't know if I played it. There is that Dino PvE game that I meant to play, but then it got terrible reviews, then I never touched it. There's like a Dino PvE game where it's kind of like, I think they were trying to do like the Destiny like public events, but in not Exoprimal. Not Exoprimal. I played Exoprimal. There's a Dino PvE game where they try to do Destiny like PvE like events, and then you would just like have hordes of dinosaurs come at you. I never played it because they got terrible reviews, but I actually wanted to play it even though it got terrible reviews. Try to convince the friends into it, but we never played it. Don't remember what it was called. It might be Dino Crisis, but I'll be honest, I don't fucking know. It's unfortunate these guys are just not looking at me. But Exoprimal was like fun for like 3 days. I got it on Game Pass. I played it a lot. And then I ran out of content extremely fast. Arc? I played a decent amount of Arc. Was it Section Extinction? I couldn't remember the name of it, but thank you. We'll look it up on Steam. I couldn't remember. It was like a cool idea. Is it gone? Is it not on here anymore? Did they take it off Steam? I can see a Dino Crisis original soundtrack, but I don't see any other Dino Crisis. Was it Second Extinction? Did they just take it offline? Did they just like delete the game? Because I'm getting that impression at the moment, I'll be honest. Is Annie here? Not at the moment. I don't think so. Resident Evil with dinosaurs? What Capcom game? Nah, I never played it. What up? How do? Bird commanders have some weird AI sometimes. Annie? Is there an Annie? Says it came out through Xbox Game Preview in 2021 and was shut down in 2024. Okay, so I assume they just took it off Steam then. I don't remember it having online servers. I remember it being a co-op game. I assume... what's it called? Peer-to-peer, but... maybe it did use dedicated servers, so they just took it offline. Anyways, game looked cool. It was basically just like do an objective in an area and then defend against hordes of dinosaurs while you had like classes, like different classes. Like there's like the cliche machine gunner, the scout, engineer, you know, medic, classes like that. Great idea, but I think it was just poorly implemented. And people kind of review bombed the shit out of it. I think there was also a weird monetization structure on it. Might be wrong about that, but I thought it sounded like something like that. Did I miss? I think I hit his stomach. Oh, that leg! Ah! We're good. What up, Mr. Soup? Making Luna bigger. Making her bigger. I love the idea of both these weapons. I just don't want to use them on bugs. I feel like I should want to, though. Oh, I'm dead. Bug behind me, bug in front of me. Yeah, it's just like Bushwhacker. I would have been totally fine in that situation. Senator, I'm like... if I don't double tap him in the face, he's gonna kill me. I have no, like, extra strategy in that situation where I'm just surrounded. If I don't kill them before they get on top of me, I got very little chance. And then if I use my 5 rounds for the Senator, well, I'm taking half an hour to shoot, like, reload it. Unfortunately, I threw my extra recoilless at that bug hole. Time to kill a ball titan with a senator. He's distracted. Go! Ah, there's always a second. That was scary. Ow. Thank you, teammate. Fuck. Tracks me perfectly. My poor legs. Yeah, Saber Interactive is working on so many cool games. And I have a lot of trust in them. I have a lot of trust in Saber. Still wasn't like the biggest fan of like World War Z, but I didn't hate it. And it eventually became a lot better, so. So, I don't know. Do you think they're ever going to do like another Evolve-like game? That asymmetric monster fighting game? Monster hunting, I guess? Because I've always wondered if like Monster Hunter themselves could do a pivot towards Evolve. Right? Do you know what I mean? Evolve failed hard at release. Evolve was shit back in the day. Yeah, I think the problem with Evolve is that they forced the PvP combat. They should have designed a PvE mode to allow people to not have to play PvP. I think that's where it kind of failed in my eyes. Because most of the feedback I got was, game's great, but because there's like a PvP aspect to it, not everybody was just enthralled about that. You know? What up, look terrible. Thank you for thanking whoever it was. Yeah, I personally think that Evolve just really needed some kind of PvE mode where you didn't have to do PvP. Evolve was ahead of its time. If it came out today, it would be a powerhouse. I think the same thing would happen today. I think there would be a lot of people that praise the game early on, and then very quickly there'd be a large group of people that just leave very fast. Because the game didn't have staying power. But with enough money behind it, I think it could be a good live service game. Just there had to be some amount of like PvE replayability to it. It died because they announced DLC Season Pass before even announcing the game. Evolve was the straw that broke the camel's back in a time when the game industry was facing increased criticism over DLC practices. Really? I don't even remember that. I do remember people getting pissy about, like, them talking about DLC in the future. I'm just surprised people fucking gave a shit so much. Dude, that guy's still not dead. And my turrets aren't shooting at him? Oh my god, I kind of like just assumed my turrets were gonna kill him. Oh my god. We hold the line! Didn't think the turrets could aim that low? They could aim like about 45 degrees, up or down. Actually, up, I think they can do even more. But down, they can do a lot. Evolve had like a bajillion versions with each its own content. I do remember there being a bunch, but I thought most of it was because cosmetic. I don't remember it having actually individual stuff. I thought it was like cosmetic for monsters and cosmetic for hunters. But regardless, I mean, eventually the game literally went free to play. Like, I seriously think if they just decoupled it from PvP or forced PvP, people would have stuck around. And there was like a proper live service model. The irony, though, that people got such a fuss about DLC when today that's commonplace, and if they don't announce DLC, people just claim the game is going to die within a couple months. Even free-to-play, it failed. Well, free-to-play failed because you had people who had been playing for large amounts of time and got good at the PvP, and then new players jumped in, and they got absolutely fucking stomped by these, like, monsters. And then when they played the monsters, they got absolutely stomped by good players. It's the problem with PvP-focused games in general, that it's hard to bring new players into a PvP-focused game. Right? The adoption rate in those kind of games is like really tough. Valve had variants of both monsters and hunters in the game that released. I don't even remember that. What were the variants like? Were they gameplay differences, or were they literally just cosmetic? Back in 2023, the publisher developers even made peer-to-peer not work anymore with Evolve. Jesus. Heady. I keep thinking this weapon's gonna kill way faster than it does. Use over half the mag. Is it better for your channel on Twitch or YouTube? Is what better? Matchmaking is important. Yeah. But I also think PvE modes. Not everybody is like hungry for PvP. Right? I think you'd be surprised how many players are out there that just don't want to interact with PvP. They love the idea of Evolve, but they just don't want it to be PvP. Or don't need it to be PvP. Like the whole, you know, PvP hook was great for marketing, but there should have been a more PvE centered mode. You just do both. They did look different, but they also had differences in their abilities, sometimes having new stuff. The variants were kind of like Predator Strain in H2. Okay. Yeah, so that's a problem. If there's gameplay differences, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. That's part of, like, that. But anyways, back to the original concept. We got really hung up on Evolve. I was thinking Monster Hunter could do a really interesting take on Evolve. Especially with the success of the game. Similar to the spin on things that Night Rain is doing for Elden Ring, I have thought that Monster Hunter could do a similar spin, where you have hunters hunting a player-controlled monster. And ironically enough, Monster Hunter is already the PvE mode that the game already has, right? Because the I think in the next 10 years, you're going to start seeing a lot of games start advertising AI, like true AI boss monsters. Right? I've already seen a couple of games start their marketing blitz about that. I can't remember what game I first heard it from, but like, and using like NVIDIA cards to power it, right? Like AI acceleration. So people are hungry for boss battles that are not just scripted. So having a player control it is also a really good option. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm disillusioned by a lot of PvP games because of the cheater problem. I typically only play PvP games for maybe a week or two until cheaters start showing up, and then I just leave. I don't stick around a lot of the time. Streaming quality, financially, ease of new streamers to engage. Just like curious on like dual CC. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitch for like, you know, over a year for Helldivers in particular, so obviously the stream does way better on Twitch. But as far as like platform differences, more or less, they're like very equal. Like YouTube, it's like they have like advantages in certain areas. Like YouTube has the advantage in quality, whereas Twitch has the advantage as far as like numbers, and they have the advantage as far as like community / like chat, right? There's like a certain like Twitch culture. Like most people that go on YouTube, they don't go to streaming. And it's kind of hard to convince someone that usually just watches videos to go to a stream. But if you're streaming on Twitch, everybody's just there for streams, so their expectations are in line with what you're actually providing. You know? Monetization-wise, I guess it would be pretty equal between the two. Like, YouTube makes it really easy to donate, and there are benefits to, like, the subbing system, because it's very modular. Like, you can really modularize, like, the experience and set prices for your audience that you feel are comfortable, right? Which is really cool. I wish Twitch did something like that, but they are very hard stuck, and they will sometimes increase prices on people on Twitch, and it puts them in an awkward bind. I sometimes wish that I could have like a lower cost option on Twitch where like it doesn't include emotes or anything like that. It's just like, you know, you get a sub badge and ad-free viewing, you know? I feel like that would go so well on Twitch, but I can't do that. Like, you just make it like half the price of a normal sub on Twitch. It's like a couple of bucks. I think so many people would enjoy that. But I think the reason why they don't is like the upsell, I guess. Talking about Evolve really made me remember a good time. Yeah. I think Evolve had a lot going for it. It sounds like with a PvE mode and way better like release marketing, they would have done a lot better. I do miss the ship upgrades though. Sorry, Mick. What are we referring to? Are you really behind on the stream? 'Cause that was something we talked about an hour ago. It depends on where you're buying it, Mr. Connoisseur, and what currency. Yeah, never buy a Twitch sub on mobile. Grenade pistol not popping bug holes and aluminum ships. Is that a bug? Yeah, they introduced it more in the latest update where they tried to fix illuminant ships, where sometimes the doors would, no matter what you put into that door, it would not blow up the ship, so you had to go to the other door to blow it up. Basically, when they fixed that, it seems like they kind of messed with fabricators and bug holes and the illuminant ships, where sometimes you have to like do very weird angles to get it to work. It's the unfortunate classic of software where you fix one thing but you break 3 other things. See, autocannon close bug titan hole. If you throw your AC call in at it, the hell pod will, but the autocannon itself shooting at it will not know. But a hell pod will kill it. The Warbond suit, I would assume within the next 2 weeks, we'll get one. That is my going estimate. Because that would maintain the pace that they had set for quite a few Warbonds, like four or 5 Warbonds, so. My poor turret. Alright, I'm getting in. Anyways, what else? Yeah, I think a Monster Hunter game with some kind of like PvP function would actually go kind of crazy. I think that'd be really interesting. I think it would actually be really cool. They would basically just need to take the evolve idea, but pun intended, evolve it into a Monster Hunter game. Do we only have 1 tier of sub? We have 3 tiers of on Twitch, but on YouTube it's like very granular. Like I can set I can have like 10 tiers if I wanted to. Maybe not 10, but I can have so many different tiers, and I can set the price on them to what I want them to be. Like, I think right now on YouTube, I think I have 3 tiers. I tried to kind of make them similar to Twitch, but I'm most likely going to make like a cheaper one on top of that. Kind of like the way I just described for like a Twitch, like where it's basically just like, hey, ad-free viewing. That's the main benefit. And it's just like a, you know, couple bucks, you know, maybe $3 USD. Something like that. You know, buy me a coffee a month, you know, kind of thing. I think that's pretty reasonable. I like to only see 1 tier. I set up multiple, but maybe only one's coming through. At least I'm pretty sure I set it up. I'm worried about Elden Ring Night Ring. It sounds awesome, but too similar to Monster Hunter at the moment? No, it's way different. Night Rain is more like a it's got like a battle royale vibe, PvE obviously, but also I don't know what I want to use. But also has a really nice sorry, let me just do this and then I'll talk. Sorry guys, 1 second. What I was trying to say was it's a roguelike or roguelite, however you want to use that term, with a battle royale feel. And then you mix in Elden Ring combat, right? So it's different classes to make it a little bit easier. There's a battle royale vibe because there is a shrinking zone, and the way they do loot will feel very similar to the way they do loot in like a battle royale game, right? But obviously no PvP. I would not be surprised if Night Rain does really well that there could be a PvP mode in the future. I'll be honest, I would not be surprised if it, like, think of a Night Rain mode where it's like Night Rain mode that like they currently have, right? You've probably seen gameplay on it. But at the end, you don't fight the final boss. You fight another player, right? So you're like powering up the entire match to then go fight someone, right? And then you have to make, you know, decisions on your build for both PvE and PvP, right? Do you focus on like more of a PvP build to be really good at the final fight, but that'll affect how effective you are, you know, early on for like fighting bosses to get more powerful, right? I think the concept of Night Rain is like extremely good, and I think it could do some amazing things with it. So I'm excited to see what they do. It does sound like they're kind of dipping their toe in. There's not going to be a ton of content at release for Night Rain, but it's going to be a cheaper game at release, which is nice. They've already said that there's going to be content post-release, but we'll see. Speaking of roguelites, did you play Returnal? I have played a lot of Returnal. I bought it on PlayStation, played it for, I want to say, about almost 100 hours. And then I bought it on PC and played through it again on PC. Now, the game is way easier on PC because you have mouse and keyboard aim. At least for me. Like, dude, I first tried it on PC. Like, with no upgrades or anything. I first tried it. All the way to the final boss and killed it. Obviously, I knew the game, but it felt ridiculously easy on PC compared to using a controller. Oh, the fucking no! It's a lot of stalkers, man. Oh, and a charger. Oh my god, of course a charger. Let's see. Sure is my favorite game of the generation. Yeah, I think they did a great job with it. I was very happy with Returnal. I seriously could not stop playing it. I thought it was fantastic. They nailed it. Did they talk about having bosses and classes be DO and DLC? For Night Rain? No. There's going to be future DLC, like later on, that will be classes and bosses. I think maybe people might be confusing the two. But all the content I've seen is just, in the future, there will be extra packs that you could buy for more content. Kind of similar to what we've been getting with HELLDIVERS, right? Now, most likely, there's not going to be some super credit situation where you could, like, grind super credits, then buy it in-game. they will probably not do that, but you know, if you like the game, you buy more content for it, right? It's an a la carte game, as you will. Some will be abrasive to that. They prefer a game that has everything included with it, but I think it's a pretty healthy way to do DLC. Fairly cheap to get into, decent amount of gameplay, and then if you like it, you can buy more content. Deluxe Edition includes bosses and classes? For Night Raid? Seriously? I looked at the bot. I looked at it. I didn't see that. That's bad. It's on the Steam store? I looked at the Steam store. I'll look at it after this. Sound like just a bunch of fun cosmetic stuff. Wait. Wait. Why is it not there? Am I spelling it wrong? Brain? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's because I didn't put Elden Ring first. The Steam Surge is sometimes a little too picky. It's night? No, it's not spelled night like that. Or I thought it was. Wait, I thought it was spelled like... Oh, whatever. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I think I just remember seeing that. Interesting. Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, that's not good. Unless there's like a lot of like content, that's not good. I think anyone would agree with that. That's not good. Yeah, I just remember seeing the bottom part. But yeah, it's pretty clear that additional playable characters and bosses. That's not good. That's, yeah. Like, I understand why they're doing it. On their website, they have a different description. I think what you're reading is this. Essentially, sort of, I guess. I don't know. Like, I understand why they're doing it, because they have the cheaper price, right? It's the $40 USD. And then they have the $60 USD, right? Like, hey, you want to try out the game? 40 bucks. You want the full experience? 60. I can understand where they're coming from, but it leaves a sour taste in the mouth. That's for sure. Being day one, right? If this was in the future, like they were going to do like $10 packs of like additional content, like I said earlier, I have no problem with that. I think that's okay. And they even say that like, hey, we have planned future content coming out later, so it's not going to be a game that's abandoned immediately. So, salty and sour taste in the mouth for sure. Salty Tarzan. Yeah, all bad. I misread that. Thank you for correcting me. Sad to mention. That's not good. That's not good. I'm not a fan. I thought it was literally just cosmetics, like every other deluxe edition. I think I also could have been okay if they just took down all the price tiers one. Like, there's this really cheap way to get into trying Night Rain. Like, a really cheap version. You know, like, we're talking like 20 or 30 bucks to get in to try Night Rain. You know? And then if you want additional content, you pay the full 40 to 50. You know what I mean? They should allow you to unlock it with the Plub Edition. Kind of like super credits. Like, this is where, like, I think more developers taking on the Helldivers model is a good one. You know? Where if you're going to do a live service game, you allow players to, you know, through gameplay, grind, or play like a large amount of hours, which helps the game stay popular, but also allows them to save some money, you know? I assume that means that you can buy the content separately, like it's day one DLC. Yeah, and I mean nobody likes day one DLC when it's content related. Like, you know what I mean? Not like cosmetic, but you know, actual gameplay. Like, blocking bosses and playable characters, that's not okay. Probably end up buying it anyways. I probably will too, but... Because, like, I mean... It is only a $60 purchase. It's a $60 USD game. And do I think you're going to get a $60 USD game? Yeah, probably. Night Rain looks quite promising. Like, it seems like there's a lot there. I don't think it's going to be as much bang for your buck as, like, Elden Ring itself. But it does look like a lot of fun. But, you know, let me buy it and I'll let you know how much actual gameplay is there. Because it is possible they could, like, skimp really hard on the, like, the amount of bosses and stuff like that on day one. And it might not feel worth it, right? Which would be a tragedy. So used to games being incomplete at launch and having to pay for content that completes it. That's a slippery slope though, right? Because, like, do these extra classes and bosses complete the game, or is it just additional parts of the game, right? Like, I definitely understand where you're coming from, because, like, some DLCs feel like they complete the game because they add, like, extra systems or things of that nature to the game that, like, really build on the game. Dude, so many stalkers. What? Was there a... Did a dead body just hit me? What was that? Anyways, yeah, weird one. Like, I can see where these devs are coming from, and I can see their reasoning for doing what they're doing, because it's the idea of a game of, like, if you want to just test it out, you buy the cheaper version. If you like it, you buy the additional content, and then you continue buying more content if you like the game. If you don't like it, It's just the cheaper price and that's it. Right? But it'll always feel like a weird taste in your mouth for like day one. And I think everybody can agree with that. But I also don't like the fact that they're being so vague about it. I think that really does kind of bother me, is that they're not outlining actually how much content is there. They're keeping it really vague on how much content is in that. Like, it literally just could be like one extra boss and one playable character for 20 bucks, and it might not be worth it for many people. And like saving the money is like, you know, the better option. And then it's literally just an upsell, right? They're trying to get 20 more bucks out of you. Or I guess, yeah, 20 bucks. Yeah, 20 bucks. Japanese devs kind of don't communicate to Western audiences. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Pop Maple, is it possible that Pred's train might stay, like, unlike last time? I mean, we've talked to the devs a fuckload about how they handled Pred's train last time. Maybe they'll listen. Maybe they'll hear us. Here's hoping. But, you know, it's really hard to say. Because a lot of the response we got from the devs was also like cinema, you know, like we're doing it for story reasons. That's why they left. That's why the gloom was only a week. Cinema. Oh my god. Ugh. I mean, I just walked through that. That's the worst explanation I've heard from Arrowhead. No, it makes a lot of sense, but from a player perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's similar to like the TCS missions, right? Just think of it in the same vein as TCS missions. They're limited events to build hype and sort of like a FOMO, but it's more like an event, right? You had to be there kind of events. But it just doesn't feel good when you lose it and you don't know when it's coming back. But it feels great in the moment. And then they're also doing it from a story perspective of like, They want us to focus on the entire Galactic War, not just bugs. TCS really did build up some crazy hype, and that's what they're trying to do again, right? But if you remember with the TCS missions, we did them, they went away for a while. We did them, they went away for a while. Did them, did away for a while. But I think the difference here is that everything was more new when they were doing it at first in HD 2. Like, everything was so new that, like, we didn't mind because there were still so many other things going on, like war bonds and, you know, new enemies coming out, like, near constantly, new support weapons. So because they did that during a drought of content, it was more poorly received. Which we were trying to communicate to the devs. Because I don't think they really realized that. But I'm expecting that, like, the Gloom, for instance, is just going to come and go, come and go. Predator Strain is like Jet Troopers. They're going to come and go. What a Meridia-like mission again? It's possible we might get that again, right? Like, I don't know what they're building up to. I don't. I'm not even NDAing right now. I literally don't. I don't know what they're building up to in the Gloom. But is it possible they might be doing something similar? Maybe. Who don't fucking knows, man? I don't know. They want to create some FOMO. Yeah. Like, not all FOMO is as bad as people talk about. Some amount of FOMO is great because it creates lasting memories in your head that can't be easily created, so it feels special, right? You want those special moments. They feel great, right? And as long as it's not done too much, I personally think it's okay, right? I think there is too much FOMO, obviously. Like, look at Destiny. They're fantastic. They're, like, experts at FOMO at this point, and they do too much of it, right? So here's hoping that they can find that middle ground, right? So. Oh, that was way too close, brother. But anyways, yeah, it's just a balance. I don't think they didn't read the room well enough with the predator bugs being removed and the gloom being removed at the same time. We were extremely hungry for content, and they removed both at the same time, right? That's where, like, pacing of content is, like, important. We had just gotten a new Warbond. We were getting all this other stuff, right, including the gloom and the predator bugs. That it felt great, right? And then they kind of, you know, the hype around the Warbond decreased because obviously it won't always be there. And then we lost the gloom as well, and it's just like, that doesn't feel very good. And that's what we've tried to explain to the devs, and I think they understand. At least we were talking to the community manager. I think that they at least understood. So. I also think the FOMO should be tied to cosmetics more than anything else. The problem with, like, doing, like, a bunch of Malevolent Creek, like, capes and stuff like that is that if you do too much, people will start, like, feeling like it's a chore to log in, right? I do want to see more, like, event, like, capes and stuff like that, but I don't want them to go too hard on it. Like, one thing that we talked to the devs, and it actually sounded really like Mika when we talked to him, the lead game designer on the team. I forget who I think it was, like, I can't remember if it was Pips or Thick or who said it, but it was a really good idea of, like, every time you do an MO, you get, like, a little star or, like, a medal, and then eventually you turn into, like, the second. I get an aid. Sorry. Second. Bugs, you're not making this easy. You turn into, like, a North Korean general. In some way. It doesn't have to be on your character. But just, like, some version of that. Right? Of, like, a collection of some way. Like, it could just be, like, a wall in your ship that displays your medals, right? It doesn't have to be on our characters. I think the character idea might be a bit too much, but, you know, just some way to, like, cosmetically show how involved you've been in the Galactic War as, like, a little nod. Because, like, right now, the only way you could do that is level 150 and then your XP afterwards, right? That's the only way you have to, like, show your participation, right? And then to get the medal, you just have some kind of requirement of, you know, over the course of the MO, you know, participate in a certain amount of missions, right? Now, I do worry that it will burn out some players and turn into like a Destiny chore event. So I don't think that they should put too much emphasis on these medals, but just a neat little like side quest kind of thing to do would be nice. Because if they put too much emphasis behind these medals, I could start to see people that like haven't been playing the game recently come back to the game begrudgingly just to collect them, right? And instead of accepting the fact that they don't need everything in the game, they'll be like they'll be almost mad at the game that it's forcing them to continue playing. Does that make sense? Because I've seen that before and felt that in other games where, like, hell, most recently with Space Marines 2, they had a limited time chainsword that you had to complete, like, I think 10 operations for. And I didn't feel like playing Space Marines 2 at all. But I didn't want to miss out on the chainsword because it was limited time. You know what I mean? Right? So that's like, it's where like limited time cosmetics, if they're not done in the right way, I think are a problem. If there's a good reason to go log into the game, limited time cosmetics, fantastic. Like the Malevolent Creek situation, right? Like the Malevolent Creek cape is a fantastic example of like how to do limited time cosmetic well. But if they just start doing a cosmetic for every MO, oof, I think that could be dangerous. I think there's a lot of backfiring that could happen there. I think that there could be like more negative that comes from that than positive. If you understand what I'm coming from. That sucks. I'm gonna die. Unfortunate. When the charger runs at you like that and you get hunters behind, if you don't have like an AT weapon and gas grenades, you're kind of fucked. Gas guard dog would have saved me there, but... Yeah, in SM2, they recently said that you can get the cosmetics later by buying them, but it's still a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, right? Because then, if you don't log in that week, you then have to wait. You know? What up, Gaswood? What the hell? Hi. Wait. Should I be calling you Gas Wawa? Because you're actually like... Wawa is a gas station. And you're sometimes a little gassy. 100% sour taste, yeah. So, I don't think there's any perfect way to do cosmetics and limited time events. But I think we can mitigate some of it by, like, picking the right times to do cosmetics and stuff like that. And that's where I thought, like, just a board on your ship showing all the MOs that you've participated in would be a good idea. It doesn't have to be a unique pin. It could just be, like, stars on a board, right? You're notorious for gaslighting. Oh, I thought you were just calling me gassy. Not every MO, but like memorable ones like Meridian Destruction, Saving Kids, DSS. Exactly. Yeah, Jarek, yeah. I don't want them to retroactively do it, and they might not be able to retroactively do it, but going forward, it would be nice if, like, you know, there was a cape associated with these, like, you know, story moments that happen every couple months. Large, noteworthy events. Getting some kind of cape or star on the board or something along those lines. Some kind of collectible to remember it. What's it? FTB? Free to play? Wait, is that what you mean? Free to play? I mean, the game's already free to play. In the sense that you just one-time purchase and then it's free afterwards. But the entire game being free to play? Maybe in the future. But I don't think there's enough... stuff to buy yet, I guess you could say. Because typically a free-to-play game has a lot more going for it as far as like cosmetics and just things to buy. I think we're getting to that point where like they could probably pull it off. You know, where they add enough war bonds and they add enough like just cosmetics in the store and like customization and shit like that, that we could get to a point where you just drop the $40 price tag even to 0, and then the game itself just supports it. The issue with that though is that super credits are actually really easy to get. And I think they're okay with super credits being easy to get because there's a $40 upfront purchase. Right? They've mentioned before that they can see when you make a purchase where those super credits came from, right? Did you buy them or did you earn them through gameplay, right? Or farm for them, right? They can see that. And they have said that the majority of super credits that are spent in game are farmed, right?
Surprise, motherfucker.
And from that perspective, you know, a free-to-play game, if it's not like constantly getting like new content for people to spend super credits on, like there'd be like very little incentive to spend money. So they might not be able to sustain the, you know, the development of a total, like a full studio, right? So we might not be getting the updates as fast as we are expecting them now, right? So I don't know what the financials are like over at Arrowhead, but eventually game sales will slow, right? And then it comes down to like people purchasing stuff in game to continue that forward flow. Hello everybody, just want to ask how the game's doing. I stopped playing after the whole PSN fiasco and didn't pay attention to development at all. So the PSN fiasco lasted about 2 days, and then everything went back to normal. Games development has been very good. They've rectified a lot of the negative sentiment towards the game as far as like balance. They've taken very much an approach of like casual, friendly, powerful weapons, less difficulty but more powerful weapons going forward. They've released a fuckload of war bonds and they've been very good, especially the latest ones. And there's been a lot of content, including the Illuminant third faction. It's not a full-fledged faction yet, but it will be filled out over time. So it's probably like I like many people would say this is probably the best the game has always ever been. So check it out. Yo, very intense. Thank you for the prime. What up? Thank you so much for the support. How goes the war? Good. What up, Ajax? Thank you, very intense. You're free to purchase it anytime you want. I only bought SC once. I have all the war bonds, but I might need to buy the next one when it comes in 2 weeks because I have of work at Mall Center. Which is, you know, I think is fair, you know. I try to... there's... buying stuff in games like this is sometimes a sensitive topic for some, but I liken it to, like, if you've gotten a lot of time out of the game and you've just been busy with other stuff, you just don't have as much time on your hands, spending the $10 to get a war bond so you don't have to grind it and maybe do something you don't enjoy, like grinding for it, like doing like level 3 missions and just getting the SC, yeah, it's worth it. Because like that one purchase of the super credits will probably last you a while because you get a bunch of the super credits back, and then while you're grinding you'll get super credits, so it's kind of like a positive feedback loop in that regard. But obviously everybody's situation is different. Do you have more time than money or money than time? By the way, I didn't get any medals for the last major order. We failed it. We partially completed the last MO. That's why they were talking about like the partial completion of the blockade. We did not fully complete it. So that's why we didn't get the medals. Can't wait to get home from vacay. The mobile hell bomb is very fun. It's silly. And it's quite powerful if you use correctly. It's one of those like high skill ceiling stratagems where like you could either be terrible and you use it improperly, or it can be extremely effective if you can place it correctly. In life, you either have time or money, yeah. You can have a little bit of both, but you usually fall into one of the two camps. You have more time, and then that's when you're grinding SC in-game because you got lots of time on your hands, but you're not flush with the cash, or you're the opposite. Maybe you work a lot, and you just don't have time to grind like you used to. You spend the money so you can just enjoy it now. And there's nothing wrong with either side. Because you need the people to buy SC for the game to continue being a game. But you also need the people that are like, you know, have more time so you have a player population. People to play with, right? Both are necessary. That's why I think the SC system is so smart. And why I hope more games take that upon themselves to do systems like that. Just call Maple Dickwood from now on. Yaps too much. Why am I a dick if I yap? I saved up 1800 SC for 2 war bonds. Depending on what armors they add, maybe you'll want some of the armors in the superstore. So you'll have 1,000 for the war bond, and then whatever they add in the superstore. Because remember, we always get a new page in the superstore.
What up, Dickwood? Don't ignore fairways. Good mornings to everyone. Say good morning to them. Be polite.
Don't ignore fairways. I'm not ignoring fairways. And I'm having a conversation with so many different people at the same time. I can't talk to everybody. I'm sorry. There's only one of me.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hello, Mr. Lovewood.
Hello.
I'm looking for good deals from the spring sale. What would you recommend? Hi, Annie.
We saw you ignore... I'm not ignoring... So, Annie, you love to do this. I'm not ignoring someone if I can't get to their message. I'm not ignoring them. I'm dealing with so many things at the same time. There's so many things going on. I have to play a game. I have to talk to, you know, dozens of people at a time. I also have to have compelling conversations. I'm not a robot. I'm not just going to sit there, you know, saying hi all day, right? Like, it's just, Annie, when you watch Lyric, does he just say hi to everybody all day? At a certain point, you can't say hi to everybody. I try to get to as many people as possible. Hire an assistant. Unironically, Annie, you are doing that. You talked to Fairway for me, so thank you, right? You're helping, so thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, Fairway. It's good to see you, buddy. I apologize. That was mid-conversation. What's that? It's great that buying a war bond gives SC back. Yeah, it's great. Mr. Nukem with the tier 3. 7 months. Absolutely insane support. Are we talking about like the Steam summer sale? Or Steam spring sale? Not summer, it's not summer. Spring. What games are on sale right now? I haven't actually looked at the sale. So I got to know you're multitasking. Thanks, buddy. Thank you for understanding. What games are on sale right now? Let's name some. What's on the list? I have not looked. I saw Ghost of Tsushima was on sale, but I think that sale ended. That game, highly recommend if you have not played it. What the fuck? Why is my whole entire team dead? Like, I can easily recommend Ghost of Tsushima. Easily recommend that game. Star Wars Outlaw, yeah, don't get that game. I mean, unless you get it like for like $10, $15, $20, and then I'll be like, all right, fine. It's probably worth that. But Is it worth your time? Ooh, that's a different discussion. Personally, I don't know if it was worth my time to play that game. Spider-Man. I played Spider-Man 1 and I played Miles Morales. I did not like Miles Morales as much as Spider-Man 1. I do think the first Spider-Man game was very good. But you need to be in that mood for like superhero type game. You definitely do. Jarek with the tier 1, 3 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, buddy. Appreciate the support. Show your emotes. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yeah, like I didn't like Miles Morales so much as I did the first game, but I think it was so good. You know, I thought it was so good. But yeah, Spider-Man, if you're in that mood, I think it was good. Also, if you're wondering like what kind of Spider-Man it is, that Spider-Man feels a lot more like what's his name? Garfield? Andrew? No, fuck. What's his that generation of Peter Parker rather than like Tom Holland. Holy shit! Is that 10 gifted from JS Newcomb? Sheesh! Oh my god. Let's give him some more recommendations. So like, I would give Ghost of Tsushima and Spider-Man a try. Sekiro's $30. If you want a challenging rhythm / parry Souls-like game, Sekiro is amazing. Like, it's amazing. But you gotta be into that. It will frustrate you. When you said Garfield, I thought of Lasagna. Isn't his last name something Garfield? Isn't it Garfield? That actor? Isn't it like Andrew Garfield or something like that? Elden Ring's on discount? Is it Andrew Garfield? Okay, I was right. God of War is on sale. God of War 1, fantastic. I have not played God of War Ragnarok yet. I heard good things. But yeah. The original God of War, fantastic. And I heard it was a very good PC port, so. And he's trying to make me jealous. Yeah, Elden Ring's fantastic. You just gotta be into that experience. But what's cool about Elden Ring is that you can mold the game to the way you want to play it. So if you want an easier experience, just go explore, right? Go level up, go get powerful, and then go fight the bosses. But if you want that like standard Dark Souls experience, beeline for bosses, look for bosses, don't level up as much. So it's modular, which is nice. What else? I did like the reimagining of Ratchet & Clank. I was happy with it. It wasn't quite the first Ratchet & Clank game, if you guys played that back in the day. Like that, like edgier teenage kind of writing. It is definitely a little more kid-oriented rather than teenage-oriented, like the original Ratchet & Clank games were. But regardless, the gameplay is still really good. It's a really pretty game. Really pretty game, gotta say. Thanks, Fairway. All right, anything else on sale? Why's my hair looking older? I'm saying fresh cut, but I'm like, dude, my hair looks weird. Rainbow Six Siege. I saw that has a 6v6 mode. I wonder how that'll go. You played Days Gone? Oh, that's the biker game. For some reason, I was like, isn't that the scam game? Okay, so Days Gone, I think is a really cool concept for the game. I just didn't like it. I didn't like the game all that much. And I was kind of sad that I didn't, because I was kind of hoping I would enjoy it. So when I didn't enjoy it, I definitely like, oh, damn, really? Like, I didn't like it? I was quite disappointed. And it's like two main things. The gameplay felt a little too much runaway kiting. Like I was constantly just running away from things. And that got a little boring at times. And then the other side of it was I didn't enjoy the story very much. I felt it. I'm not a big biker guy, so the biker story of Days Gone didn't really mesh with me. And then the other side of it was evil corporation creates zombie. You uncover this. I feel like it's just, I don't know. It's just been done so often in zombies that I'm just like, I'm over it. Like it's like Resident Evil has been a thing, you know? Damn. And he's looking like an absolute supermodel right now. Woo! And he's taking me to Funky Town, that's for sure. Days Gone's the only zombie game I've seen done hordes properly. They're so good. Try World War Z. World War Z was made by the people that made Space Marines 2. That's another game that did hordes really well. Also, Left 4 Dead. Classic. Vermintide as well. Darktide. Do hordes really well. And it's more stand there and fight gameplay rather than Days Gone run away gameplay. Because my biggest complaint with Days Gone is it was a lot of runaway gameplay. Set up traps and run away. Run them into these traps. Which, you know, I'm sure some people will enjoy that. And, like, we do that in Helldivers. Running away, fighting, run away. But there is a lot of stand there and fight gameplay. Where I felt like Days Gone just didn't have as much of it. Admittedly, I did not get very far into Days Gone before I quit. I only got, like, 5 hours or so in. Specifically Vermintide 2, yeah. Vermintide 2. Darktide 2, also... Darktide also is in a good spot. So if you've not tried it out, huge fan of the game. Darktide's really good. It gets good around 5.5 hours. I don't know. I was thinking maybe one day I'll go back and play Days Gone, but I don't know. Yakuza Like a Dragon. I'm not a Yakuza fan, but that's a good call out. It's a good call out. Some people absolutely love them. I'm excited for this Stellar Blade PC port, honestly. I didn't play the game on PlayStation, obviously. But I actually want to play the game quite a bit. The over-the-top, like, sexualization of the characters kind of, like, dismayed me. But after watching a bunch of, like, the actual gameplay and the soundtrack of the game, like, I want to play it. I don't remember when that game's coming out, but I'm fairly sure we're fairly close to it coming out, right? Hello, Mr. Shawarma. Star Blade's super fun. Lots of parry in that game. Yep. I'm totally fine with that. I love a good parry game. I love a Helldivers 2 mission where you can like cut down your endless horde of enemies for like 30 minutes. All you have to do is survive the full time. not protect any structures, but have like someone alive at the end of the clock.
Just like vaporized.
Would be an interesting concept for sure. Just survive. Hold out. A more traditional horde mode in Helldivers would be interesting. Killing Floor 3. I don't know if I'd recommend playing Killing Floor 2 right now. Just because I feel like the games... Unless you're someone who likes to play like older retro-oriented games, because I feel like... I went back and tried to play Killing Floor 2 and I was like... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they did delay the release of Killing Floor 3. Thankfully. I was a little sad, but at the same time I was like, yeah, for the best. I'm happy they made the right call there. Onboard turret. I'm gonna tumble. Oh, I might die because of that. Wait, can they not get to me? Oh, no, there's a ball titan. Surprised that guy didn't die to the spit. Double stick. Anyone recommend Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart? Oh, I think I mentioned that while you were gone. I really liked it. I don't know if you played the original games as a kid. The writing is definitely more PG oriented versus like the original games, which were more like... it's unfortunate I fell on one. Oriented for like an older audience. Or like both, I guess. But the gameplay is very good and the visuals are awesome. So if you can get it at a good price. I did play the originals. The innuendos were hilarious. Yeah, they don't do the innuendos anymore. Unfortunately. They definitely went for like a younger audience with the writing. Awkward. I queued up that before I threw it. Also got a story to tell. The random event stack was big enough to trigger something again yesterday. Alright, lay me on it. What's up? Is Returnal worth $26? Dude, it is worth like 60. Yeah, Returnal's a... I didn't know that was on sale. That is an... That's a fantastic game. If you like roguelikes, you know, dying, resetting, going back into it, but you also like bullet hell, and then lastly, if you enjoy a... It's less important, but if you enjoy a story that is a puzzle piece oriented story, where you kind of fit it together, right? And you have to put the puzzle pieces together to understand it. It's a good story. There's a lot to uncover there. And they later added even more content, which I'm sure that edition has. Is it lagging? Or disconnecting? Timer pause. What What was the movie you suggested to show you? Enjoyed it on your day off? Gonna stuck inside all day because of the weather? We did the Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan movie was great. I watched The Brutalist as well, and he kind of fell asleep. The Brutalist was a bit brutal to watch. It was just too long. There's so many scenes that were just a little bit unnecessary. Like, I enjoyed the first half of the film quite a bit, but the second half was just, like, hard to watch, both because, you know, we got to that runtime where I was like, you know, this movie would have almost been better as a TV series. I'm surprised these guys just like ran away from this. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. White Lotus has been very good if you've never watched that TV show. And if you've never heard of White Lotus, it's basically a TV series that always originates at like a hotel. And there's always some form of like weirdness in the writing. I think it's like, it's kind of a play on like the weirdness of humans and how weird our relationships are. Like unreliable, weird, and so on and so forth. So it's kind of like a play on that, and then also on like that trope of humans, while also being like always like some form of like illicitness going on, right? Robbery, murder, or something like that that has to be like uncovered throughout it. So I personally really like White Lotus. I think they do a really good job with it. Severance is also a really good one. Also very weird writing, but it's on purpose because it's like it's a show about workers who are severed from their work life. So you have like an at-home, like out-of-work personality, and then essentially you go down this elevator and you are, you know, a different person, right? You don't remember these situations. It's like a split consciousness kind of situation. And there's like all these mysteries, and then, you know, them trying to communicate, and yeah, it's a very odd environment that the show is set in. So it's very interesting to watch. Where's you going right now? I only watched a little bit of Reacher. I didn't watch too much of it, but I've heard good things. Wasn't really interested in the whole Macho Man agent. I feel like I've watched so much of that I'm like, I didn't really need more. I started watching a show called Friends. I've never heard of it. That's crazy. What's it about? Is that high enough? Yeah, it is. Alright, cool. Is it about a bunch of friends? Is it popular? But anyways, back to Returnal. Yeah, Returnal's fucking awesome. Fucking love that game. Third-person shooter, great mobility, roguelike, good story. $26, that's a steal. I bought it twice. I have it on PlayStation and I have it on PC. PC port was a little bit janky at first. I noticed a lot of people had trouble with like crashing and stuff like that. But it sounded like a lot of those people also had like older, like very old PCs trying to play it. When I was reading through the reviews. Personally, I ran into no issues. And this was on my older PC, not my newer PC. So. But I also think some of it was down to Intel CPUs at the time. Because Intel CPUs were just being found out to like have problems. And people didn't realize yet that it was their CPU that was fucking them over. So, I believe also that was something to do with it. I feel bad for game developers, man. There was like a whole spell there where like game developers were getting so much shit when it wasn't even their fault. For like a 2-year span. They're getting so much shit. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Accurate. Thank you. Invited to a party at the gym by some girl I trained with before. Not the one to play another one. So, okay. New girl. Invited to a party. Cool. Did you go? I hope you did. Thank you for bringing me back to this conversation. Okay. Sick. How'd that go? Also, what's this girl like? Are you like interested in her, or is it just like a friendly kind of thing that you saw it as? I took the risk of it being another sex thing. Yeah, I mean, German's a bit freaky, I noticed. Yeah, what kind of party did this end up being? For context, Accurate has been invited to parties before, and it ended up being like a front for like essentially like a swinger slash like erotica kind of craziness. You know? So he's told us this story before. So how did it go? Was it a normal story? That's annoying. Why would you throw an orbital napalm at a nest like that? It's not even a bug breach. I'm not getting that, but I would imagine it's harder to create games for PC versus console. It is. Yeah, and the problem that I'm referring to was Intel for a while there had defective CPUs that were degrading in reliability. And it was not well known that this was happening. And game developers were getting the brunt of the, issue there, right? They were getting blamed for, poor game releases that had tons of crashing and stuff like that. But it was not the game developer, right? Like, the game developer cannot design their game around a faulty CPU, right? HD2 got some of that. I remember Remnant 2 got a lot of it. Hell, even Black Myth Wukong got some of it because people couldn't even play the game because when you launch up the title. And because it was CPU oriented, any game that has a pre-compilation of shaders, you couldn't play. Right? So, because like when you launch up the game for the first time, it's like very CPU intensive because you're compiling all the shaders. So it was like a huge problem that people were like launching the game and then their games would crash and then they would obviously blame the game. thinking that it was the game's fault, not their PC. You don't think it's your PC's fault originally, especially if you've been playing a lot of other games and it hasn't been crashing, right? This is a new game. You're gonna blame the game first, most likely. A lot of people do. They're reading as video editors. Yeah. So unfortunately, it would say out of memory, I think was a common one, and it was just like it wasn't reporting properly. So people were blaming like NVIDIA and game developers and stuff like that when it was actually just Intel. NVIDIA had to put out a statement and say, hey, it's not us. That's not our error, right? That's like a Windows related one and it has to do with your CPU. So Windows/Intel were not reporting it correctly, leading to even further confusion about the topic. Last of Us Part 1 has the deluxe edition. Worth the price? I have no idea what's included in it. What? Why the hell is there a deluxe edition for that game? I don't even know. What would it include? It's a pretty normal party, but then some girls there. I met. Talked to you before, Eddie. After like 2 hours. They got this amazing idea to play Marry, Fuck, Kill. Uh-oh. Classic. Classic. Drunk girls at a party. Marry, Fuck, Kill. Classic. Also all the Unreal Engine. That's what I mentioned before. It's not just Unreal Engine games. It's like any game with a shader compilation. That's what I mentioned before, is that any game that like had that was fucked, right? Because all these Intel users were recording crashing and not able to play. But then on top of that, a lot of games are more CPU intensive nowadays than they used to be, right? Especially Unreal Engine 5 games. So any game that was more CPU intensive would cause crashing. Helldivers 2 is one of those very CPU intensive games. So there were people complaining about crashing, but it had nothing to do with Helldivers. Obviously, Helldivers is not the most stable game in the world. Definitely. But a lot of people were complaining about Helldivers being unstable when some of the problems weren't even Helldivers. It was literally just players that had Intel CPUs that were starting to degrade. Prequel, fairly unlocked. It's got like skins and shit like that in it. Is it like you get like unlocks for the single player game? Because I mean there was a DLC for the first game and I was like, okay, maybe the deluxe edition includes the DLC. What's MFK? Fuck. Marry, Fuck, Kill. It's a game where you have to choose between 3 people, and you have to marry one, fuck one, or kill one. Like you have to choose. So I can imagine at this party that it was extremely awkward. I started normal like celebs, and then played along. Saying random shit because, well, I don't know my celebs. I just killed whose name sounded the funniest. Good playing it off. Accurate. All right. So I'm guessing that that this game eventually got to the girls. And then that got really awkward. It's $5, go for it. I don't even know what that really entails. I think it's just like you get some like easier gameplay, it sounds like. Does it say if it includes the DLC in the first game for Last of Us? Or is that included in the base game? That's the only thing that really matters in The Last of Us. Like, I don't know. The deluxe edition sounds weird. It just sounds like you get like some upgrades for the game. But like there already are upgrades, so I'm like, are those just upgrades that are already in the game but you can unlock them immediately versus having to play for them? I don't know. Includes complete story, celebrating prequel chapter, Left Behind, which explores the events, lives of Ellie and her best friend. Oh, okay, so it does include the DLC. Yeah, I don't know if you need this deluxe edition. It sounds like a waste, but maybe do a little bit more research. Like those are just upgrades from the game, it sounds like, and maybe cosmetics. Like Carbon Black Bow, Arctic White Bow. I think those are literally just cosmetics. But then some of the upgrades are like things that are just in the game naturally. So maybe you just get them immediately, or maybe they're additional. I don't know. That seems weird. Explosive arrow gameplay modifier. Yeah, explosive arrows are in the game, so I'm assuming they just make all arrows explosive, or was that a thing in the second game? They had explosive arrows. I thought the first game had it. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know. It's $5. It's not a huge risk. This girl that brought up the idea to play with them as the characters was like staring at me before in a totally weird way. Oh, so she's just hoping that you say fuck for her. Like in that kind of way, or are we saying like in like a weird way, like she's like, you better say the right thing. What kind of way are we talking about? It's like, nah, I'm not playing that. Probably zoned out because drunk. Like focus, she was locked in. This sounded like an opportunity for them to figure out who you were interested in. Sounds like one of those events at a party. The AI is all messed up. It's not even attacking me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna purchase a synthesizer. Why? Why are you doing that? Can you make some music? Shotgun is that? It's called the Cookout. It's in the Freedom Flame Orban.
Is still going.
Why do my teammates keep killing me? I think that was the laser guard dog. Anti-Gov with the tier 1 4 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. What the hell am I? Oh my god, dude. People have no chill when they throw their stuff. I killed that guy? No. Stick? No. After trying to talk my way out of it, which I didn't manage, I joked that I would full serial killer mode and just kill all. Oh my god. Planning on that, like ending the conversation, because who says weird shit like that? Accurate tried to cringe his way out of a conversation. and you know they're all like probably true crime watchers like Annie, and they're like, oh my god, he's a serial killer. You could tell Accurate was not particularly horny at that moment, because that's literally like the in for that kind of a situation. Accurate's like, nah, fuck that, I'm out of here. I'm going home so I can read Warhammer 40k. God, Accurate must be so handsome. Is the Bushwhacker good? Yeah, it is. It's not like amazing or anything like that, but it has a lot of utility because it has so much pushback, and it pairs really well with certain weapons that don't have good close range capabilities. Prior Strain's back? Yeah, it's great. Before I left, the girl came up to me and said, I was like, so, I know you were joking, but would you really kill everyone in that scenario? So you wouldn't have to decide? And I was like, what do you mean? You said Wait, what? I know you were joking, but would you really kill everybody in that scenario so you wouldn't have to decide? Dude, she's overthinking the fuck out of that. Annie would ask the same question. You could tell it's she's one of those, you know, true crime watchers. That's so funny, Accurate. God damn, that's funny. Oh man. All right. Into the next match. Seems Accurate has a party experience. It's very much a party experience. It's a funny party experience right there. We'll use the bushwhacker. Nah, we'll use Altanium. Nah, you know, we were just talking about the bushwhacker. We'll show it off. What up, Warfighter? How are you? You got landmined by Annie's emotes, huh? I love that term, landmined. Because you're like just randomly typing a sentence, and then you get a random 7TV emote that you were not expecting. And he's great at that. How you doing, brother? I'm good. I'm good. Doing good. Ammo is going to be tough to win because neither defense will succeed, so we'll have to liberate both planets again soon. Everyone had just focused on one planet to defend, no problem. It's very cooperation for the Galactic War. Very frustrating. When in doubt, follow the DSS. But also, when in doubt, don't worry too much about the ammo, dude. It ain't worth it. So are they back? Predator bugs? That's what the title suggests. Gore PMO. So much more because... Wait, what? Sorry, what's up? PMO? PMO? Oh, pisses me off. Sorry. I was like... Gotcha. Yeah, she wasn't sexy. Yeah, totally. Fuck it. I want to see what happens if I say yes. So I said yes. Then I left. She comes close to me and sort of like whispered in my ear in a way that I guess meant to be sexy. That's so hot. I fucking ran out of there. Sorry, I read the bottom message before the top. Accurate. Be honest though, dude. Was she attractive? Like, were you attracted to her? I know the alcohol, you know, the alcohol breath, you know, and maybe like general demeanor being drunk probably wasn't, but you know, what'd you think? I put in my ear pods and listened to Horus Heresy automatic. You absolute fucking nerd. I love it. Get with the times, Maple. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen anyone use PMO. I kind of know in a lot of shorthand. I've never seen PMO. Not sure if I have. At least now I'll know. Yes, my boomer ass will remember, I'm sure. There's always a first time, you know, for every acronym. I'm not attracted to people per se, like their looks or whatever. You have mentioned this. Some people look... Like, I know some people look better than others, but I gotta talk to you first to find you attractive. That's fair. Acker doesn't have that, like, animalistic side of, like, attractiveness. He's too much of an intellectual. Nah, it's nothing worth it. Like, I completely agree that you need to know someone and that have their, like, personality type and stuff like that shine through. But I can also look at someone's general attractiveness and tell them, yeah, okay, she's pretty hot. Or, not my type. You know what I mean? It sounds like Accurate's not asexual, but it's possible. Maybe. Would you describe yourself as asexual, Accurate? Feel free to not answer if you don't feel comfortable. Accurate definitely needs to find a girl that knows 40k. I can feel it in my bones. Zoomers have crazy acronyms. I mean, I'm a millennial and I know the vast majority of them because I started using them. You know, texting and stuff like that. Super credits, nice. What's asexual? They just described it. It was it's basically like you lose all like physical like attraction to other players or players. Fuck. God damn it. I play video games for a living, can you tell? Fuck. You lose all like physical attractiveness essentially to people. Right? Like physicality and like sex is not important to a person that is asexual. You're attracted to someone for like, you know, other reasons. Kind of fit that, I guess. I don't really care about that. I think you are. I think we're learning something about you. Or you're learning something about yourself? The word for attracted to relationship or personality and not physical is demisexual. Oh my god, there's another word for it. So it's not asexual? I thought that would just be the demisexual. Demisexual makes it sound like you're attracted to fucking demigods. Primarchs. Is it just me? Accurate's demisexual. We learned this. Alright, I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stims. I don't have any... Alright, good. I was wondering if he was weak. He was weak. Alright, good. Sexual orientation, where someone experiences sexual attraction only after forming a strong emotional bond with another person. Okay. So, there's no... Because it sounds like there's a big overlap with asexual, though, there. No? I'm no sex expert, but it seems like there's a big overlap, but maybe I'm misunderstanding. Sexual orientation characterized by the absence or very low levels of sex attraction. Sexual individuals may experience little to no interest in sexual activity and may not desire romantic or physical intimacy in a sexual way. So I'm guessing like asexual is, there is overlap, but it's more or less a person that is demisexual may still have like a sex drive and want like sex eventually, but they don't garner that until later, until they have an emotional bond, right? Right? Is that... Am I picking up what you guys are throwing down? Right, demi, you know, you have to build an emotional attraction, and then maybe later on you might still have that sex drive for that individual, right? You just originally don't have any sexual attraction to the individual, right? And then for asexual, it has to do with, like, specifically, like, you have no sex drive, essentially. Like, that's just not an interest to you. You might procreate for the utility, but not for the recreation. Dr. How Maple now. Hey man, I'm just trying to understand this. While getting absolutely mauled by a ton of stalkers. This is one of those perfect situations of like stalwart. Where I come from, we call that playing hard to get. Jesus. That's cool. Thank you for educating me, chat. I did not realize the difference. I did not realize the difference. But anyways, accurate. I don't know if you feel comfortable with us diagnosing you, so I will not go that direction. But maybe you've learned a thing or two. Sure? I mean that, hey man. I'm gonna, no peer pressure here, man. I don't care. Go full ahead. Okay. I mean, I guess this is like a question to you. Like, do you have any interest in the physical side of sex? You could have like an interest in like procreation for like, you know, furthering your spawn. But like recreationally, do you care? Like, have you like any thought over it? You know? Spawn, hey man, you gotta make this conversation somewhat funny. It's a funny conversation. Spawn more overlords. I knew you guys would love that. Like, think about it. Are you the emperor, right? And you're just like creating offspring for the sake of having offspring? Or are you creating offspring because you like the process of making offspring? That's the question. Thoughts? I love how we're putting this in Warhammer 40k terms. Script. It's a lot of Ball Titans. What I come back to, we're learning about the differences between asexual and demisexual. And then that created a conversation of demisexual sounds like you're attracted to demigods, which then started a conversation of Warhammer 40k. And then now Accurate has, you know, volunteered himself to be diagnosed on, or I guess whatever we're doing here, on if he's demisexual or asexual. We're not sure yet. Interesting conversations on this channel. The best. What's up, Annie? Not asexual, but people that have been like attracted to me made it clear that they want more than our current relationship. I had a crush on a girl that was asexual. Yeah, it's rough. Like, being attracted to someone who's like asexual, because like if you're not also asexual, that just does not work out. But I feel like if you're dating, that should be like one of the first topics if you're asexual. That way you just put that out in the open for both parties. Hey, but would you be mad if I bought you a 1K wall for your birthday? Yes. I'm actually glad you asked. I would. There's very few things that I feel like $1,000 is worth spending on personally, right? My computer, computer parts, like my hobby, right? Hobbies in general, I've spent $1,000 on. Like, you know, I have spent that on like a triathlon bike. I saved up and bought a triathlon bike that was like pretty damn expensive. OLED monitor. I mean, that's what I want to buy for my birthday. That's burger. What else would I buy for $1,000? Maybe like a nice coat. You know, one that'll last me like 20 years. Like a nice coat. I do need a new winter jacket. My old, like I've had the same ski jacket, like winter jacket for a long time. I don't need a new pea coat. It's starting to get a bit old, but like, I think it's totally fine. It's a nice coat. I do need a new winter jacket. It's old. I would maybe spend like, maybe not 1,000 American, but 1,000 Canadian. I'd probably spend a good chunk of it on a nice ski jacket. Nice coat. But I think that's also because I'm Canadian. So like spending money on a nice coat is kind of important. If I live somewhere where the temperature is more temperate, like I think I wouldn't, obviously. By the way, guys, everybody's invited to Mabel's birthday, April 2nd. I will be here. It's my birthday. Get him a diamond encrusted HDMI cable. Fuck off. That's wild. 1K? What? On a jacket? Are we talking about like a 1K on a jacket or are we talking 1K on a wallet? 1K on a wallet? Yeah, that's ridiculous to me. I would never spend that. I think the most I'd ever spend on a wallet is maybe like $100. Like maybe get some like a nice leather wallet that'll last me a long time. Maybe 200 if it's got something personalized or something like that. Or 1K for a jacket is a lot. So like context, skiing. I do a lot of skiing. Not lately, but in my life I have. So and this would be a jacket that I would use for like 20 years, right? Kind of like my last jacket. And also 1,000 Canadian, which is like 750 American. This is a jacket that I would wear, you know, 4 months out of the year. And I would use while shoveling snow, skiing, you know, things of that nature. It would not be something that like just sits and collects dust in the closet, you know? So context, I think, is important. So I'm more than willing to spend extra on it because it would be something that would be used a lot and I'd want it to last a long time. I'm not buying like a Canada Goose jacket or a moose knuckle or what was that other one? Parajumper that was really popular when I was growing up. Like one of those like they spend more on the looks than they do the utility. You know? I guess Canada Goose is not that bad. Moose Knuckle. Very weird name, but it was actually a brand. Look it up. When I was in high school, that was like one of the jackets to get. It was like that and Canada Goose. People get rods for the Canada Goose? Yeah. But Canada Goose is like... They're known for like being really warm jackets, but it's like also like more... like fashion oriented nowadays rather than utility. I feel like you spend a lot on just like the name, the brand name of Canada Goose. Anyways, I would buy like a, I don't know. It's funny. I was literally just about to say I've had a Hallie Hansen ski jacket for the last like 15 years. No, maybe less than that. It's like 12. And, you know, I haven't grown much taller, so it just kind of worked out. And it also has lasted me a long time, so it's been perfect. So I've had it since I was like 16. I just haven't needed a new jacket. Maybe a custom keyboard? No. I think spending money on custom keyboards is a waste of money. I bought a nice analog keyboard for like 200 Canadian. But hell no, I'm not gonna spend like $500+ on a custom keyboard. Fuck no. Gaming mouse? I do need a new mouse at some point. But it's fun. Mabel. Yes, Annie. Yes, Annie. Yes, Annie. Annie, you can just type it. Annie. Just type it. What's up? Just type it again. Just type it again. Instead of just saying Mabel, just type it again. What's up? Or you know you could also do, Annie, if I miss a message, you can just reply back to your own message. So when you say maple, I could just hover over it and then I could see exactly what you asked. I can't have a mobile. You can reply on mobile, can't you? Maple, it says you're on HELLDIVERS 1 on YouTube. Yeah, if I don't set it, I think it tries to predict what you're doing. I don't know. It's fine. The YouTube section is odd anyways. Most people don't find your stream via game categories. No, I can't because I know you don't use Twitch enough like me. Okay, sorry. Okay. Just need an answer. Annie, I don't know what to answer, so that's why I kind of have an answer. I don't know. I don't know what I want you to get me. Did you already buy me a wallet? You already got me a wallet. I mean, just keep it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. No, I'm asking if I art. What? You're asking as a hypothetical? I'm so confused right now. You're asking as a hypothetical if you already bought it and then you make a comment of, I can't return it? Yes, if I already bought it. And if you had already bought it, okay, the hypothetical, there's layers here. If you already bought it and you can't get a refund, would I be okay with that? Is that what you're asking? Is that what's happening here? I think if that is the case, I mean, I would gladly take it, Annie, and I would appreciate the gift a lot. Right? It's a personalized gift that you decided on, and you know you really want me to have. That's really nice. But do I want you to buy that for me? No. I don't think I would appreciate it as much as you would. I would almost be more afraid to have it because I would not want to lose it or ruin it. But I also don't like buy things like that, right? But if you would really want me to have it, that's great. But at that point, it's more of like a gift for you to me than a gift for me. You know what I mean? Like, what else would I want? I don't know. I listed a couple things already. I mean, if you want to just grab any of those, or... I don't know.
Richiesta approvata. I rinforzi sono stati lanciati.
clarification. Annie usually just gives me a bunch, like, just gives me money, and then I just go buy something that I want. It just works out easier that way. Who wants an OLED monitor? I'm already organizing that with the rest of my family, though. We're doing like a crowdfunding, as you will. Good night, Annie. Sorry for the confusion. Whatever you get me, I'm sure I'll love. That damn pelican just killed me. But in general, I'm a utilitarian person, not a vanity person. I don't buy items for vanity, I buy items for utility. So any vanity item, not worth. Bro, just drive off. It's fine. The pelican already killed me when you called it in. Nah, I'm not going to be able to get that. Well, it is worth it. I know. I just haven't bought it for other reasons. So can you play with you? Sundays. No ammo? We got it yesterday afternoon. Top right hand corner. I can show it to you more when I'm not actually in game. How do I put this? Like, obviously it's fun, but like not enough to put in the effort to actually go out, find a mate. Term? I'd say Demi. You're into Primarchs, dude. You're Demi. Frank gave me a tiny Skaven mini. That's actually kind of cute. How much is an OLED monitor? Depends on what features you're looking for and what resolution. From what I've seen in the current market, it seems like you can like 500 to 750 for like USD for like a 1440p OLED. The difference in variation in price kind of just depends on the brand, right? You can get one easily for 500 or even slightly less, depending on what brand you go. There's a bunch of like somewhat unknown brands that have gotten their hands on panels and then just try to be like the more budget oriented OLED choice. And then there are, you know, some of the nicer ones like the Asus one or some of the LG ones, which are more premium. They offer different features, either software or just like a better heatsink, a better base, you know, stuff like that. Slightly, you know, better brightness or stuff like that. But if you go to 4K OLED, you're looking at like 1200 plus. I think that I saw a couple on sale around 1,000, but 4K OLEDs are, you know, that typically almost around double the price. Dad reads YouTube. I read it all the time. I already talked about the subject, so I'm not gonna reply to it. If I'm in Helldivers 1 section, whatever, it doesn't bother me. I'm literally like mid-game. But I already read his comment about it, and I've already replied to it. So I just have other things to talk about. I think mine was on sale for like 600 before Black Friday sales. Yeah, they just came out with a bunch of Gen 3 OLEDs, and like one of them in particular is a lot cheaper. But it was from like a brand that I'd never really heard of before. I believe it was a Chinese brand. I was trying to break into like the Western market, but it was like super cheap. I think it was like anime themed or something like that. I don't even know. But yeah, that was like way cheaper. It was not BenQ. I've had dozens of BenQ monitors. Nah, it was something weird. Would you say, which one do you say is better, Purifier or Expo? I think Expo overall just wins out because it has way better utility. And then you have the instantaneous, you fire it and it works for you. Whereas the Purifier, you have that charge, right? So a lot of people will just prefer the Expo over the Purifier. But one thing that the Purifier does way better than the Expo is just better like killing ability. So if you don't require the utility of the Expo, the Purifier is better, right? Because you don't have to reload nearly as much. And your fire rate is better overall because you're not reloading. So, like, just keep that in mind. But anyways, the reason why the Expo is just so, like, prolific in, like, usage is purely because... Dude, I can't even see that guy. Purely because, like, it has utility and crazy amount of killing potential. Whereas Purifier does not have that utility, but has a crazy level of killing potential. You can kill yourself easier with the crossbow. The AoE is huge. Yeah, I forgot to mention, Purifier has the ability to just tap fire it. So if something gets close to you with the crossbow, you have to swap to another weapon or do some like, dive back, careful shots to make sure you don't kill yourself. Whereas with the Purifier, you can just tap fire really fast. Right? Bunkin Hyper 41k with eye tracker, mind reader. Dude, I wish I had a mind reader. Can't wait until I get a neuro chip. That'll be the new input method. There's going to be controller gamers, mouse and keyboard gamers, and then mind gamers. Finally put 5G in your head. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the future. Augmentation of some amount is going to be the future. There'll be those that oppose it. There'll be those that swear by it. Can't wait to get a robo dick. Yeah. What up, Kev? How are you? Cyberpunk is only a matter of time. Yeah, I mean it'll be a natural progression slowly over time. There'll be those that like absolutely hate it and like, probably call it blasphemy or something along those lines, and then there's gonna be those that are like tech focused and see the utility in it. Got 9 minutes before net cuts out. Good luck, brother. Thank you for the warning on the game, but I'm not too worried about it. YouTube's really weird about the way they do like live streams and stuff like that. I don't understand why a lot of settings don't get saved. Like, I don't know. It's just super weird. Like with Twitch, my settings get saved from stream to stream. But with YouTube, I constantly have to put them back in. And then sometimes they default to weird settings. Don't know why. It's very weird. But I wasn't too worried about on Helldivers because, like, for the most part, people find your channel through other means, not the game section. The game section on YouTube is, like, awful. Like, I don't know why it's so bad. It doesn't... Yeah, exactly. YouTube is great at some things when it comes to streaming, but then terrible at other things. So... Whereas, like, Twitch's UX is actually really fucking good. It gets shit on every once in a while. Oh. That's unfortunate. They did not see the 500 kg, I guess. I think I threw the 500 kg right here, and they were standing over there. So it's kind of funny that it killed them all. They also just didn't move. The Ball Titan was on top of them, they didn't move, and the 500 kg was there, and they didn't move. I assume they were going to run back just because of the Ball Titan. I didn't even have to say anything for the 500 kg. I don't know if it's more beneficial lurking on YouTube or Twitch. It's honestly, wherever you prefer. I kind of have an opinion on it, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just getting in. It looked like the ball hit the 500 kg, hit the Ball Titan like, oh, so it's not even my fault then. Did it actually hit the leg? If it did hit the leg, then, I mean, that's just unfortunate. Oh, I just got killed! That sucks. Yeah, I mean, I could have an opinion there, Stone, but, like, it really, like, largely, you just watch the stream wherever you enjoy watching the stream. Whichever one you prefer is excellent for me. Not sure I'm half asleep. Nah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. How did I get killed? When you're inside the ship, you're not totally immune to damage. So the Ball Titan stepped on me through the ship. At one point, we were totally immune to damage while in the ship. And I think that got rolled back a little bit. You're immune to some things, but not all things. I never knew I would want to watch Pro League StarCraft 2 until I got YouTube. Hey, Pro League StarCraft 2 is great. Husky StarCraft? Day 9? The good old days. The good old days, man. Is the Purifier decent at chaff? Yeah. Or should I be bringing like a stalwart? The Purifier is good at chaff if you're good at using it. I think the Purifier can sometimes be a little bit hard to use at chaff if you're not particularly good at like finding shots to places to shoot it. Right, so the Purifier is easier to use versus chaff because you can shoot at the ground. And then when you shoot at the ground, you know, it's interesting. Brother, you realize I threw a 500 kg. You guys didn't move, and then it hit the leg of the Ball Titan. I have no control over, like, if it hits the leg of a Ball Titan. Relax. It's Helldivers. Not only that, but the shooting. What are you talking about? What? The funny thing is he was just like running me over I guess he was mad. And then the pelican, his pelican killed me? I don't know. Dude needs to kind of chill out. I swear it's like his first day like playing Helldivers or something like that. But he's like level 150, right? It's so weird. But as far as shooting at it, I don't remember shooting at them. Maybe like some strays from the cookout? But like that just happens. Like, dude, it's Helldivers. I don't understand. Like I get the ball titan, but it's like, bro. You guys were all standing underneath the ball titan, and I threw a 500 kg 5 seconds earlier. It hit the leg of a ball titan and blew up closer to you than I expected. Damn, dude, that sucks. But like, I get so angry about it. What? What? I don't know. It just seems over the top. Seems way over the top of a response. I need to add like dynamic mission events. Like imagine 5 minutes into a mission and Eagle gets dramatically shot down. That'd be cool. I mean, we've talked about it before with like, what is it? Like Shriekers? Like Shriekers would go insane. Like Shrieker swarms of like massive Shrieker swarms across the map. You know, think, what's it called, but with like way more going on, right? Like snowstorms and like blizzards, and sandstorms, but with like enemies or, you know, events happening. But like don't tie them to like a planet, tie them to just like a random chance to happen, right? You probably saw your nickname on Killstream a lot and didn't realize that it's like wildly inaccurate. Maybe. But he's level 150. Maybe he should know that? That like the... Because I only got 4 accidentals, right? 3 of them were... 3 of them were from the 500 kg. Which just, you know, that sucks. 1 of them, I'm not sure where it came from. It could have been someone burning to death from a cookout shot. Wait, I didn't even have cookout on, so maybe I just accidentally killed him while spraying the stalwart? Maybe? But it's like, that's a total of 2 friendly fires. It's not that bad, bro. I don't know. Some of us just need to relax. Chill out. Funny thing is, I actually died to his pelican. Which was kind of funny. Man, is it lagging right now? My guess is that I was probably setting him on fire, and he was getting mad about that. But no, wait, I couldn't have set him on fire. I didn't have cookout. Yeah, I don't understand. And I didn't really spend much time around them, so how the fuck could I really do that much damage versus them? The vast majority of the time I was away from my teammates. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I'm not gonna go back and watch it, so. Guy just mad. Predator guns, Predators are back. They fun? Yeah, they're really fun. They had a nice challenge to the game that has been kind of missing for a while. Giuseppe, it's your fault. Yeah. It's my fault. I'm bad. Bad gamer. Pretty sure his Annie's alt account. I was hoping he'd come by stream and then we could just hash it out, but whatever. Seems like he disconnected as soon as I respond. He's an oak man, didn't vibe with him. True. It's unfortunate, honestly. I had a turret, so maybe my turret killed him? Like the rocket turret? Who knows? I think we supposed to win the last MMO and we didn't, but had to stick with the original plan and keeping face one any. I mean, we don't have to win any MMO, technically. But I do think that it was not communicated as well that it was an important MMO. At least I don't know if you guys did, but I did not perceive the last MO as an important one. It just seemed like a filler MO to me based on the objective and the way it was like communicated through like the dispatches and stuff. Like it didn't sound like some multi-phase MO going on. It seemed like just some filler. I mean, they expect us to win it. No, they don't. They expect us to participate. They only expect us to interact with it in certain ways. There is no expectation on winning or losing. They give us the ability to win or lose it. It's up to us. Now, there's some narratives that they want to play out regardless, but they don't lock those behind MOs. And then some MOs they just make easier, right? So they're kind of just guaranteed wins. But those are largely not, like, common. We've only had those a couple times, like anti-tank mines. They basically just handed them to us. Dude, it's laggy. Who is my leader? There's so much delay. Gave them to us as punishment. Nah, they more or less just gave them to us because it had been so long and they want to move on to the next one, which was gas mines. Yesterday I got kicked from the game because I killed a charger before the host's thermite. Some people like turn into like proper like fascists when they play video games like this. Like I've like seen shit like that where it's like if you're not playing right, you know, they get angry at you for not playing right. Right? Like you're not supposed to be doing that, or you're not playing flawlessly. I'm mad at you. The bugs are fascist. Hey man, there's some Helldivers that I swear get that like authoritarian like fascist side like boils up. They get all elitist. You have to play this way or else you're playing wrong. And then they just start kicking you.
30 minuti alla fine della missione.
And what Kev just said, perfect example of that. Not playing right. How's anti-material rifle against chargers? Just don't use it versus chargers. Unless you just get a flank and you shoot their butt. Like shooting their butt is alright. It's not amazing, but... But like, don't shoot the anti-material rifle at anything other than the butt. It's just not worth it. And it's one of the reasons why I bring thermites. It's because charges are really the only issue for AMR. I bring the 500 kg just in case I need something for a Ball Titan, but for the most part, the AMR is actually quite good at dealing with Ball Titans, which is quite nice. Play how you want. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not, like, actively fucking over the team. Accidents happen, obviously. But as long as you're, like, actively not fucking over the team with your, like, stratagem choices and stuff like that, and how you use them, play how you want. Absolutely. Like, back in the day, it was, like, you know, there's some very bad stratagem or like support weapons that, you know, you could bring and let's be honest, you'd be fucking over the team. Like air burst when it first came out, you were trolling the team if you brought that to like a hard mission, like a tier 10 bugs. Right? You were trolling. That's kind of that's troll tier. But like do that today? Oh, you're totally fine. It's not the game, it's just a large percentage of like how people behave in general. Oh yeah, it's not Helldivers' problem. It's a people problem. Some people just get very emotionally invested in games. And they start becoming quite dictator-like in how it should be played. It's a superiority complex kind of thing. They feel superior than someone else, and then they start dictating how someone else should do things. Was there even tier 10 when Airburst was added? Airburst was added slightly before tier 10 was added. But the point still stands because Airburst was still not very good when tier 10 was added. So. Got him or I got him? Alright, got him. Make AMR anti-tank, but make it slower. What? You mean so like the railgun? What you just described is just the railgun. Would I like a better scope on the railgun, though? Absolutely. If the railgun had a better scope, I think it'd be fantastic. It doesn't need like a sniper scope, because I feel like it would kind of sit on top of the AMR in ways. But if it just had like a 2x, you know? Like a 50 to 100 meter scope, I feel like people would absolutely love using the railgun. Like, I feel like the AMR isn't as strong as it should be. It's extremely powerful. I'm not sure what you mean. The power of the AMR is its sheer fire rate and also like the immediacy with like a good scope, right? Whereas you go for the railgun for, you know, more pen, more damage, but slower charge time, less scope, less zoom. No scope is why I don't like the railgun. Yeah, I exclusively use the railgun in third person because the scope is like kind of, it's just terrible. But like AMR is like S tier versus bots, and it's extremely good versus Illuminate. It's easily the best harvester killer in the game. Of like ease of use and how many it can kill in one call in, and if you have good aim, it's actually very good against the Illuminate in general. Because you can one-tap headshot so many enemies. I think I'm just bad at dealing with chargers. It's not good at dealing with chargers, so that's why I designed this loadout to kill chargers, whereas the AMR is good for everything else. Right? So I bring thermites for chargers, but if a charger does come at me and I don't have anything for, like, let's say I'm out of supply backpack charges, shoot its butt. The butt is where you shoot it. Let it bleed out after breaking its butt. A lot of people make the mistake of trying to go for the leg, and it's just, it's inefficient at that. It's just not good for it. I think I kicked out because I used the Spartan kick just once in a lobby. Wait, really? Ah, fuck. Alright, I think I did that correctly. Or these guys... Wait, what are these guys doing? What the fuck are they doing? They're like getting caught on each other. Alright, there we go. That's fun. Ooh. I need one more shot. Oh, he's fucking reloading this stupid ass thing. Oh, that is so unfortunate that that cliff was slightly too high. The funny thing is, if I just like dived off that cliff, my ragdoll would have been faster than that animation when you like buckle your knees. Never play with full Chinese names. You fuck up once, they team kill you and refuse. I've never had that happen, and I play with full Chinese names all the time. I think that might just be a an overgeneralization, my dude. maybe you ran into some unfortunate individuals. But yeah, I've never had that happen. Because of the time slot that I play, I run into a lot of individuals that have Chinese characters as their name. My team keeps dying in like weird ways where they like die at the same time. At the same moment. It's kind of weird. How many shots is it for a Vol Titan? 12. It should be 12. God, I love doing that. I keep doubting myself if I keep like, dude, did I just miss that? No, it's just fucking laggy, man. It's so laggy. 5 games. Yeah, but the thing is, K2 King, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I have like hundreds of games with Chinese characters, right? Because of the time slot that I play, it's prime time Asia, right? So I end up playing with a lot of people with Chinese characters, and I've never had that happen once. Have I made mistakes? Yeah. Have I accidentally telecalled them? Yeah. I'm not perfect. So just keep in mind, right? You have had a bad experience with that, but making a generalization of like, well, anyone with Chinese characters, they're going to immediately kick you if you make a mistake. No, you just ran into some assholes. You'd get that even if you were not playing with Chinese characters. There are assholes out there, dude. But also, yeah, Factory Strider is absolutely right. You know, if you have a problem with that, I mean, you could just make your own lobby. And then you will not get kicked when you make a mistake. Ah, fuck. Of course I didn't reload. Wait, why is that guy... Look, did you see that? Look, he's like stuck, like waving at me. Dude, what is happening over there? Are those guys coming at me? No. Hilarious. Love that combo. Ugh. Just getting pushed away. There's too many patrols. Formula 1? Yeah, I believe FP1 already happened in Australia, right? I didn't tune into FP1. Anything interesting happen? FP2 and 3 should be today and qualifying? Was New World your favorite game? No. I played a lot of New World though. It was a good time. but many flaws. Many flaws. That guy lagged forward after I stunned him. Quality already happened? Oh, dude, Australia times. Don't spoil the quality for me, please. I'm gonna watch it later. I was sleeping when it happened. Damn Australian times. This has been a very obnoxious stalker layer to deal with. Flamethrower and dog breath combo viable? Don't take the flamethrower, take the torture, and then take another support weapon. But yes, that combo is very fun. But don't take the flamethrower. I don't think it's worth it. Favorite game of all time? Oh, fuck. I'm really bad at this kind of question. Because I'm really bad at favorites of anything. Whenever someone asks me of favorites, I always have to give them like a top 5. I'm not the kind of person to have like one favorite. There's too many great games out there that I have a really hard time picking one. It's a flawed concept. It's just really difficult, right? Like, do I pick the games that I have the most time in, or do I pick the games that had the most impact on me? Right? Because usually they're not the same. They're two different categories. You have a girlfriend at a time? That's easy. Annie. Right. Which armor bonus do I have? A siege ready. So, it's a difficult one. I think there's so many different answers for like favorite weapon. Or favorite like game in general. Oh shit, am I just fucked? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Too far. I thought I could sneak around it. Unfortunate. That fucking sucks. I don't know. I have too many favorites at this point. I've played too many games. There's no one that like shines the surface. The issue is that like nostalgia is really powerful. Like if I go back and play those games now, like I don't feel the same, right? The memory of something is very impactful, but like the game itself, like, you know? Not all games hold up through the test of time. Some games are better, not best replayed. Yeah. So like a good example of that is I played Star Wars Commando. And I played that on like May the 4th, you know, holiday or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, shouldn't have gone and replayed that. That was a mistake. Like that was a huge fucking mistake. I had way better memories of that game, and then playing it years later, I didn't like it. I actually thought it was pretty bad. Right? Like, so my like nostalgia and like just young eyes on it really tempered my like memory of it. But it did not hold up. It was not that good of a game. Like objectively, it's not that good of a game. So game with the most impact on me is like definitely Breath of the Wild. Nice. Nice. But like the genre of Battlefield had a huge impact on me. Counter-Strike had a huge impact on me. I have thousands of hours in both franchises. Team Fortress 2 alongside Counter-Strike and Battlefield. Played all 3 games competitively at one point. As far as single player games, like Halo 1, 2, 3. Reach. ODST less so. Still not as big of a fan of ODST in general. I replayed it. I think it was a year or two ago. I don't know. Still not. I appreciate ODST, but it's just, you know. Radical Heights, no. PUBG though. PUBG got me into battle royales, and I played a fuckload of that, and played it fairly competitive as far as like just ladders. I almost joined a team though. I was offered to join a team and play it. Semi-pro, pro. That would have been cool, maybe if I went through it. MMO-wise, like I played a fuckload of MMOs growing up. Not as much World of Warcraft, but I did play quite a bit. But like EverQuest, EverQuest 2, SWTOR, quite a few other MMOs, but like for less amounts of time. They just kind of came out, you know, hot flash in the pan kind of thing. Like Arcade and things of that nature. New World, technically. Dude, it's so laggy. I'm pressing... Look, I press E. Press E. It's so laggy, bro. The UI on this is like fine. It's super funny. Just got killed because my stalwart decided it needed to be reloaded at half magazine. If you did not press the reload button, what most likely happen is there's a bug in the game, and it's been there since release, where if you dive after reloading, the game will hold that input and then reload after the dive. So if you like shoot, reload, and then like essentially while you're reloading, like keep shooting, it will hold onto that input annoyingly. 150 ping to the host, dude. I think it's much higher than that. It's probably like fucking 300. I played Assassin's Creed Ezio, sir. I played almost every Assassin's Creed game. I think the only ones I missed out on were... what was the one that came out after Black Flag? Fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember what it's called. Was it Rogue? Brotherhood? Yeah. Like, I didn't play Unity, and I didn't play Brotherhood, I think. Why is my teammate not calling to them? Unity is shit. It came out and it was shit, but it's actually really good now. Problem is that the launch of the game was not smooth at all, but people didn't really go back and try it. It's actually quite good. Same story with a lot of games, but some games get it easier. You ever play Valhalla? I did. I played it for like 20 hours. I stopped playing. Rogue kind of came out on the side. I think it did. I don't remember Rogue being as big of a deal. I'm fairly certain I played that one. I got you, Backstrom. Yeah. People that went back and tried Unity, Unity eventually became a well-respected Assassin's Creed game. It's just a lot of people kind of just remember the launch of the game, and that's it. But the thing is that I think that's unfair to a lot of games. Because there's a lot of games that, you know, repair their image post-release. I don't know. CD Projekt Red are notorious for that with their releases. Both Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. Why is his SSD there? I don't know. I mean, it was the objective, and I think they might have... I think they called in an extra one. And you know how sometimes it automatically finishes? I think that bug happened, so then they didn't need the SSD. Oh, fuck. I thought my teammate was going to shoot that guy! Hi, Luna. I get in. I get in. Lynn, I can't read. How do you feel about how the new take when they did Odyssey? You mean Origins? I don't mind it. I actually like it. I'll be honest, I was getting bored of the Assassin's Creed model. Right? We all shit on Ubisoft for not changing things up and like keeping things the same every time, but then we also shit on Ubisoft when they change things up. You know, I don't know. I didn't mind the RPG focus of the future Assassin's Creed games like Origin and Odyssey. I do think that they have better iterations of it and worse iterations of it. Like Origin of Odyssey, you know, arguably are quite good. Like maybe 8 out of 10 games, you know? But then Valhalla is like a 6 out of 10 game to me. That felt like a back step rather than a forward step. So in short, we just shit on Ubisoft. Yeah, basically whatever Ubisoft does, it gets shit on, so. At some capacity. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Hey, Jacques. Bonjour. Ubisoft need a new concept and realize that Assassin's Creed is milked out enough. I think Assassin's Creed is fine. It's just... I also do think that some players just need to move on from Assassin's Creed. It's like a two-parter. Like, it's fine that they keep releasing more Assassin's Creed titles. It's just, at some point, you just need to accept that you should probably just stop caring about Assassin's Creed because they're just moving in a different direction than maybe you enjoy or like. They changed the model with Origins, but then they fell right back into the same model with Odyssey and Valhalla. Well, not exactly, right? So Odyssey grew on the success of what Origins did, and that's totally fine, right? Because like if you go, like I know that firsthand because I played Odyssey first, then went and played Origins. I prefer Odyssey significantly more because of all the nice things they added in Odyssey. Whereas in Origins, I missed so many of the mechanics that Odyssey added. Totally fine on iterations like that, right? If you find a good formula and then iterate on it, that's great. But Valhalla was a backstep, right? They tried to iterate on it again, and they made like backsteps. They changed combat style, they changed the tree, they changed so many things. Exploration got worse. So many things got changed. And they went in a backstep, right? It's okay to find a formula and iterate on it. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. I don't think we should shit on Ubisoft for finding a formula and then running with it. The problem is that often they either don't change enough, I'm looking at you, Far Cry, or they just like iterate in the wrong direction and players don't like it. That's like Ubisoft's like main tropes that they suck at. Like they know they need to change, and sometimes they do, but then they like don't go in the direction that many people expect it to get better, right? It gets worse. But then there's the opposite, where like they iterate or they don't iterate, and it's just like the exact same game, just with a new coat of paint. Right? So like I will not shit on Ubisoft for like Origin to Odyssey, because I honestly think they did a better job with Odyssey than they did with Origin. It was a natural progression. Good for them. But Valhalla was the complete opposite. Like, I enjoyed Valhalla for the first like 5 hours in Norway, and then we got to the mainland, and I'm like, dude, this is boring. What is this gameplay loop? I hate this. Like, the combat was just not nearly as engaging to me. The story was just, it felt way too rehashed from just another Assassin's Creed. And then on top of that, no offense to my UK blokes, but exploring the UK is pretty boring. They tried, but like, dude, exploring the UK, pretty boring. Not gonna lie, I'm sorry. So like, Valhalla just like was such a disappointment. I think we'll do a turret loadout because Luna is being a Luna right now. She's being so cute. She's being so cute. Can't wait for Shadows to release and have to see Ubisoft YouTube ad propaganda. Mm-hmm. Hi, kitten. How are you? Yes, hi. Hello. Hi. Yes. Yes, hi. You're so cute. Rumor is the new AC Hex will be more narrative. Experience something new apparently. Cool. That's cool. Why is this planet so dark? Because you keep selecting missions on the dark side of the planet. Make sure to select missions on the light side. Pretty cool. Ubisoft decided to delay the new AC instead of launching it without feedback. Well, I mean, they had to. They absolutely had to. If they didn't, it could have been an absolute disaster. Luna, I can't do my stratagems when you're on my arm. Yes, yes, I get it. I get it. You don't want me to do my stratagems. I get it, Luna. Hi, Luna. Yes, yes. I get it. In the microphone. Have you seen the cringe ads? I have seen the cringe parkour ads for Shadows. I kind of laughed when I saw it. Hi. Hi, kitten. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I mostly just don't think they understood why Black Flag was so successful. And obviously they tried to iterate on it and not just do pirates over and over again. But when they eventually did do pirates, they tried to do something new with it, and it just completely went the wrong direction. People didn't like it. And like, hey, credit where credit's due. Congratulations, you did try, at least, to do something different, but obviously. It didn't go on the right track. Excellent point. I don't think they would know what they did. I mean, they obviously reinvented it. Like, people don't, I think, give it enough credit, but Odyssey and Origins share a lot of DNA with Black Flag. They do. Like the open world concept with a boat and, you know, going around the map and doing like side objectives and stuff like that. Right. They obviously tried to do that. And like in future AC titles they did. But like the problem is that when they tried Skull and Bones, I think they forgot what made Black Flag good, and then they didn't implement a lot of that stuff, and then they decided that they were going to go in like a more multiplayer direction, and it just blew the... thing about Odyssey is that it was great because you were in Greece. The formula that they used in Odyssey could have worked in a lot of different spots, in my opinion. Heavily tying into mythology. People love mythology. It's a, you know, finding a good time period with some good mythology and then tying that in is awesome. They had a dual story. You could play as either character, which added a lot of personality. Right? You know, so there's like lots of things where like I think Odyssey did more than just the setting. It was a really good tie-in to mythology, and I think that's where like Assassin's Creed in modern day shines the brightest. I think a lot of you would probably agree with that, right? When you think about the good parts of Assassin's Creed that we like in modern day, it's like the mythology, right? The mythological stuff, rather than the Templar shit. I think they've overdone the Templar stuff too hard, and I don't give a fuck about the Templars anymore. Like, I almost roll my eyes when the Assassin's Creed franchise mentions Templars nowadays. I really have stopped caring about the Templars. Once upon a time, I felt so different about Assassin's Creed. But like, it's just too heavily leaned on nowadays. No in what regard? Also, bad writing for the current day characters. Like, I love the Atlantis DLC. You know what part I hate? When fucking humans are talking that are not part of the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like modern day humans. God, dude. Why are they written so poorly? Why are they all annoying? Why do you just like want them to shut up as soon as possible? I feel like that was not as bad of an issue in like Assassin's Creed 1 through 3 and stuff like that. Like, it's like you're getting someone to write who's never talked to another human before. And they're just using like quips and like one-liners and like phrases with no substance. Dude, it's so fucking annoying. Because us millennials have been doing the writing. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, I love the Atlantis DLC, but man, any of those segments where like it's not like, I'll be honest, in Odyssey in general, I don't even remember all of the points in the story where like you're not playing as Alexa or the brother or sister. I don't even remember any of them because they're so like forgettable. I just don't care. Right? Like, I just don't give a fuck. At all. Like, I just don't care. So, like, just leaning on, like, the old things of Assassin's Creed like that, and, like, Templar stuff, feels so dated. You guys were mentioning earlier that you guys miss, like, X-Defiant. I enjoyed playing X-Defiant for about a week. That was fun. We were slaying. But X-Defiant started getting cheaters, and the matchmaking started getting really fucked up. Like, I was in a competitive lobby every single time, and I was just like, you know what? I'm kind of done. I also don't enjoy the out of the animus moments of the games. I feel like I did when I was younger, but maybe that's just because, you know, nostalgic glasses, right? I haven't gone back and played Assassin's Creed games, right? Maybe they are bad, and I just don't remember, but, like, boy, do I not like them in the modern game. Ezio Saga is my favorite. I mean, a lot of people say that. I'm just not sure if it was actually that good. I don't know. I like the Animus parts when Desmond was alive. Ezio and Desmond were good, but I don't remember. I can't remember if it was good writing or not. Lara Croft. I mean, I think the Tomb Raider games are pretty good. I never really played them, but I've heard good things about them. I played the first one, but I was like, eh. Look at those goddamn Tesla towers going crazy. I miss when these missions had like fuckloads of hunters and pouncers. Remember that? Man, I miss that. Where there was literally like hundreds of them spawning a minute. God, I miss that. Or like Ball Titan after Ball Titan after Ball Titan after Ball Titan. These missions are just spawn camp simulators now. What was the first game that you ever played that you can think of, and what console? It was Spyro 1. Second game that I can remember is like the original Gran Turismo on PS1. Also, Crash Bandicoot 1. Doom on PC, old Doom. One of the original Quakes, things like that. I'm playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, right? Yeah, you told me. The best by far, remaster those mechanics in the future. It was rumored that they were doing some kind of remaster, like bring it up to like modern day graphics and stuff. But I don't know how realistic it is. Half-Life 1 is also like in that early memory. Counter-Strike 1.6. Well, it wasn't 1.6 at the time, but you know what I mean. Those are huge nostalgia games. Spire brings back memories as well. Yeah, I ended up playing like the remaster that they did on PlayStation. Dude, that was such a good remaster. Like, such a good remaster. The game looks so good. And like, it was faithfully remade. Like, same game mechanics and stuff like that. A little bit of like tuning here and there, but for the most part, very well done, like remaster. If you've not played it, I think that, was it the Reignited trilogy? I don't remember what they called it, but really well done. I was really impressed. The missions might be like more challenging if our defense was like a circle. Yeah, if you could be flanked from all sides, definitely. But I also think like they reduced the spawns in these missions a lot, and I don't agree with it. I think it's quite sad. But I'm pretty sure it was because the failure rate of these missions was really high. But I don't think it was because of too many spawns. I think it was because you were getting enemies that were like ignoring the path, and they were just like going for that generator immediately. Or they were spawning behind you because of like the bug breach mechanic. Yeah. Looks like they've really tidied up Helldivers a lot. Oh, they have. Oh yeah, the developers have definitely reached their stride as far as like content, releasing content reliably, understanding what the community expects of them. Also, the gamers that have developed, or the gamers that have adopted the game have made their points clear, and then the developers know what kind of game that they need to, you know, create for the players. There was just a mismatch at the beginning of the game that just did not sync up very well. The devs had an idea of where they wanted the vision of the game to go, and then the players had a very different, especially the more casual audience. So Sony sure did try to tank it. Yeah, but luckily it was something that they recognized extremely fast. Like, a lot of people forget that, or don't know that the Sony drama lasted 2 days. And I think it was only 2 days because it was a weekend. It was like a Friday when they announced it, and like the Monday when they came back and said, hey, yo, our bad. It didn't actually even affect the player population of the game. But a lot of people, I think, historically have said it was the reason why they left the game, but I think they were already not playing at that point. For a myriad of different reasons. Either like they played enough, or wasn't enough content, they didn't like the balancing, technical issues, you know. Some of the early Helldivers 2 with the mechs were insanely tough. They've gone for a more casual approach of balancing at this point, where the game has gotten a lot easier in many ways. It's gotten harder in a few, but, you know, it's got fighting them. I mean, the automatons. Yeah, they were bugged at the beginning of the game. Explosive damage was doing multiple times the amount of damage it should have been doing. So any explosive damage on bots was one-shotting you, essentially. That was fixed. Did it not? I thought people in regions of the world where PSN was unavailable had to buy and play the game unless they enforce it. Yeah, so they rolled that back immediately, right? Within 2 days, they said, sorry, we're sorry, and then they rolled that back. Now, Steam, since then, has stopped selling the game in certain regions. You can get around that region lock by buying a third-party CD key, which many players already do. But, like, I could bring up the Steam charts. Let me see if I can find them really quick. This is a fun game that I've done in the past. Okay. When did the Sony thing happen? Right? Like, where on this chart did it happen? Right? Like, can you find it? Is it here? You know, let's find the exact date. So I know. Sony. Helldivers. What day exactly was it? May 3rd? Is that correct? I think it's May 3rd, right? Just want to make sure I got the exact date. It's marked on the chart? What do you mean? This one? Can I even get it? We'll get it. May... So. Unfortunately, like, this chart's kind of hard to show. But, like, mid-May? It's right here. Right? The vast majority of players had already stopped playing by the time the controversy had already happened. Right? Right? A lot of people, like, misremember that. There was actually, like, a huge, like, dip where, like, there was no drop anymore, ironically, after the Sony thing happened. And then it dropped again because of a war bond that released and it was not very lackluster. Right? And the lowest we ever had it was, like, nowhere near it. Right? So a lot of people, like, kind of have this, like, Mandela effect of it. Wait, do you have... What's this? What's this link? Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at that. We're looking at the trends over time. Like the trend was already going down, right? Like that's what I'm trying to convey, right? It's right here. The vast majority of players had already left. So like, this is Mandela effect that like the vast majority of players left because of the Sony stuff, but that's actually not the case. A lot of people responded to it and were upset about it, rightfully so, because it fucking sucked, but there was largely no effect. Yeah, I don't see that on Steam charts. For me. I'm on Steam charts. That was Steam charts. You mean Steam DB? That has it? Oh, SteamDB has it, not Steam Charts. SteamDB has it. Yeah.
La galassia confida in te per la salvezza. Non lasciare che niente ostacoli la libertà.
All right. So this is a better show. So it happened on Friday the 3rd, and then by the time they reverted it, it was the Monday, right? So even player population technically should have been higher on the weekend, but like right? Like average player pop was like largely unaffected, right? And that's not including PlayStation players, which were unaffected at all from it, which is about like 30 to 40% of the community, right? That's basically like the point, you know, I'm trying to bring up is that like Sony like rectified their like poor decision making and communication on that really fast. But people still connect the reason why they stopped playing to that. But my argument is that they already stopped playing for a myriad of other reasons, not because of Sony. But people just hate Sony, so I think they like to mention that Sony was the reason. But they probably left because of, you know, crashing, like Intel CPUs crashing, or just general like instability in the game, which was quite prevalent, especially with like Arc Thrower at the time. You know, people just getting burnt out, right? Like games like that, it's just really common. People will play it to death and then they will run out of stuff to do and then they will move on. That's just kind of normal. And then they'll come back over time to play when they feel like they want to, right? Like that just happens in all games to some extent, right? That's just a thing, right? And then for some people it'll be the balancing. I still think there's quite a bit of misinformation about the balancing and Helldivers and how people reacted to it. But that's another discussion. Like they already had their reasons. This is not like I'm being an apologist for Sony. I'm literally just stating facts. People were already burnt out on playing Helldivers for multiple months at a time. And people already had their reasons for like not wanting to play anymore. But I think Sony was like, it's just like this excellent like excuse to say historically of why you stopped playing. You know, as a, you know, fuck Sony, you know. For any of you that are like, what the hell is the Sony controversy? If you've never come across it. It was basically, since the beginning of the game, Arrowhead and Sony wanted to use like PSN as like the main linking and how you would link to the game, right? For like crossplay and other services, I assume. Like probably moderation as well, which is why we have such bad moderation in game at the moment. And probably for other reasons. I don't know. And it was like stated on the Steam page since the start. And because of the popularity of the game, Arrowhead made the decision to not require the linking. Right? It was not a requirement. And they didn't communicate that to the player population, that was a thing that was happening. So a lot of people buying the game on Steam and not reading it, or a lot of people buying the game on third-party websites never knew that it was a thing. And then because only like the first like, you know, several like 10,000 people or a couple 100,000 people saw the login Sony. I saw the login for Sony because I was one of the first people to log in. They quickly disabled it because of server issues. So then eventually around May, several months later, Sony's like, hey, we're making it mandatory again. You must sign up. If you do not, you will lose access to the game. Right? Sony did it in like the worst possible way of communicating that shit. And they didn't tell anyone prior, so people, rightfully so, were pissed at both Sony and Arrowhead. Rightfully so. It was terrible. Really bad on both Sony and Arrowhead's like side. Terrible. Really dumb. Sony responded within 2 days and said, hey, we fucked up. Everybody still has access. But a lot of people did not see the follow-up, I think. Or they came across the Steam page for Helldivers, and if you're in certain regions, you can't buy the game in certain regions still, but you can get around it through like third-party keys. Dark Thrower is so ropey dodgy for a while there. Yeah. What planet is this? Urban? Any bug planet has urban environments. Steam refunded all those locks and regions. They didn't have to, though. People freaked out over those 2 days and got refunded, and then couldn't play the game again, which is kind of foolish by them. But anyways, because everybody still has access to the game that was originally in those areas, right? Because they reverted it. Down gameplay. Because the irony is that if they got a refund from Steam, they wouldn't have been able to buy the game again because of Steam's later policy with Sony. Which is, I don't know, kind of funny. Rather than if they just relaxed, took a breath, they would have been fine. Hello, Hydro. Are you a bot? Zamir, do like the Predator Strain maps always have nursing or ball spears? No. I think this is the second game today that we've had spears. But we played like over almost 10. Nah? Alright, just checking. Don't worry, you don't have to introduce yourself. We can see your name. Done 4 maps. I only had spears. That's good luck or bad luck, depending on how you look at it. Nothing against Sony specifically. Integration of online downloads have definitely led to a lot of lackadaisical issues that intend to fix as you release. I don't know about that one, necessarily, but there's definitely a lot of people that just don't like having to make multiple accounts to play a game. I think largely people kind of make it a bigger deal than it actually is, personally. But I think there's just a growing annoyance from people in general that they don't want to make another account to play a game, but they have no problem making an account for a website. I don't know, dude. Like, gamers are interesting. Space Marines 2 developers really killed on the PR side of their bad Reddit reviews. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? I don't care that much about multiple accounts thing. It's like an annoyance for a few minutes once. Yeah, that's how I look at it too. Maybe I'm just in my older age. I like, dude, it's 2 minutes. A lot of these people that are going to complain on the internet are going to make it a big deal for far longer than it actually would have taken them to just make the account and move on in life. And then there's an argument about privacy, but it's like you don't have, like, top tip, you don't have to give them all your information or accurate information all the time. You're not dealing with the government. As long as you don't go out of your way to prove that you're not actually the person that you said you were, or like with the information, like they'll be absolutely fine if you just give them like a nickname and shit like that. They're not gonna verify that stuff. Like, just don't tell them you're doing it. Like, oh, that's that secret level production company should do like a Helldivers episode. We wanted that, but we only got a Helldivers episode that was like a tie-in, which is unfortunate. Like, the funny thing is, when all the PSN drama was happening, we pointed out to people that it's like, it's almost like Sony wants you to lie about your information to them. Because on their website, they state in the Q&A section that, what if I don't live in the country, but I'm visiting the country? Can I make a Sony account? And they full out state that yes, if you're on vacation or business, you can make a Sony account in that area and use it. Like, like, I can go on vacation at a click of a button. Like, that shit's funny to me. That's actually a hilarious way of writing that. Like, I think to some extent, like, Sony, like, is totally okay with not accepting certain regions because it's probably might be cheaper to them. Maybe it's bureaucracy. I don't know. But they definitely make it easy for you to get around their loopholes, like, with all these loopholes. Don't play coy with me, chat. I know you've probably used Netflix and probably used a VPN to watch something in a different region. Don't play coy with me. Song this, you can always do exclamation mark song. I've never done that. Fuck VPNs. Really? No, I respect terms and conditions. Are you currently sitting in a law office? The funny thing is, if you're being serious, I think you respect them more than they do. So, yeah, I'm not saying you should lie on the internet about everything, but I'm just opening the idea that you don't necessarily have to tell everything the truth, right? So if you don't like Sony for privacy reasons, you don't have to give them all your information. I don't think you're that naive. You should already know that. But also, you arguing with me on the internet, you've already made like 10 accounts to argue with me, right? I would not be surprised if you have a Google account. I would not be surprised if you made a Twitch account with your information as well. And you probably provided even more information that Sony's asking for you to make that and then argue with me. And then your ISP, in order to talk on the internet, knows more about you than Sony does as well. It's like, at what point do we just like, your information's out there, bud. Your information's out there. But I have no real reason for why Sony does what they do, but I could also say that Xbox does the same shit. They both do it. They both don't support certain regions of the world. Xbox is the same. I don't know why it's like that. It's probably something to do with like trade or regulations or I don't know. Probably, but you can go look it up yourself, like xbox.com/regions or whatever the hell it is. Xbox also has funky regions when it comes to their consoles. I don't know why Sony enforces the regions that they do on PC players when Xbox doesn't. I don't understand that, but probably some stupid Sony bureaucracy.
Mappa missione aggiornata. La libertà è servita. Acquisito. Tag della mappa. Sud, 200 metri.
The internet is a funny place of misconceptions and overreactions.
Sbarramento orbitale in arrivo. Allontanando. Arma ausiliare.
Did I buy anything from the sea? Oh, not paying attention. Reading chat. No, I have not bought anything yet. I think their explanation is that it's quite expensive. It's a lot of work because like a lot of smaller countries needs to handle separately. Yeah. That's the one I've thought. I've never seen it like written down, like seen a statement on it. But I've definitely theorized that I wonder if it is cost. Localization support for all these different regions might be difficult. I'm in a bad spot. A really bad spot. I don't feel very comfortable. Of course I get the bug breach. But I don't know about the, like Xbox. Xbox versus PlayStation and their whole deal on like, and the difference there, like Xbox games have no problem in localization and stuff like that, but PlayStation does enforce it. It's super, super weird. I'm not exactly sure on that one. Like I assume it's just like because PlayStation games require PSN and then it just reverts back to they don't want to set up PSN in those regions because of localization and cost and headache. But I'm not sure. And I guess it's because Xbox has Microsoft and Microsoft already does that for Windows, so they already have the infrastructure maybe? You know? Maybe? I'm guessing that's why Xbox can do it, but then what an unfortunate spot for that. Dude, what is knocking me over? I guess I was shooting near me. Having set up a local office that ensures businesses adhere to all laws, and it's probably not worth the cost. Yeah. But like some of those countries, it probably would be worth it, which is the weird one. Because some of those countries, it does make sense. But some of them, they don't. Like... I don't know. But the thing is, congruent, you can game from those countries no matter what, right? Like, if you ask a lot of PlayStation players that, like, watch my stream or else, like, they've just been getting around that, like, and loopholing it for, like, the last decade, right? Because that was the funny thing also with the Sony controversy, is that I had a lot of PlayStation players coming in chat and being like, why are all the PC players so mad? I play in this country, and I've been having to deal with this for 10 years. Are PC players just, like, you know, X, Y, or Z thing? Like... Alright. And I didn't really know what to say to them, because it's like... Yeah, I mean, depending on your perspective on it, yeah, it's... like, you... It's a nothing burger, right? Where's the last one? Oh my god, it's that one right there. It just for some reason wasn't displaying the smoke. The thing I said to them though is this is not a thing that happens on PC. So a lot of players, especially on Steam, have never had to deal with this. So, or they don't live in certain countries that this is very common, right? Because there's quite a few countries that like that's just common practice. They just have to do that with like basically everything. It's the principle. Do shitty stuff. It's like, but it's like the perspective on it. Like, is it really that shitty? Like, I don't know. Globalization in general would dictate like, it's probably not the first time they've ever had to deal with that, right? Just the first time they had to deal with it with gaming, you know? Because there's plenty of products depending on what location you live in the world, you know, that will limit like what you can and can't get, right? Hell, I live in Canada and there's a bunch of things that I can't get from the US. Because it's not supported here, but it's like gamers when talking about the game were very upset, like, or like with support of PSN, right? But it's because it never happened before on Steam, so people were very upset, right? It's like I don't think it's shitty when a country doesn't support, you know, shipping to Canada. Like I get it, it's globalization, right? We talk about just like the PSN stuff. Just teleport. We can't subscribe to Warhammer Plus here because of the lack of Canadian-made content on the streaming platform. Is that actually a thing? Talk about the PSN stuff in 2025. It was just brought up. New people had never heard the discussion before. Huh? I went to sleep on Thick's stream, and now I'm on Maple's stream. Hi. Thick raided me. What up? Good morning. Good morning, beautiful. Frostpunk's a good game. I hear the new one's quite good too. Have the hunters stopped puking? That just kind of like clued into my brain. Did the hunters stop puking? Hunters never puked. They tongued you. These did. Predator hunters. Maybe you never played against them. Predator hunters did. Sorry, I felt like a good topic for discussion. About what? You're fine. Team's giving up. They don't want the 100% clear. Seems like they only puke on host. What? I mean, they definitely were puking last time when you were not on host. So did they get changed then? Because like previously, they puked even on non-host. There's plenty of times where I was playing and I was just like random matchmaking and they were puking. But really? It's like, they have not puked since like last time. Oh, I'm out of stim, so I'm gonna die. Yeah. Oh, it's unlucky ragdoll. What the fuck are the tentacles? It's called the Impaler. It's an enemy they added some time ago. About 6 months ago now. They put their head in the ground and then the tentacles come up. Now we're on the same level as you in Monster Hunter Wilds. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I'll actually be playing much Monster Hunter Wilds. You'll probably pass me until we get some more interesting content. Glad to hear you're enjoying it, Beowulf. That's sick. Oh, fuck. Wait, I kind of fucked up my loadout. I was like, I have the grenade pistol on, surely. God, I did not have the grenade pistol on. Music be turned up slightly. If you give me a moment, I cannot exactly do it right now. You're a band? I don't really have one. New Starship Troopers movies in the works? Someone said there was a rumor of that, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that's just a Helldivers movie. But is that actually... Oh, it's from the District 9 guys? Oh, that's sick. It's not a remake? It'll go back to 1959 novel source material. Interesting. So, I don't really know anything about the source material on Starship Troopers. Was it written so, like, ironically in the past? Like, in the book? Like, was it such a joke? Or was it written more like a warning almost? I don't know how else to say that. I never read the book. You're gonna get a board game for Helldivers? Yeah, I saw that. I'm not much of a board game player, but I could be convinced. It was not a parody of fascism. Okay. It's definitely generational. They actually base... Wait, what? What are you talking about? Okay, so the film is a joke of the book. I wonder how that's going to go across, though. Like, are people even going to like a film that's not like... Like, I feel like you're just upsetting a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you're gonna piss off a lot of people that expect a Starship Troopers movie to be like the pop culture Starship Troopers. Because, especially today's day and age, like, dude, if you ask the average person if they know what Starship Troopers is, it's not gonna be about the book, I feel like. Maybe I'm out of touch here, but I feel like everybody's just gonna know it based on the movie. And many probably haven't even watched the movie. They just know of the movie. What up, Ricardo? How are you? I forgot there was a book. I knew there was a book because someone mentioned there was a book, but I had no idea what the book was about or anything. I almost just kind of assumed that the book was also a parody, I guess. So... The book is definitely worth a read. Is it actually that good? I didn't know that. Honestly, let's do the CD sickle build. One second, guys. Just swapping my loadout. Confirmed boomer. I mean, if I was a boomer, I would have read the book, right? I feel like I'm not a boomer in this situation. Both newer adaptations of Willy Wonka are closer to the darker source material and well received. I enjoyed the new Willy Wonka. It was good. Obviously, like, I have nostalgia for the one that I grew up with, but, like, I liked it. The book is like Helldivers with Warhammer 40k Dreadnought. Excuse Jesus, okay. That's where you're getting the mechs from. Okay. What is this Assassin's Creed game called? It drops on the 20th. I probably won't be playing it, unfortunately. Because I suspect we might be getting a war bond that day. Watch the animated Starship Troopers Roughneck series? I didn't even know that was a thing. Because I actually don't know if it's coming out that day. I just suspect it is. Any wishes for the war bond? That it's fun? That's it. No expectations. Just that it's fun. Yeah, I feel like that's a dangerous decision to do a Starship Troopers movie and not make it like the cult classic. Because I think the cult classic is now more than just a cult classic. Right? Especially with the success of Helldivers and just in general in pop culture, I think a lot more people have watched it. That I don't even know if you can call it a cult classic anymore. I don't know if it necessarily fits. Have they teased it, the war bond? No. If we are getting a teaser, it'll probably be like Tuesday or some shit. People are gonna be pissed at it either way. I mean, people are definitely gonna be mad no matter what you do. But like, I think it's the safer option is just to go with, you know, what people know of, right? And then you make like a sequel of the movie that, you know, all these people watched and really enjoyed as a cult classic, right? I think going with this one is more dangerous. But at the same time, although you're pissing off a bunch of like Helldiver or like Starship Trooper people, I think it might commercially do better because it's based on like the book, and there's a lot of moviegoers that like cream at the mouth, right? They foam at the mouth when they think of like a movie adaptation of an old book that they enjoyed or heard about. And if it's done right, it could be awesome, right? Because there's almost like a mystique behind that kind of stuff, right? Like, look at Dune. Dune's a really good example of that. You know, there's all this conversation about this awesome series that next to nobody really read. There's a lot of people that did not read Dune, that watched Dune and really enjoyed Dune, right? But then everybody talks about how it's based on a really good book series, and then most of them haven't read it. Frost element weapons would be sick, yeah. Who's seen Starship Trooper? That's a good poll. Let's do that, actually. I'm curious. It's one of those polls that, like, you got me interested. Which poll? New poll. Have you watched Starship Troopers? Yes. No. Okay. It's over on Twitch if you want to participate in the poll. I'm genuinely curious. Please answer. Please let me know. I'm genuinely curious. Because I feel like a lot of people probably have. By extension of, like, Helldivers being as popular as it was. I watched it with my dad when it was on, like, I think we rented it and we watched it together. Actually, Starship is one word. Okay, dude, fucking take your glasses out of your ass. You goddamn nerd. Still have it on VHS? That's pretty sick. Okay, I'm surprised how many people said no. Okay, interesting. I thought some people would just have watched it because how many people are talking about it nowadays. You know? Especially with Helldivers. Like, it's definitely the majority have said yes. Wait, that guy had a mini nuke? Oh, fuck. Well, sorry, dude. I already filled it up. Please, just die. How did you not die? Oh, we're fucked. I committed to it, and it was not worth it. The guy who wrote the movie adaptation of Starship Troopers only read the first 30 pages of the book. Like, didn't even read the back for the synopsis, just read the first 30 pages. I hope they increase the level cap soon. I don't know how willing they are to do it. If you want a way to flex your how much you played, just look at your XP. It's 1-to-1. I kind of get the impression that they're not itching to increase the level cap of this game. Although the movie's great. I mean, I like the movie. Movie's good. Okay, maybe this is a bit of a hot take, but I prefer what they're doing here. I never read the book. I'm really curious to know what it's going to be like. Also, they picked a really good director. Was it director or just production team of District 9? Was it the original director? He's great. Be cool to have 999 levels. I think they're doing it because they don't want to discourage people. They don't want people to be like, you know, feeling like they're really far behind, even though level has nothing to do with it. It's like it's the placebo effect, right? Like, it literally has no direct interaction of like how much they've produced versus you. Or like, sorry, how much you have like done in the game. But it's just like, it's like a playtime thing. It literally just shows how much you played, essentially. But I think they're just doing it because they don't want to like have people at like, you know, in the 800s. Oh shit, I forgot to interact with it. Production is plotting. Setting District 9 filmmaker Neil. That's the director, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's great. And they also got his partner and wife co-wrote South African filmmaker District 9. Okay. I didn't know it was a husband-wife thing. That's cool. Cool. Very interesting. Try to help my teammate and not shoot him. Surprised he's still alive. How's this guy running into so many enemies? What? Oh my god, that hunter is like fully invisible and attacking me. I was like, where's that tongue coming from? Alright, nice. Really messed up repeatedly with Halo. Was originally going to direct the Halo movie? Really? Dude, that would have been sick if he did a Halo movie. What the fuck? And now Sony has him making Starship Troopers instead. That ODST game. Yeah. And that ODST game that was rumored to be like very Helldivers-like. They didn't even go forward with it. Like, that's crazy. I still wonder if they're going through with it now. They just haven't said anything yet. Because that's crazy to me. Now that you can prove that like Helldivers was a success, go back and make that game. You know? Does inflammable armor de-sickle more than medium? Yep. Armor rating matters. Armor rating is like direct DR for everything. Completing confidence on Microsoft Xbox. Yeah, that's why I just like, when everybody was shitting on PlayStation for Concord, I was like, yeah, but you realize that like Microsoft is way worse. There's a reason why one of them is stupidly popular and everybody buys their consoles, and there's a reason why one of them is getting out of the console market. Like, why does one have all the good games and one doesn't? It's funny to make fun of Sony, but dude, Xbox fucking sucks sometimes. Like, like they are. Have you seen what they've been doing with Halo for the last 5 years? Or more than that, 10 years? Oh my god. It's like Concord on colossal scale, you know? Think about all the potential money they spent on Halo shit and how, like, it hasn't made nearly as much of a profit as it should have. Right? The potential earnings of Halo. It's like making Call of Duty games complete trash and then realizing how much money you could have made if they weren't trash, right? There's a extreme amount of money there. Playing Halo after 3. Whoa, 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 whoa. Reach? Sir? Sir? Let's bring that back a little bit. Just like I love the energy, but come on, bro. Oh fuck. Come on. Come on. Like I love the energy, but like a little too far. A little too far. What was that? You see that? All right, so it's 32 votes yes, 11 no on the Starter Troopers. Fair. It's kind of what I thought. It's kind of what I thought. Been away from Helldivers 2 for a year. Any suggestions for coming back? What do you mean? Like, suggestions for what? Like, should you? Yeah, absolutely. Or are you asking for something else? The Halo speedruns are crazy, huh, Ryan? Why don't you tell me the Wasp is goated on bugs? Because it's not unless you have the right version. It's like quite nice versus like Predators, and then it's quite nice versus like Spewers, but for everything else, every other version, it's not very good. You might as well just use an autocannon. The autocannon is the better choice, but god damn it, civilian. Which warbond should I go for first? I have a video for this. If you check my YouTube, I have an entire video outlining everything, but TLDR, if you don't have the democratic detonation, start with that one. But I would recommend going and checking out the YouTube video. If you're looking for suggestions on stratagems, I also have that. Yeah, check out the YouTube. There's a lot there. But if you have like a specific question, feel free to ask. But like that video is fantastic. I go over every single warbond in the game that's currently out. I go over the pros and cons of each one. And then I talk about, and I put them in a tier list. And then at the very end, I talk about like the buy order that I would suggest. Now, the buy order suggestions are very much personal preference though. Like, depending on how much you like something or don't like something in a warbond, it will completely change. I don't think there is any objective buy order that is necessarily better than something else. Because it's so personal preference. And it depends on what you're using and what you're playing. The only one that I would say goes to the very top in most suggestions is Democratic Detonation, because it's the most impactful to like overall gameplay. But even then, you might not like Democratic Detonation. You might be more thrilled getting Flame. So sometimes you got to make that choice for yourself. This game is about the movie Galaxy Quest, right? I don't even know what movie that is. Does not ring a bell. Should I farm for super credits or just play the game normally? You can do both at the same time. If you pick Illuminate missions, on average, you will get way more super credits from those missions because the map is just easier to get super credits. You know Galaxy Quest? I don't know. Like I'll have to Google it. I don't remember. I watched a lot of Tim Allen films, so it's possible I watched it. I just don't remember it. I watched a lot of Tim Allen stuff. What was it? Like Quest, guess. Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. Good film. I'll be honest. I don't even remember Tim Allen being in it for some reason. Like the person I remember the most is that guy on the left. I don't remember his name. I don't remember why. I think it had something to do with like the prosthetic, you know, like the head and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember him more than Tim Allen. That's funny. It's actually really funny. Dun, 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 dun. It's the same guy that played Professor Snape, right? Yeah, a lot of movies I don't remember that I've watched in the early 2000s, man. I felt like there were so many I watched on VHS from like Blockbuster that I just don't remember. I watched them once, returned them, and just went to the next one. I was a kid, man. What does Strider Strain do exactly? So Stalkers will now be coming out of bug breaches, bug holes, and stuff like that. So you start seeing them. There's also Hunters that will cloak. They're more aggressive, faster. They're also supposed to spit acid, but there seems to be a bug in relation to those right now. There seems to be something wrong. They're currently not puking for some reason. Do you take music suggestions for personal use? That's what the song request is for? Song request is all in the stream. !SR space in the YouTube link. But like, do I personally just listen to music? No, not really. I'm not a music listener. I'm not a person that listens to music recreationally, other than in the car or on stream. Is there a visible guy? I'm just like running into something. There's a bug on the bugs, yes. Jesus. So much shit coming out of these 2 holes. That's why usually I just run by them. Ah, fuck it. Wasted too much time. That's where a lot of the time with Mega Nests, it's like, it's not worth it to just like sit there and fight. You'd be surprised how effective just movement is. Hello, Maze. Sometimes it's about sending a message. Exactly. Just run by them. Make sure they know that they're bitches, you know? You don't care about them. Crossbow, jump pack, clears Mega Nest like crazy. It's pretty damn good. Until you get ragdolled midair by an impaler arm. I've had that happen. Random impaler arm like gets in my way while I'm jetpacking. Then I'm like, fuck. Put your head in the ground. Alright, let's hit this on that. Oh shit, I thought he was going for me. That's annoying. Is he now going for me? He's now going for me. What a piece of shit. Ooh, it's a good thing I was wearing heavy armor. I am probably gonna die though. Baby. Got a gas grenade. We can sit through that. Not bad. And I'm out of resupply. My leg! My leg! Okay. Just follow what everybody else is doing. Cake party. Exclamation mark. SR space. Then E2 blink. It's one of those situations where you just copy your neighbor's homework. Hi, Luna. Welcome back. Hi, kitten. Yes, hi, kitten. Is my man shooting spears? My man shooting spears at stalkers? Oh my god, he just randomly dies to that. He is. He's shooting spears at stalkers. My brother. And I can't read chat when you're standing right there. You knew that Maple was a certified cheater in school. What the hell? The only place I cheated was on your mom. Thank you, Tim. Dies of cringe. Yeah, all right, dude. Whatever you say. My man is spearing anything. Is that the personal order or some shit? Why is this guy spearing everything? You should be spearing this goddamn charger running towards me. What level is he? They're all like 65. Is that actually real? 65, 65, 63? Is that bugged? It's extract with 3 missions. Alright, so... I don't understand the spear on a brood commander, of all things. She gives spear a airburst munition. But isn't that just the airburst at that point then? But also, aren't you just talking about the Wasp? Wasp has an airburst. It's the artillery mode. Oh my god, I can barely see those hunters. Hey Luna, you gonna sit on my lap? I get in. Just bigger Wasp. But the thing is that Wasp already shoots 6 rounds at the same time in artillery mode. So it would largely do exactly the same thing, it's not right? Like, wouldn't really be any different than it currently is. You know what I mean? Wouldn't it be crazy to have like the spirit ability to like straight fire without locking? I actually like remove the kappa. I want that. I do want it to be able to do that. I think that'd be excellent. It would kind of help the spear in a bunch of separate ways. Like if you could like laser designate it.
Democracy and a cat. This is what I am here for less than 3.
Oh. Thanks so much for the 3 months. Welcome back. How's it going, dude? Managed democracy and a cat. It's the ultimate helldiving combo. The helldiver starter kit. Where's this mushroom? Oh no, that's my bacon? Don't eat that. Hey, don't lick that. Are you licking my bacon? Don't lick my bacon. That's my bacon, kitten. No. Thank you, I'm doing great. How are you? I'm doing great. My bacon. That's my bacon. I'm gonna make cat bacon if you're not careful. Ow, what the... Wait, what? What just happened? How did I just... Did my teammate just shoot... What? Whatever. I'll eat my bacon now. Luna, that's my bacon. You can't have my bacon. Is that real bacon or glorified ham? It's real bacon. Hey, that's my bacon. 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 Luna. Uh-oh. Luna? I need you to be serious here, and you're very distracting. Hi, Kitchen, I love you. I love how these guys are the infected gas and they're like, well, we don't give a fuck. I think. Luna, no. Luna, no. Luna, no. Luna. Luna. Ah, fuck, I'm so fucked. Luna, don't hit the screen. Dude, I can't see my health. Dude, Luna, you are being the best. The best. Me and his teammate versus the world. I get you. I love you. Yes, I do. I love you. I fucking missed. Didn't see him. That's a good guess where his head was. We're not 8. Nope. Oh my god, teammate, what the fuck? Luna, I got like my teammate doing dumb shit and I got Luna doing dumb shit. What is my teammate doing? Why did he run in front of me while I was shooting? What is happening? What the fuck? What the hell is happening, bro? Jesus Christ. Why did he do that? I get him. Yes, you're making this extra hard. That's a lot of random enemies just standing around here. And I can't see. Oh, I might die. When I can't see! Oh my god, we barely got that off. Why is this? Luna, stop hitting the bugs. Stop it. Luna! Dude, why is there so many random stalkers from all directions? Luna. Nah, stop that. She's trying to eat my bacon. She's either standing in front of me or eating my bacon. Luna. Oh, Luna. Oh, shit. We're just gonna hold on to this. Teammate, please kill those stuff over there. Teammate? So what I'm doing now, chat, is I have a stratagem in my hand and I'm holding on to it because it's past time. But I can still hold on to it and throw it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for that to be over and then I'm going to throw mine. Jesus Christ, man. I'm fucking stressed. Strats, you know? Strats. You guess you could say Luna's bugging you. Alright, there's some samples over there. This is a stressful item, dude. Is there any more samples? Ah, we missed that. We didn't clear it. Ah, I thought he cleared it. Nah. Bad teammate. I thought he had it. I could run over there, but we don't have enough time. I wish I realized it sooner. Does he have the egg? He does. Come on, come on. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Dive, dive!
Oggi hai compiuto un altro passo nella lunga strada verso la libertà.
God damn it, bro. And his name is All Is Well, amigo. What a great name. All is well, amigo. God damn it, bro. I'm actually so sad after that. I worked so hard for that egg, man. God, that's the worst. Fuck me. Oh wait, Storm. Actually, I don't know if did I ever do your choose your loadout? I feel like I didn't. I think I forgot to do it. We just got distracted by other things. We got a couple kills. A couple kills. I'm genuinely curious. He's on PC, by the way. Actually, Strider. So get that hatred out of here, dude. Sorry, that was my fork. Get that hatred out of here. The yellow line cape. What the hell is that? Which one's a yellow line cape? That one? Which one got this yellow? Like that has some yellow lines in it. Maybe we'll just go that. Gas strike. 500 kg. Dog breath. An MG. Which one? I'm guessing you just mean the normal MG? Just a cape that fits the armor. Standard? Okay. I seen a short says the gas strike is a 500 kg before the gas. Is that true? They're a bit disingenuous with that, but what they mean is the destruction damage of the gas strike, the projectile, is essentially the same as the 500 kg when it explodes, or the projectile itself. So you can throw the gas strike at a sensor, the sensor tower, and it will blow it up as long as the projectile hits the tower. So you have to do some lining up with your ship and the tower to make sure you throw it on the opposite side of where your ship is. Same for like one of those research facilities, as long as the projectile hits it first. Can it kill a Ball Titan? So it does destruction damage. So there's certain entities in this game where you need to have a certain threshold of destruction damage to kill it, right? So what we just described was of that instance, right? It's like an Eagle airstrike, a normal one, does not kill that tower. But gas strike does, and 500 kg does, and orbital precision does, because they have enough destruction damage. Just sheer damage-wise, it's not that high. The projectile itself doesn't do that much damage, but the destruction damage is very high. Does that make sense? you understand that? So that's why the gas strike itself could kill those things like a ball titan nest and stuff like that. But does it kill a ball titan? I mean, yeah, but it would take quite a few direct impacting it, and the gas would have to help quite a bit. It's not efficient to do so. But, hey, yeah, the strike can do damage to it. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, I see. Thanks. No worries. Ow! Hey, you're shooting at me. Low HP, high AC damage. Set he's talking about is basically let's hit in that regard. Have to break the AC. Hurt it. Actually, enough fix. Yeah, it's a separate damage stat that allows it to be quote unquote like a 500 kg. They're two very different things. Like there's a main HP pool of an enemy, but the destruction damage doesn't attack that, right? Destruction damage is basically, can it blow up a structure that has a certain threshold? Yes or no? It's a pass-fail. No, they didn't lie to you, they just didn't tell you the whole truth. A lot of people won't understand it, but I guess it is a good way to explain to someone in like a sentence. The gas strike has the same destruction damage as a 500 kg. Right? Right, so they didn't lie to you, they just didn't tell you the whole thing, so a lot of people would like will hear that and like think, oh my god, the projectile is as strong as a 500 kg when it like, but like, not exactly, right? It's the destruction damage that it deals that is the same. You could say kilo instead of kg. Or I could just say kg because I prefer it. I'm Canadian, don't worry, dude. You don't have to backseat me on kilograms. I'm not American, don't worry. I know you're Canadian, so why are you correcting me? Soon that will change. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, cat hair. We'll crush for everybody. Who do you think will be this generation's Elvis? Probably Katy Perry. No, I'm just kidding. Taylor Swift. Okay, how are you? I mean, kind American. Kind of North American. True. True. First time I see Madman's doing the defense mission outside the walls. Oh, this is the fun version. This is how to make this mission actually kind of fun. If all you do is sit inside the walls, it's super boring. But with a build like this, nah, fuck it. Get out there, have fun. I'd walk over there, but it's Tesla Tower Alley over there. The one thing I'll say about this build is that I feel like the MG is unnecessary. I think I would rather have like a Quasar or like EATs or a Commando. Just in case a Ball Titan shows up. Like, also, I don't know if I necessarily need Gas Strike. I'd probably bring something else other than Gas Strike. The gas grenades are probably enough. Gas Strike's good, but I don't know. I consider an EAT. I feel like an EAT or Quasar or Commando would probably lean better into this build. Like, I just don't feel like I would use the machine gun. If a charger shows up, I'm using the stun lance. That's why I picked the melee armor, is because the stun lance plus melee armor is actually really good versus chargers. It's the one thing that melee weapons have going for them, is that if you pair them with the melee armor and you use stun lance, it can actually delete chargers very effectively. Go for the leg, it's bugged, and the spear goes through the leg armor, and you can kill them really fast. That's like the only thing, right? Melee in general, not the best. Oh, here we go. And he's dead. So it's the same thing is happening as... Do you remember when the flamethrower used to go through the charger's leg? Do you remember that? And it used to be like the meta used to be... You like flamethrower the charger's leg. And the flames would go right through the leg armor and then go for the HP, like the squishy, like underside, right? The meaty part of the leg, right? Now, the same thing is happening with melee. And this, we originally noticed this with the Constitution. The Constitution does this too. When you melee, the hitbox for the melee weapon is going through the armor and hitting the underside, right? Like the squishy part. Which is resulting in you doing damage directly to it. So you can delete it really fast, especially if you wear melee armor. It gets even better. So if you are going to bring a melee weapon, that's pretty much the only thing I recommend you really melee is the chargers. Everything else is not really worth the melee. Stalkers have such long range. Bird commanders have such long range that they might actually hit you before you hit them. Hunters typically attack too fast and need too many, so it's not really worth it. Spears are just going to kick your ass. Ball Titan's just going to laugh at you. Basically, the only thing I recommend meleeing on bugs is actually a charger. By the way, I want to have the Constitution as primary and Flamethrower as support, but you might have gone to Troll. I mean, I think you made the right choice here. I would prefer this be the way. Talking about the loadout, though, there's one thing it doesn't have. It doesn't have the ability to blow bug holes very reliably. That's kind of a downside of this on tier 10. You only have 4 ways to blow up a bug hole. Right. So that's where, like, Commando would have helped. So at least you could kill 4 more. Or, like, Quasar, you could kill 1 every 10 seconds or so. 10 to 15 seconds, depending on the planet. Yeah, it's only nades at 500 kg. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one in that regard. So that's why I'd recommend maybe grabbing something else. Maybe other than the machine gun. And then you can also replace the gas strike with maybe an orbital. Like an orbital 120, 380 could also be an option. You do the same thing there with the Impaler. The melee weapon goes through the armor and hits that squishy orange bit with the Impaler. So I guess Impaler's another option if you can get close enough to melee. Yeah, until they give, like, the regular flamethrower some more love, the torture is just the better option. I genuinely enjoyed doing this mission with everybody bringing turrets and just kind of like vibing, emoting. I do too. But after a while, it loses its like fun. I can only do it so much before I actually just get like bored doing this mission. Like, as you can imagine, I play this game a lot, so it's kind of boring after a while. I was hoping I could like put a stratagem right there and then like mantle up. Nah, not working. I'm a fireman. I want to be able to do this while walking. Oh, it won't let me do it anymore. Did I break it? Like running, I mean. The on fire man. When is your last country food mystery box? I still have a bunch on the shelf back there. I still have like 3 or 4 just stacked up, never opened them. But it was a long time ago. Like I don't even know if all the snacks in there would still be good. I didn't even open them. Bezos thinks, nah, I mean, all of it is like sealed plastic and stuff like that. I should have just opened them up for the sake of opening them. I just kind of forgot about them. Just kind of forgot about them, honestly. Food poisoning? I mean, I'm not going to open them, probably. I'll probably just get rid of them. Now that you're reminding me. Maybe I'll open them up and see what I can eat, but I just kind of got bored of them after a while. I remember the Vegemite. Dude, that was fucking funny. I wanted to puke. Whole spoonful of Vegemite. Oh my god. That was wild. A wild time that was. So yeah, on the next mission I'm gonna modify it slightly. GG's homies. I have a question about cheaters in the game. Will you be banned if you play with a cheater? No, as far as we understand, no. If you are cheating, yeah, I mean, obviously they're gonna do something about it. But, like, yeah, you can't report cheaters in game. You can report cheaters, though, if you would like. You can grab their name. And you can, like, contact support. Like, there's a support desk, and you can report them there if you feel so inclined. But that's up to you. Yeah, the in-game system is pretty lackluster, and it's I've said it before. I'm pretty sure it's because PlayStation was supposed to handle those reports and stuff like that. Was my guess. But because PSN and stuff like that never ended up having any effect in this game, I think Arrowhead basically has to deal with it. And the reporting function is pretty lackluster. All right, so I'll keep that. We'll keep that. Keep that. I think we'll just swap it up by using EATs. EATs? If I can find them, because I'm blind. Brain, please. Oh yeah, they weren't even on my screen. We have too many. Too many support weapons, man. Rare Teo sighted in G. Very rare. A rare Teo has appeared. A rare Teo. They banned Steam. You get that tells you they have a game ban. Which they obviously can, and they probably have. But no. Tarkov has shooters PvE. I mean, it's. Is there a like a player market for PvE? I'm assuming that would be the reason why, right? People are making money off of it. Did I even throw? Oh no, I didn't. I think that's only with Valve's anti-cheat. No, game developers can do like game bans, independent of that. I think it will specifically say VAC ban if it's Valve's anti-cheat. Oh goddammit. I'm gonna go through stims so fucking fast with this build. That was my backpack. It's somewhere in there. Dude, I don't have my backpack, so I just keep getting fucking shit on. Without the backpack, I have like no pushback. I have no CC. I'm actually just gonna die because I can't get to my backpack. This sucks. This is what happens when you don't use the backpack, bro. Ugh. Did they come out with a mode that's PvE? Yeah, they did. There's a lot of controversy around it because they were charging people money for it that should have gotten it for free. I remember that. Oh my god, there's no way. How did that light on fire? Oh my god. Oh, that's so nice. Do you think they'll ever rework the AT in some way nowadays? Like nobody takes it because recoils is just way better? Nobody takes it because thermites are a thing. Not because of recoils. Thermites are the reason why EATs got shit on. If all of a sudden sticking things with stratagems became a hell of a lot easier, EATs would see a lot more usage. That has to do with, like, will they ever change that gameplay mechanic? So things can be reliably stuck, right? I'm hoping they will, but we'll see. Bunker here. Super credits. How's that guy doing? Bunker, bunker, bunker. Bouncy strats here listed on no bug. That's specifically talking about bouncy strats that are on terrain, not enemies. So it would be nice. Once upon a time, they also had a known issue of like stratagems not tracking when you stick something. Supposedly 380, like you could like stick an enemy with it and then it would follow that enemy around, right? But obviously that never went anywhere, and they actually even removed it from the known issues. I don't think it's on there anymore. Ah, fuck. That whole pod landing just aggroed everything. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But like in general, like that, should that have stuck? No. Like, or yes, it should have. It's, the whole sticky mechanic in this game is like very unreliable. It's probably one of the most unreliable parts of the game. Why is my teammate not calling him in? He's closer. Dude, can you call him in? You're closer. You're just gonna die. Ah, fuck it. Nah, that's too close to me. What a wreck. That's bad. Shut down this in front of me. Oh, good. Did my teammates just like run away? They did! Oh my god. God damn it, bro. How things going? Good. Good. How are you wrecked? Good morning, buddy. Oh my god, that leg almost landed on me. Is he gonna attack me? I don't know what the hell just happened there, but he like hiccuped while spewing. It's weird. Oh, that fell actually into it. Oh, that's awkward. Boom. That's great, Jesper. Yeah, we're doing some fun builds right now. Try to make them harder.
Richiedo armi avanzate. Freccia degli insetti. Arriva saido tattico.
No! Oh, there's a tentacle on the far side. Dun, dun, dun. Something happened to the performance. I mean, I was able to play on medium settings when I bought the game, but now I can barely play on the lowest ones. I'm sure nothing's changed on your side, but for the most part, in game, maybe something has changed. But if you're talking about city maps are not particularly great, and also tier 10 difficulty has added a lot more stress on the game because just more enemies, more of the time. Right? Having an issue, play on PC. When I join a party with a PlayStation player, I got them. They get kicked or you get kicked. One time a friend and I played together and we rejoined the group several times. Just kept happening. So because it's like a peer-to-peer game, sometimes NAT type has a big issue. If you have an open NAT type and they have a closed NAT type, it can cause a lot of issues with that. So make sure you play the game with an open NAT type on your router. It's like in general just a good thing to have when you're playing online multiplayer games with crossplay, because not all of them use dedicated servers to connect both of you. Some of them are peer-to-peer like this game. I personally don't disconnect from lobbies at all, so some of it may just have to do with like if you connect to a player that does not have the best internet, or you don't have the best internet, like, that will just happen. But yeah, as far as like performance of the game, it's largely the same. Some things have gotten better, some things have gotten worse. But for the most part, you probably don't have to play everything on low, because that's GPU performance. The thing that has mostly changed in this game is CPU performance with the more enemies. The vast majority of people are like CPU bound, not GPU bound. So if you feel like all of a sudden you have to turn down your graphics and that's improving your FPS, that might have something to do with your GPU, or some like maybe like your settings have been changed as far as the display settings. But PC lobbies are fine for me. Only have issues with consoles. So that like correlation does not necessarily mean that it's like that. It's just, I think on average, a lot of PlayStation players tend to use Wi-Fi, which is unstable naturally, right? And you may disconnect from them just because of like hiccups in Wi-Fi in general, right? I personally don't have any issues with PlayStation players when they're hosting for me, but, you know, it depends on who you run into, right? Could the issue be on your side with your internet? That's possible. Could your issue just be with the people that you're playing with that just don't have particularly good internet? Yeah. Could be a large number of different things. So it's kind of hard to really diagnose exactly what's going on for your situation. So can't figure out how players still do not use macros or use macros. That was trash from opening button. Practice, like any skill in life. Just practice. I was bad at it for like the first like 10 to 20 hours, but you just practice. This is an MSI Afterburner internet? Wait, what? They have MSI Afterburner for your internet? Wait, what? I could believe that, but only PS5 players, and the thing is that they got kicked, they come back, they got kicked out. Yeah? That still lines up with they might just have bad internet. Or the path between you and them is not very stable. So depending on, you know, who you're connecting to, the connection may not be stable between the two of you. Not everybody has the most stable internet. Some players use up, down, left on macros. Yeah, don't use macros. Trust me, it's more fun not to. I don't like to start operations, but whenever I join others, 90% of the time I get huge delays. Yeah, probably the people that are you're matching with. You don't have a great connection with. I find people who use VPNs, like, that are probably using VPNs to play, you're gonna get a really bad connection to them. You were saying that you use a VPN, right? So it's possible when you play with them, you're just getting the reverse effect. Where are other players? Right there, I guess. Or dead. My current game. Sometimes it's not the game's fault. Sometimes you just, like, it's internet related. ISP could be something with the cable that is being used, the router. It could be number of access points, like between you and that other player. There's a host of things that could be the issue. At least you don't have to use VPN to play this game in China. Oh yeah? There was a song !SR space and then a YouTube link. I can't figure out why people use stratagems or macros. Some people, they run into the barricade that is learning that, and they're like, well, why don't I just use macro? Some people, it's like accessibility, right? Some people just genuinely don't have the dexterity to be able to do it, right? And that I could understand, right? But also, there's a guy that I think was, what was he, missing a hand? Who plays without macros? He just figured out a system on it, how he was able to do it. Right? I'm gonna die. My leg broke. And no stims. I think the stims are right there. I can't play level 10 without macros in stressful situations. Yeah, you can. It just takes time. There's a learning curve to it. But just saying you can't and then doing macros, you'll never be able to. You gotta practice it. By using macros, you're actively stopping yourself from practicing. I wish I still had like gameplay of me originally playing this game. I was terrible at stratagems. I was slow as fuck. Took me forever to do anything. It's one of those things that like you just get better. But using macros, you'll never get better, right? Because you've stunted your growth. Because you're actively not practicing them anymore. Unironically, I think that guy just saved my life. What the hell did that shot go? Did his leg get in the way? I think it's fun in a really tough position to fumble your stratagems. I agree. It adds for some very fun moments. Personally, I really enjoy those like hectic moments. Because you'll see, yeah, I fuck them up. My brain just stops working, I fumble it. It happens. I have 2,000 hours. No way I'd be able to pull out stop moving stratagems if I didn't use the arrow keys. I mean, some people are just really fast, so they never swapped because they didn't feel like they needed to. Like, some people are just significantly faster than me, so they make WSD work really well. I am, in comparison, not that fast. I'm left-handed. 7 hours in, switching from WSD wasn't an option. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're left-handed, that makes total sense. I swapped because I'm right-handed for the most part. It's just easier for me to do with my right hand than my left hand. But yeah, I mean, if you're left-handed, I would stick with it. Ah, no one got that. I'll go get it. Used to play DDR on keyboard as a kid? Oh. Okay. You were built for this game then. You were training for it before you even knew it was a thing. Thinking of adding a second keyboard to the left side of his mouse. I mean, some people use like the Razer Naga, right? That's another option. You could put the keybinds, put the stratagems elsewhere. It doesn't have to be on your keyboard. Some people have mouse buttons. They have like enough mouse buttons that they can actually use that. A raid mouse? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Razer Nagas work well. It's funny. I brought the stun lance for chargers. I think I've only run into like 2 chargers. I've just EAT'd them. Print strategy key by WSD. That's the default. Think about changing the arrow keys. It's weird for a little while, but the ability to move while doing stratagem is very useful. You don't have to be able to if you're fast enough, that you don't feel like it bothers you, I wouldn't worry about it, but for me, it was just being able to do my stratagems on the run. Really? I got the bug breach? Sometimes I don't understand the bug breach. Like, dude, they're on the objective over there. They didn't get the bug breach? Like, what? Huh? How the fuck did they not get the bug breach? As far as the heat maps go, like, I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere on a side objective. Not even a side objective. I'm on a POI. This better be worth it. Was not worth it. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm body blocked. Can't move. There we go. This is kind of bad. We're good. Damn, that sucker fucking got up that hill so easily. There's no way he's just sitting there. That's so unlucky. Ah, fuck. That sucks. Damn. Why the hell did I get the bug breach? I still don't get it. What the fuck? That's crazy. It's funny, they're still not running over to help me. They're like, ah, fuck it. I'm not running over there. If I had a better loadout, it would have been easier, but yeah, it is what it is. I have default stratagem settings. If you like it, stay with it. Love to move and use them. Don't know a better way to bind it. You just move them to your arrow keys. You remove your hand from your mouse. That's it. If you don't have arrow keys, you can put it on like IJKL, you know. Another set of keys. If you don't have arrow keys, if you've got like a 60% keyboard or something like that. It depends on the person. Some people, they prefer to do their stratagems on the left hand, not the right hand, so. But I use the mouse to activate the stratagem window. You would change that, obviously. You would move it back to control or something like that. Slightly off center. Man, they did an objective right there. Come on, teammates. Do an objective like 2 meters from a nest. You guys just ignore it? What? Why? You're 2 meters from it. Just go do it. Two of them are level 30, so maybe that's why. Is that the jump pack? No, it's the gas guard dog. Oh, well, they're all fucking dead. Great. That fucking sucks.
HELLDIVER assenti nel raggio di estrazione. Atterraggio Pelican 1 interrotto. Riprendo quota.
I didn't tell them to go off by themselves. They did by themselves. I say that like they went off by themselves, but they're actually as a team of 3. Scout life savior of the team. I mean, I'm not being a scout though. I'm just finishing the objective. I don't play as a scout. I just play solo to help them do the mission faster. I'm not avoiding combat. Okay, bro. You guys are supposed to be under the effect of gas. Not attacking me. That's annoying. Hi. What the fuck? They're sniping me. That's annoying. Running out of health. I wouldn't say scouts avoid combat. They absolutely do avoid combat. Like what? Oh. Unfortunately, this mission and my loadout don't play well together. In our time, yeah. What do you mean? Scouting party would often try to avoid combat because they're often undermanned. What? I don't understand. What? I'm gonna die. That sucks. This loadout kind of dookie with too many Spore Spears. What up, Zankara? How are you? Hey, Brianna. How's Monster and Wilds? Like, if we just got, like, the Ball Titan variant, it actually would have been fine. Any competent team splits into two and goes around the map reinforcing each other. That's a strategy. There's plenty of ways to play the game. You don't have to be confident to play that. There's no point in going in all four one direction. Yeah, it's fun. But also, it makes the mission easier. So, I mean, no need to be elitist. Play however you want. But is it easier to play in all four going together? Yeah, it's easier. It's kind of the way the game is designed. But I mean, the most efficient, four corners. Everybody goes in a different direction. Would be the fastest. And the most min-max strat. Four people standing around wasting time while the antenna is raising. You mentioned a key part there. Standing around. The fact that they're standing around makes it easier. Right? So there's no need to be elitist and say that, well, you should be playing this way. No, it's just... Is it easier to play as four players together? Yes. There's nothing wrong with that. Please don't be that Helldiver. Bro came directly from Reddit. Get in that Reddit energy for sure. You're playing the game wrong. Funny thing is that we can actually him back. I just say if you're min-maxing, you should min-max in every factor. What? Who said we're min-maxing? Did you see my loadout? Who's min-maxing in this situation? Except for you. Yeah, I just had a ridiculous loadout on. I'm not talking about you specifically, but the mission you've been in. What? Who in the last mission was min-maxing? I mean, the three of them were sticking together because they kept dying when they went apart. Because two of them were level 30. I mean, they should stick together. They're new to the game. It would be bad advice to listen to that, your advice in that situation. They're new to the game. Just depends. Do, 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 do. Hey, Evil. Love when you collab with Crazy Miss Pips Backer Gaming, for sure. They're great. They are a ton of fun. But Pradana, I was on my short list. I'll be honest, Lance has been on there. I've just been seeing clips of people messing around with Lance, and I don't know, it looks so funny. It looks hilarious. It's on like my short list of like 5 weapons that I would go back and play. I don't min-max everything, otherwise I'd be nothing but a crossbow. Then what was the point of this conversation? This band is Canadian. Got guys singing all country like. It's some Mexican cello. Is he actually Mexican on the cello? That's cool. So impressed with how fun blocking made the sword and shield. It's cool. It's a cool addition. And then sword and shield also has like that like special like slides you can do for like movement, and I think it's like also kind of like a dodge, which is kind of sick. Also, clashes look super cool in Wilds. Very cinema. I don't use the slide movement much. It looks cool though. Apparently you get like iframes on it, which is interesting. The point was I was talking about the most effective way of doing a mission. You started to assume I was talking about you in the mission. Like... you just like did the Reddit comment, right? We were just talking about how to play the game, and then you came out and just like any competent team. So you basically came out with an elitist take, right? Which was not asked for, right? And basically talking down anyone who is not doing the thing that you said to do, right? I can copy and paste it for context, right? But like, bro, the point of this whole entire conversation was just you wanted to like take the elitist high ground.
1K stays mad.
It's like, it doesn't mean I'm competent or elitist. Yes, but the way you phrase it has a negative intent that if you are a competent team and you're not doing this, you're doing it wrong. But then I explained that, no, I mean, if you're a competent team, you could just stick all together and the game is actually easier, if that's what you want. So, and I think you know English just fine, so I don't believe that was the problem. I think it's just like an understanding of the way you phrase things. Because you also said there's no point in all going in the same direction. Right? Come on. I'm not going to take the English as a second language rebuttal because it's like, come on, man. You know what you said. You said an affirmative, like elitist take, and it's just like, come on. No, there's plenty of reasons why people would stick together, especially with that team. And even if you're a competent team, you could play all together. It's just fun. There is plenty of points to be made. Anyways. Rival, thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Hey, look, you talked to Arrowhead about the evacuate high defense. We mentioned it. We mentioned that it was just kind of lame and boring since, well, forever. It's been a long time now since it's been fun. You can have moments where it's pretty fun on like Illuminant or bots, but for the most part, there's no objectively efficient point in going all four in the same direction. it's easier. So efficiency-wise, it's easier. It depends on how you look at efficiency, right? How much effort you apply to the mission? Well, I mean, it's more efficient just to stick together. There's less, like, overall effort necessary out of every player, right? Now, if you're looking at efficiency from a time to complete mission, no, I mean, even you're wrong. The most efficient way to complete a mission is go in 4 corners. So even that's wrong, right? Like, so like an efficiency standpoint is like odd, because it's like, that's not even the most efficient standpoint. But like, no, there is a point, because like, it's just fun, and you don't have to put as much effort into killing every individual enemy if you all work together, right? Many hands make light work. It's more efficient. Like, that's not even like we could remove the fun part. Like, it depends on how you look at efficiency. Throw an arc thrower. I need 1 teammate around me, not 3 to look around and not kill effect. Your arc thrower is not killing a ball titan. Your arc thrower is not going to delete everything, right? You can have 4 players work together, and then you don't have to work as hard to kill everything. I get it. You're better than us, because you're telling us over and over again. You don't need other players. That's great. But at the end of the day, you can play together with your friends, and it will be more efficient to play together because it's easier. All right. I always love the efficiency discussions. They're interesting. So you just talk for the sake of it, and what's wrong with that? There's nothing necessarily wrong with you talk for the sake of it, but when you're gonna do an elitist take, I mean, come on. You're very patient. I try my best to be patient. I use the opportunity for some amount of content, I guess. Especially since we're just sitting here waiting for the mission to end. Guys. Guys, let's relax. Jesus. Exo, Jesus Christ. We gauged efficiency by ordnance drop, true. More bombs per bug. I don't know. I've always loved the saying. You can gamers min-max the fun out of a game, but also I coined this term when I played MMOs. You min-max so hard you only found the min. Because I just a way to like talk to people. It's just like they tried so hard. It's just like, did. What did that accomplish? All that min-maxing from MMOs and stuff like that. Or just min-maxing for the sake of min-maxing at some points. Guys, let's just move on. It's all good. Let's just move on. It is what it is. Yeah, these defense missions just need like basically double the amount of enemies to spawn per minute, right? I think like if we had like double the amount of enemies, I think it would really help these kind of situations, like mostly. Just too much waiting around, and then each wave is they don't spawn fast enough, so they're too easy to spawn camp. I also think that like fundamentally these missions are a little bit flawed in the sense that I think they expect you to get natural bug breaches along with these bug breaches, right? So you guys like if you're not particularly good at these missions, bugs get close enough and then they have a bug breach that happens inside your base. And I think that's where the devs intend for the extra difficulty to come from. But because we're so good at this time, because our turrets and like other stratagems just being so effective and our weapons being so effective, we largely don't get that like natural bug breach. So it makes the mission exponentially easier because we're so good at the game. Like, because our stratagems are so good and just in general our tactics have gotten a lot better over the months, right? If they just design these missions that like there's a normal baseline amount of enemies that don't require these to make the mission harder, I think it'd be a lot better. Illumina missions, for instance, are designed in that way, where there's just as a baseline a lot of enemies spawn continuously, right? But like in this one, it's like too much of the mission is dependent on these kind of spawns. I think an endless defense mission or spawns like every wave with an option to call an extra would be fun. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, like a never-ending, like just try to get as many waves as possible as like an alternate game mode would be interesting. It kind of breaks the flow of like how Helldivers is designed, but I think they could probably find a way to do it. Like maybe you get more completion rate the longer you survive kind of thing. Or like more liberation depending on it. Yeah, Zombik, like I said, I don't think your English was the problem in this conversation at all. Like I said. Your English was perfectly fine. It was more of like just an unnecessary elitist kind of situation where it was very like affirmative, like no wiggle room. It was this way or the highway kind of statement. If you're not doing this, you're doing it wrong. And it's just like not can't be a bad guy. I don't think you're a bad guy, just unnecessary elitism, right? It's one of the reasons why I don't go on Reddit anymore, because it's filled with that. It's nothing but actionalies and just people trying to correct each other constantly and like, yeah. Like there's a way to make that same statement you made, but like leaving room for nuance and fun and just other tactics to be viable. But you made it such an affirmative statement that it's like I visited the armory. Yeah, they're a group of gamers that do that, yeah. I wish Eats and Commandos had a faster drop time, so we only have to like wait a second for them to drop from the sky. Well, I mean, that's kind of how they work now. They drop instantaneously. It's actually the drop speed of the pod that we wait for. Other than the 50% call-in time modifier. That's kind of an unfortunate one. Have you tried any new weapons? No, not since the beta. I'm I'm kind of planning on going back and trying. I've had a long, unnecessary convo arguing that the Quasar is better than the recoils. Which side are you on? We can have that convo. That's an interesting one. It's a fairly interesting conversation. We hunting monsters today? I probably won't be playing Monster Hunter until they add more events and stuff like that. I just need more to do. I've kind of done everything I think I want to do. I could just jump in and like play other or like weapons and stuff like that, but I don't know. I'm on Quasar side. I'm on like both. I'm like a middle ground where there's no doubt that Quasar is like extremely good on cold planets, but I think there's a place for the recalls to be better. And then there's a place for Quasar to be better. It kind of depends on how your team plays though. And how many Quasars you bring. Like, are we talking solo versus many players? You know? Because, like, if you have, like, 3 players bringing Quasar, I think Quasar better. But if you only have, like, 1 player with AT, Recalls is better. More shots per minute. Especially if you're, like, kind of playing together. You have resupplies very consistently. Or you can make an argument of, like, Quasar is better if you, like, split up 2-2. Because, like, only one team will be getting the resupply pretty regularly, so... Bunch of different ways to look at it, but I think it mostly depends on play style, depending on which situation is actually better. Because depending on the play style will really determine which one is better for your group or you individually. We haven't done this in a while. What a great song, dude. Does anyone know what this song is actually about? I have no idea. It could be terrible. I think on bots, recall is good. Yeah, I mean, on bots, I think it's pretty straightforward. Like it's not even close. Recall just wins. Oh my god, I know. Wait, you actually know what it... Do you know the origin? No, I don't. I have no idea what the song is about or where it's from or anything. All I know is I've heard it a fair bit, and it's an absolute banger. His dog died. Wife. What? There's no way. What is he celebrating all these things? It's not even about ammo, it's about the ability to take a jetpack with it and a short reload. Well, I mean, with that logic, why don't you just bring the FRV? And then you're even faster. Like with that logic, if you're purely just talking speed clear, why don't you just take the FRV? Oh, you don't like it. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking that discussion from like an efficiency speed standpoint, I mean, then it's kind of like they're the same in a way because you just drive away from the problem. And wheels tend to pop. You just get good at driving without them. And now that they like pop a lot less, it's pretty easy to keep them the entire mission. Or not, maybe not the entire mission, but until the cooldown comes back up. Kind of depends on the terrain though. Some maps, no tires is oof to play with. But some it's like totally fine. I'm trying the dogs really speaks for itself. Yeah. I mean the recoil easily wins on bots. It's not even funny. So Singer was criticized by Punjabi Indians. He was only popular because of girls and skimpy outfits in his music video. Then drops his banger features 4 copies of himself. The track came out. Oh, you're right. I have heard this before. I don't remember who told me. I have heard this. So he basically just dunked on everybody because people thought he was only popular because he had pretty girls in his videos and stuff. Oh. Do you play with viewers? Yeah, I do. Tomorrow. To keep me quote unquote grounded, and also to save me the headache of playing with players. It's not that you guys are annoying to play with, it's organizing a group of people to play with that is hard. I play with randoms 90% of the time. It's hard to organize playing with a lot of different players. It's making sure it's fair and equal. It's really difficult. So we leave that for Sundays. That's crazy. What a crazy song. It's a great song. Predator Strain is back, yes. You saw it right there. Cat joining? Oh, Luna's back. Good timing. What a good girl. Are you getting Death Stranding 2? Yeah. Okay. Death Stranding 2 I wasn't like super hyped for or anything like that until the latest trailer came out, and the latest trailer is kind of like convinced me that like I really do want to play it. Essentially mostly for the story. Really, that went through them and didn't smoke. Kind of don't have a great loadout in this situation to kill a homie. I'm kind of hoping my teammates help me. He's got a rocket sentry. Maybe I'd pull him. But I think he's stuck. Nice. Not stuck anymore? Alright, 380 got one of them. He got the other maybe? Yeah, the second trailer really sold me on Death Stranding. I wasn't sure about the first trailer, but the second trailer definitely got me. Like I said a couple times, is that like I did not enjoy the gameplay of Death Stranding 1, but I enjoyed the environment and the story. And I'm a simp for Kojima. I think the man's a genius. So I will play the game purely for the story. And for like, also to break it. That was one thing I did in the first game is I basically just broke the gameplay by driving the car everywhere. Like I didn't need to, but I just did. Like, you know that mountain section in the first game? I drove the truck up it. It worked. For some reason, the fucking truck has amazing traction at like 75-degree inclines. No idea why, but it does. Hopefully they don't improve on the driving physics and change it, because like I thought that was hilarious. So, like, I just didn't like walking places. I thought walking was really boring, and I didn't really like building my own path. You know, like with like stuff. Not for me. But I did enjoy breaking the game with the car. I thought that was hilarious. Picture chat, if you haven't played Death Stranding, it's like Instead of doing the package delivery, I turn into an FRV driver delivering packages. That's what I did with the truck. It's pretty fun. I gotta say, I had fun doing that. So, yeah, I did see the paddle cycle. I'm basically gonna be a car guy. I'm gonna drive everything that, you know. I'm just gonna drive everywhere. That's my goal. You ever play Armored Core? No, I want to though. I really need to. I know I would enjoy it. I know I would. I just haven't had the time, I guess. Or at least that's my excuse. But I've heard really good things about Armored Core. And that secret level episode with Keanu was... Mwah. Make a career as a food delivery guy? I'll pass on that. Unless, like, I'm a food delivery guy who, like, breaks the law and I speed everywhere in my, like, Camaro, you know? That'd be pretty sweet. Alright, I think I've just adopted this friend. I don't really have a great way of killing him. Yeah, I really don't have a great way of killing him, so I think I've just adopted a Bile Titan. Dengar, I got you with the make gat larger. She'll cover me. This armor car is so good. Yeah, I've heard great things about it. He can vomit himself? Nah, I'll just use him to kill things. Where are these enemies? The Imperial March going? His name's Craig. Craig the Bile Titan. Very introverted. Oh, what the... Blacks. Forced to go outside when he was smaller. He's got some hot ass breath. Wait, that's a crate? Wait, you didn't know that, Degar? Okay, so whenever you're in the city, chat, you'll see these Conexes, like shipping containers. Okay? And about 1/3 of them, when you walk up the stairs, there's going to be a container right there. This happens on Illuminate and Bug city maps. It's one of the reasons why city POIs are insanely good for super credit farming, because it's so easy to drive your car around and just hit every single one of those and the yellow beams. It's like really efficient. It's like, that's why I say you don't really need to grind super credits on level 3. You could just do Illuminate missions, because you get a lot of super credits per hour doing those. Obviously, it's not as high, but at least you're playing the game normally and having a little more fun. You're not min-maxing all the fun out of it. Cinemap POIs confuse me. I mean, there's just a lot of them, and a lot of them just have, like, ammo and stuff. I just realized that that's happening right there. It's kind of funny. I love how, like, high up this one is. How is that not killing that guy? This guy's smart. He's like gassed and he still knows exactly where I am. Cheater! He's cheating! Joel took care. Joel's taking control of that guy for sure. Look, some people played EVE Online and watched the number go up as quickly as possible is fun. So low level farming could be optimal for them. That is fair. It's preference. Some players just get a lot of enjoyment and min-maxing all the fun out of the game. I get it. Because that's fun. It counters out the loss of fun. Oh, I love predator bugs. I'm actually like kind of scared. I love like running around the city and actually being kind of scared that like a stalker's gonna come out at any time, you know? It's good. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I don't get that as much, or if at all. I think the only thing that scares me in like regular missions would be like, yo, what up, Rohan? Would be like, I guess it would just be like impaler tentacles. Those guys scare me. Oh, I'm so happy that didn't kill my teammate. One of the projectiles like got really close. Annie, shut up. Annie keeps me alive, okay? She makes my hearts pumping. Wait, was that guy invisible? I wasn't even shooting at him. Careful, I got a 380 on the bug breach. Hello, Lars. I'm feeling better. Let's go. You and the daughter feeling better? Because it was your daughter, right? That was also sick? I hope so, Lars. Wouldn't dare using airburst in the city? Oh, it's fine as long as you use cluster. Just don't use airburst. Because it's not proximity debt. It's like it only fucks up if I fuck up. Like if I fuck up and shoot a wall or something like that, then I'll die. Hey, she's good. Glad to hear it. Oh yeah. Yeah, just make sure to put on cluster mode. It'll be fun. It's got a 75 meter range, no proximity debt. It's safe. This thing is I fuck up within CQP. Yeah, I wouldn't shoot at anything too close to you for sure. Yeah, it'd be scary. realize how much gas there was there. Where the hell is his mushroom? I think it's on the other side of that. They got it. Alright. Good job, teammates. What Lego set are you making right now, Lars? What you building? Or is it a set of your own? Any news for HG2 on the horizon? Nothing that I could like full out share. Other than like, and this is not something they've told me, this is just the cadence of war bonds dictates that most likely we're getting a war bond within the next week or two. So that's something I would expect, or at least anticipate. But other than that, I'm either not sure or can't comment. I could definitely say I got the impression that there was much more to come this year. Because after talking to the devs, they were very adamant about the fact that like the first year was about surviving as a game and making sure that they could find sustainable ways to develop the game and to monetize the game and so on and so forth. And then the second year is more about expanding the game. Not word for word what they said, but in essence, you know, more to come. Lots more to come this year. Creative play droid builder. R2D2 with like headphones and a duck swimming ring. That sounds hilarious. Alright, I feel you. That's cool. Are we eventually going to stop the black hole? I hope so. I believe so, Zombic. It seems like it is. I'm sure to some extent they're hoping that they continuously get new players to buy the game, right? Now, would this model be sustainable if all of a sudden nobody started buying the game? Like zero or near zero? Maybe not. But it seems like they're pretty happy because we did bring up like SC and, you know, changing how SC works. Like, and, you know, they did mention that, like, the vast majority of SC, maybe not vast, right? They said majority of SC that is spent is earned through gameplay, not bought. But it seems like they're pretty happy with how it's working out. Obviously, they went a little too far with the Killzone stuff, and they recognize that. And it seems like they understand where to go in the future. Just don't go that far. But I think it goes both ways. Like I did make sure to tell them that, hey, I understand that on the internet a lot of people got angry, but for every angry person on the internet, there was probably 2 people that were like, that's fine. Right? There's a lot of people that were okay with how the Killzone stuff was handled. So there are people out there that don't mind how the SE system works now, and there are quite a few people that like don't mind, you know, cosmetic things being added to the game that like might have a premium because they are a tie-in to something else. I think the community the portion of the community that got angry was definitely one of like a collector community that want to collect everything in the game but do it for free, which I think is a bit unrealistic, right? Or has to be taken with like a grain of salt and of understanding that it will take a lot of time to collect everything for free, right?
Picchiato una sentinella!
Yeah, for sure, Zombie. And that's kind of what I like kind of told them, is that like there's a lot of people that like were totally fine with how it was implemented and stuff like that. And it was really nice of them to give it out for free, but yeah. Have you seen they're releasing a board game? Yeah. Well, I play. I got a message from Clay and Background Gaming. We are like in a group chat because we're all from Toronto, and we might be getting it and maybe playing it together. I don't know. We'll see. Clay, I think Clay was asking us, so I mean, I'm down to try it. I think it sounds like he might be wanting to get one, so yeah, maybe I'll play with him. That'd be fun. Us three content creators playing it together. But yeah, like was the Killzone stuff a little bit too much compared to everything else in the game? Yeah, it was probably like maybe 20% higher than it probably should have been, maybe 15, somewhere in that range. It probably shouldn't have been that much SC. And then also, I think a lot of the anger was new players that didn't understand that it was going to return. Now, saying that, Arrowhead has done not the best job at helping the stuff return. It's supposedly supposed to have like a separate page for Killzone stuff and future like crossovers, but that hasn't been implemented and it hasn't come back in rotation. That's bad, but it's supposed to be back and it's supposed to be like purchasable into the future. So if you don't buy it immediately or have enough see it immediately, you could just save up and buy it in the future when you have extra, right? Like, it's not a big deal. If I pre-order the board game, I'll get like 3 people to play it as a pre-order bonus. I mean, maybe you might be able to convince some people. Hey, I got the board game. Meet me at this location. If you pre-order it. I wish they'd sell the pre-order bonus armor. The thing is that diminishes the people that pre-ordered the game, right? Right. So the people that supported the game before it was popular, it diminishes their, you know, I don't know what to say, investment, I guess, or their trust, right? So they are fantastic skins, but they are really just reskins of existing armor, so it's not the biggest deal. Hopefully in the future we get recoloring so it won't make a difference. But they released other things that people missed out on. You're not supposed to miss out on the Killzone stuff. Like I was saying, that's stuff that was supposed to go to everybody in the game, but because of the deployment method that Helldivers uses, they had to go back and redo it. But Killzone stuff is not supposed to be something you miss. It's supposed to be there like forever, right? They just haven't implemented it into the store proper. Apparently they're still working on it. It's been over a year. Just released a pre-order for a cost. So like there's a precedent in like gaming in general that they just don't do that. I understand why you would want that, but for every person that wants that, there's a person that's also like, yeah, but I bought the pre-order as a pre-order. It's supposed to be exclusive to pre-orders, right? And that's kind of breaking trust with the people that bought the pre-order, right? I understand your perspective of, well, I want the thing, let me pay for it. That's fair. But also, you know, come from the other side, right? They should... that the deal should be honored to some extent, right? Keep the COD and Fortnite out of my Helldivers. Sorry, what are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do that, Duckface. They've already said they're going to keep cosmetics in the game grounded, which is good. I'm happy to hear that. It is still honoring it. No, it's not. It's a pre-order bonus. It's for only people who got the pre-order. It's not honoring it if you just sell it later or give it out. Once again, I understand your perspective. You're arguing because you want it and you don't have it. But you gotta look at the other side of the person who pre-ordered it with the understanding that that would be exclusive to pre-orders. Now, what I have seen in some games is that pre-order bonuses and stuff like that will become available to everybody at some point in like the far future, right? This is like a timeline of like maybe when the game is no longer receiving regular updates and stuff like that, right? Pre-order bonuses are kind of scummy. Then don't buy them. Like it's one of those things that like vote with your wallet, right? But regardless if you what your opinion is on them, right? It's a reality. I understand your frustration though. You want the thing, you can't have it, but like so. But it's an incentivization to pay for a game before it's officially out because it looks better on a sheet of paper before release. And it's to show general interest in the game also. So they can judge interest. So like how much they should market or how much they shouldn't. So. Some may say it's a necessary evil. But in general, I would not recommend pre-ordering stuff. Unless you're on Steam and you can just refund it. But I do quite a bit agree with Duckface, you know. If I don't buy the pre-order because it's scummy, then mad because the buff makes others better. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, but the vast majority of pre-order bonuses aren't buffs in video games. They're almost always cosmetic. There's a deluxe or like collector's edition. Yeah, sometimes they include that bullshit. But we're not talking about it. We're talking about pre-order. Pre-orders are almost always some cosmetic. I refuse to pre-order a game too high of a risk of it being a shit game. It's a good thing I'm on Steam and you just refund it. If it is. But at the end of the day, like, that's up to you. If you care this much about a pre-order skin, maybe you just take that risk. If not, just move on. Using FOMO works for getting people to buy an unknown early. I mean, I just bought it. I literally got the pre-order the day before. Because I knew I was going to play it. So, I just pre-ordered it the day before. It wasn't even the day before. I think it was hours before it came out. Because I already saw the reviews. And I was like... And I already saw the Twitch streams of people who got to play it early. And I was like, okay, cool. You got my sale. Pre-orders are a thing. 10, 15-year-olds at GameStop boutique may not be enough copies on day one. No, I mean it's actually largely kind of similar, but it's similar but different to the original way, right? So although you pre-order to make sure you have enough copies at the store, in this case it's like you pre-order to like show interest in general in the game. Because I've seen quite a few games get canceled or pushed back or expedited because they have a lot of like pre-order sales. If you buy a game, you should have access to everything in the game, paid or free. What? I swear, when I was reading that out, like, for some reason, like, the Soviet USSR, like, anthem started playing. It was, like, weird. Anyone else hear that? Is it just me? Holy shit, I swear I heard, like, Stalin in my ear, like, yelling or something. Holy fuck. I gotta go back to the gulag. Sorry. Maybe a bad joke. Sorry for wanting a complete game with my purchase. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Maybe you're not ready for that joke. I apologize. To have a proper conversation about it, not all games fit into that criteria. Because are you saying that war bonds should be free? Like, are we saying like all cosmetics in the game should be free? What does that do to a live service game? Because like with a statement like that, I feel like it mostly only applies to, like, I can't get back inside. Dude, we were on the complete edge of the map. I didn't realize we were that far on the edge. No, but I should be able to purchase and earn everything in the game when I purchase the title. So, everything needs to be available for you to purchase or earn. So a thing like the Malevolent Creek Cape, you're not okay with? Just trying to draw out the boundaries here. Too soon to mention the creek, my bad, I apologize. My next question is, what about situations where there's like a Founders Edition? So a game that was in early access, and early access purchasers got something because they supported the game before it was popular to do so. Because you could argue to some extent that the pre-order bonus was kind of that. A pre-order bonus shows that you have interest in a game before a full release. It's a little bit of semantics, I'm sure. You could argue, but... yeah, I guess no more Twitch drops as well. Now I'm biased. I can't really comment on that. Obviously, Twitch drops are extremely beneficial to me. This could be a peak discussion. That's why I went with it. I can... my content whiskers start tingling when a good conversation is to be had. Especially when they use absolutes like, you know, all content should be available to me. Those are always fun. Did you guys clear the Mega Nest? Over here? On my map, it's not colored in, so... For... Crazy Dark Side, you pre-order the game and you play it, help them bug test. I mean, yeah. Hey, I was one of those people. I beta tested Dark Tide for the first year. People fighting Reddit part 543. I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoy having a good conversation. I think this is a good conversation to be out here. I don't think I'm necessarily right, but I do enjoy having a conversation. Never been on Reddit. Mm. Do you have an answer for me, Electrical? I think this is cleared. They didn't tell me it was cleared, but it looks cleared. I'm not getting the thing. It's just a bugged out minimap. This is Helldivers 1, right? How you going, Lars? You have a fantastic afternoon. And a great weekend. Good seeing you. Anyways, to continue the point, because I don't know if Electro's got an answer for me. My point was just basically going to be, I think there's a little bit of an extreme to the statement that like everything should be available to. Because like I do think it's fine to have rewards that are based on like, you know, like being there for an event-based rewards, or timing-based rewards. You kind of had to be there. Because giving those out to everybody, more or less, can kind of diminish that moment and the prize that goes along with it. It's also like an incentivization to, you know, be there for it, right? Rather than just like, I don't have to be there for it. I'll get the reward anyways, right? Time exclusives are okay because you can eventually get them, but I'm not a fan of Twitch drops and exclusive things. So like Blevelin Creek, you're not okay with. Right. Or like what about like world first things or just things that are like an achievement that you can no longer earn through like something like that? Not really? Nah. I just think that's like a true extreme of it. Oh, interesting. It says that it didn't complete. That's weird. Maybe it wasn't complete? I'm excluding MMOs from the talk because they're their own category. Why are they their own category? MMOs largely. Like, the whole game is a FOMO event. I don't understand the difference then. Because why couldn't Helldivers just be like that? Why does MMOs get the excluding?
Il ponte è tuo, Helldiver. Portaci alla battaglia.
Is crossbow... Is the crossbow available or viable? I'm sorry, viable? With all the lurkers and risk of shooting at close range is greater. Yeah, of course. I'll use it in the next one. You can do a couple different things. You can use the gas dog backpack or the bushwhacker to really help you get that, or just trigger discipline. Because Helldivers has content that doesn't 100% rely on player-to-player interaction. What? I mean, all MOs are player-to-player interaction. Technically. Like, I'm not quite sure what you mean by player-to-player interaction then. Like, do you mean like the marketplace of an MMO? Because largely I see Helldivers as very similar to an MMO in a lot of ways. There will be events that are time limited that you kind of have to be there for, just like in an MMO. And MMOs typically have pre-order bonuses for their expansions. If you buy the expansion when it releases, you get rewards that would not be elsewhere. So I'm a bit confused by exactly what we're going with. Sorry, let me just finish this. His teammates are unruly. I want to go so fast. Those are driven by players' interaction, like economies and such. So why does that mean that you're excluded from this? Yeah, I mean, there's an economy, but you can both buy gold and progress, like just do things to get those things from the economy. A lot of the things that would fall into this conversation are like world first titles, pre-order bonuses, being there when an event happens in MMOs, similar to the same discussion we're already having. So MMOs fall into the same bucket as Helldivers, or cosmetics that rotate in and out. MMOs largely have that. No, Murphy, Electro was not really referring to that. This discussion was like spawned from like pre-orders and things that are unavailable to be earned free or paid. Like Levelon Creek, pre-order bonuses. Sorry about that. No, I enjoyed the discussion. You're fine. Just a person that misses times when like games didn't like hide stuff using FOMO. Yeah, no, I can understand where you're coming from, but largely I feel like it's just not impactful enough to really worry about. But also, I mean, games always did it, but I think people just didn't care about what was in those pre-order packs, right? I remember once upon a time when you would just get like a game magazine or something like that. Now that it's things that actually people want, people care about it more. Also, because it's a social game, it's like a flex, having it or not having it, right? So there's like a social aspect to it. Because we had the same discussion about like a solo game. Like nobody would give a shit if you didn't get that pre-order skin. I remember when game magazines had cheat codes. I also remember that. But I also remember, like, you know, pre-ordering a game and getting the game magazine for free, right? Like, that was one of the incentives to do it. So. I remember needing to get the Dr. Pepper code. Dude, actually, wait. I guess that shit has always been in gaming. I don't know. I think we have a nostalgic era right now. I grew up in the PS2 era. Purchased a game, you got everything. You wouldn't get the game magazine. I grew up in the PS1 era. And I don't know, it doesn't bother me that you had to be there for some things, or there might be a cosmetic in a multiplayer game that, you know, is there just to be a cosmetic. I largely don't see the hubbub. Right? It's just a stupid cosmetic. It has no bearing on gameplay. If it has bearing on gameplay, we are eye to eye. Fuck that shit. That's not even true. In the PS2 era, the number of online games that you needed to pre-order, and I mean, back in the PS2 era, I mean, they were MMOs, and those MMOs had pre-order bonuses. But some of those pre-order bonuses were not always in-game rewards. Like we were talking about, some of them might be like promotional shit outside. Getting a code for a game. It also flirts with the issue of people being like, I didn't support the game early. Sorry, I didn't support the game early, but now that it's cool and stuff is cool, I want the content, which is weird. Yeah, I didn't want to get into that, but I do think there is an element to that, right? It's a flex, right? To have everything in the game and to have things that other people don't have, right? The exclusivity behind that. But it goes both ways, right? Obviously, the game developer or the marketing team want that. I kind of touched on earlier when I was saying, like, you know, it's like a founder's edition for, like, early access titles, right? You're supporting a game before it got popular, essentially. Now, obviously, I don't think Helldivers really needed the support pre-release, but I think it still falls into a similar aspect. You're taking that, like, I mean, Electro, you even said it. I don't want to take the risk on a game. It could be bad, but by requiring that risk be given to everybody later for free or to be bought, that risk is not being, like, honored anymore, right? Whether you agree with that risk or not, right? You know, we're kind of circling back to the original discussion. I didn't see any trailers for this game. I did. I saw it at the Sony preview event, and I saw it on IGN, personally. That's how I discovered the game. The Sony events, I always watch them, because, let's be honest, Sony makes some banging games, even if you like them or dislike them. Huge IGN. I don't subscribe to them, but they are, in fact, a trailer. They always get sent every trailer, and they upload every trailer. So it's useful to, like, have them in your sphere of influence, because I see a lot of games that I've never heard of have trailers there, right? So every trailer that like you can imagine for a game gets like uploaded there. So it's pretty useful to have them around. Debating on getting this game 20% off on Steam, I recommend. Highly recommend. Especially if you can convince a friend to play with you. Oof. You don't need that friend to come play with you. There's plenty of ways to meet people, either by playing the game with quick play or just meeting people through other communities. Oh, I was not a fan also. I played HD1 with a friend who convinced me to try it. I didn't like it. But I do remember like coming out of the game saying that I would absolutely adore a game that uses the same principles in third person. So I kind of knew I would enjoy the game when I saw gameplay of it on Twitch and I saw like the trailer and stuff like that. I was pretty sure. Yeah, you can never be 100% sure, obviously, but. I returned. Story. So it's an ongoing story. It's like a D&D campaign if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons. We're playing against the developers. It's an ongoing story, so unfortunately you've missed some of it, but that's not to say that that's a bad thing. You can always catch up on it on YouTube and stuff like that. People will do recaps. But it's an ongoing, evolving story, and then we get things along the way, right? New unlocks and strip upgrades and, you know, war bonds and stuff like that. Played it on PS Vita, didn't have the best thumbsticks. I'll put it on PS4 at some point. I don't even. It was years ago. My friend was in love with the game. I didn't like it as much. Great song, by the way. Thank you for this. Anyways. Happy. I got this game. Play Warhammer Space Marine 2? Yep. We have like 300 hours in it. I streamed a shit ton on Twitch for the first month. This game reminds me of Helldivers 2 due to the waves of enemies and gears. It doesn't end up playing like Space Marines 2 at all. Whereas in Space Marines 2, you are the weapon in a way. In Helldivers, your stratagems are the weapon. And it's an open world experience rather than a linear corridor shooter. So the game plays more like an extraction shooter with like almost like powerful like abilities or, you know, magic or something like that. But obviously the magic would be you know, you know, large weapons and your destroyers that are floating above. Space Marines 2 ends up playing more like Left 4 Dead, right? Is it fun? Oh, it's extremely fun. Yeah, it's extremely fun. Like, I have significantly more time in this game than Space Marines 2, and I probably always will, because this game has a better replayability factor than Space Marines 2. Space Marines 2 is very good, but you can only play so much of it before it becomes and feels very samey. Where in this game, I feel like there's a lot, lots of super credits in this bunker right here, guys. F1, come over. Bunker, super credits on me. Bunker. Bunker. Here. No one's running towards me. Bunker, bunker. Thanks, I'll check it out. I highly recommend. I think you'll love it. Wish the rover could open doors. That would be nice. Someone confirmed it. C2 confirmed it. He's just not coming over. All right. Yeah. Space Marines 2 is more of like you are the weapon. You're a large, hulking Space Marine. That feels unkillable at times, whereas in Helldivers, you're very squishy. And things can go wrong very quickly. And you will die and die again. And your teammates will probably accidentally team kill you, and you'll accidentally team kill your teammates. It's very silly like that. You can open it. You can grab it. Great song. Probably should have gotten some ammo. It's fine. Not far away. Resupply here if you guys need. Yeah, both fantastic games. Highly recommend. But if I had to argue, I do think you'd get more enjoyment out of this in the long run than Space Marines 2. Space Marines 2's enjoyment is more finite. Question, is the game easier than 6 months ago? Yeah, it is. We are more powerful than we were 6 months ago. In short, there was a large outcry from the community that Helldivers, you just didn't feel powerful enough. And, you know, on the box it said you had powerful weapons and so forth, right? There's a lot of argument in the community of, like, we just weren't powerful enough. And they had just added difficulty 10, and players felt even weaker after difficulty 10. Doesn't matter how you feel about it, but that's what happened. Also, a bug fix happened for the flamethrower, but players saw that as like a direct nerf, which, I mean, it was a nerf, but it was a bug fix on the flamethrower. It was interacting unintendedly against like chargers and killing them, you know, significantly faster than they were supposed to. So people did not like that bug fix, and basically there ended up being essentially a riot. And with that, it was kind of like the final straw for many. I felt like the balancing of the game was going in the wrong direction. And the developers heard that, and they did the quote-unquote 60-day plan. And that 60-day plan buffed, like, I would say the majority of weapons across the game in some ways. And then the other thing that they did, but they also nerfed some enemies down to be more approachable for different weapon types. So, like, for instance, Ball Titans are a lot more killable from, like, all types of munitions, right? Rather than just, you know, anti-tank and, like, the semi-anti-tanks. Chargers are a lot easier to kill because they're more susceptible to, you know, lower pen, Hulks included, right? There's a lot of enemies have less health than they used to, so your weapons feel more powerful. So, across the board, you know, we are significantly more powerful. We are less, like, tanky than we used to be. On average, I believe it's like one less swing from a hunter to kill you. So they did try to balance it out a little bit, but largely it had the effect of making the game feel easier. But that's why people are very happy with like Predator strain, for instance, like this strain that's happening right now. Because it adds a great deal of difficulty back to the game because of how aggressive they are. It forces you to think differently and play differently, which is good. Is someone calling the resupply? Oh, it's like right there. Odd spot. You had your pulse on it. I remember also power was misunderstood, I think. Players didn't have enough to fight armored enemies on the top difficulties. Skilled players could sidestep it. Yeah, that was an issue. There's some players that more or less wanted to play more solo and not rely on a team. Because originally it seemed like the game was balanced around staying together and fighting off hordes of enemies. But because of how the game was balanced at release, there was a lot of there's like a loadout, you know, railgun, shield, and then like 500 kg and things like that like trivialized the game really heavily. And when they brought those things down to the level of other things, people started to have to like depend on each other, and they didn't like that, right? It's like kind of like a, you know, they've already felt or tasted the power of these things, so when they lost that power, you know, it didn't feel good to them. And I have this thing that I show. Find it. It's a perfect representation of the miscommunication between devs and people who play the game. Game devs kind of planned for and wanted, and then the game that like players want. So there's kind of like a miscommunication between like the devs designed the game in a certain way, but then the game was adopted by a certain type of player, and then also unforeseen consequences of like certain stratagems being more powerful than the original vision. But now we're definitely a lot closer to the bottom than the top. It's still not truly like Doomslayer, obviously, but, you know, Doom guy, but we were definitely much closer than we ever have been. But luckily, like, the new Predator strain is a good step in the right direction as far as like bringing that difficulty back. How come games don't do demos to incentivize purchases anymore? They do. They're just not as common. Betas. That's what betas are. Just look at Monster Hunter. One of the reasons why Monster Hunter did so well is their beta was so good. Maybe not performance-wise, but combat was exceptional. Music is undemocratic. It's song request. But I'll skip it for you. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're not listening to that. Demo, however, is not the same as early access. You play them. Sorry, what? How do you request? !SR space and the YouTube link. Oh. What percentage of players do you think are solos with randoms? I think a lot of players play quick play. I think a lot of players play that way. Use the recoilless gun as a rocket launcher. Yeah, of course. But yeah, demos are still quite popular. I do think early access games are demos. Unless your like criteria for a demo is that like a demo is only a demo if it is like the game is already out and then there's a demo. But I don't know. I don't quite agree with that. Early access are just modern day demos. Demo is free and a demonstration of the final build in most cases. Yeah, but not always. I mean, a lot of demos are what we're talking about. They're just not the final product. God damn it. You move to left. Early access in a demo though? I mean, it is though. Like there are plenty of demos that come out ahead of time, and then there are changes that are made in demos. That happens. They're just two different words, but the context is the same. It's not. That's why we have those two words to differentiate them. Yes, but they're used in similar contexts all the time. Do you know how many early accesses like come out and they make no changes? And they're literally just like essentially demos. They just call them early access or betas, right? Like it's like a meme that like EA does that. They always have like a multiplayer early access for free that you can play the game. Call of Duty does it as well. Right? And like almost nothing changes from those betas. Right? They are demos. They just don't use the word demo all the time. They use beta or early access. Yes, but demo you even play after early access is over. For sure. But you could argue that's still a thing with Steam. You buy the game, you try it, you return it. I do wish more gave you like an opportunity to like play the game for free. Like early access games or like a lot of MMOs do it. They have a free-to-play version, which is essentially a demo instead of just paying for the full release. I understand where you're coming from, but I do also think that demos are still largely a thing. There's quite a few like timed demos that are released ahead of a game's release. They're just not always there afterwards, which is a change of the times. They are still a thing, but by definition, they're the same. Yeah, but there are plenty of demos that are early access, right? The verb, like the terminology, is interchangeable at this point because there are plenty of demos. Oh my god! Of course, that boat just went through them. There are plenty of demos that are also just early access. Like, if you're telling me that that Berserk game that came out with a demo is not going to have any changes in that first part, you're high. That is definitely not the final result. There will definitely be changes being made based on feedback, just like in early access. Oh my god, now an early access could be a demo, but a demo can't be an early access. I'm like, shut up. Fuck off. just agree with me that there's a quagmire of gray zone in the middle. I understand your point that there are no more demos or very little demos like there used to be. Or like you get them in the fucking Kellogg box, you know what I mean, for your cereal. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. I can agree with that for sure. To say that there's like no demos, no, there's still quite a few demos. They've changed. And then also we have the Steam Summer Sale or whatever the fuck it's called. That Steam Next Fest or whatever it is. There's hundreds of demos on that day. A lot of time they used to be, oh fuck. They're typically able to be played afterwards. It's sad to realize that games like HG2 can never be preserved once Arrowhead abandons it. I mean, they've talked about, like, they've discussed, like, an offline mode of some kind, probably. I'm sure they have. This is definitely a game that you could just play solo or have some kind of, like peer-to-peer matchmaking solely. And probably some kind of galactic campaign that just plays out, right? But it's like an MMO, right? Like, it's hard to preserve them because the player base is more or less what makes it, and the devs are also what make it. But I think it would be telling to see what happens with HD1 when they move on from HD1, if they ever do, right? See what they do. That's where you'll actually know what they're gonna do with HG2 probably. That'll be the telling. If they just shut off the servers, don't make us like a offline mode and just abandon it, yeah, that would be fucking sad. Early access is access to the full game without a demo, but then not always. There's plenty of early access games that are not the full game. Plenty of them. And then there's like demos, and then there's betas, and then there's alphas, and then there's like beta tests. Maple Gopin, bro. You're just Gopin. Aren't those like game previews? That's another one. That's another term. Game previews. That's another one. Dude, there's so many fucking words for it. And they're all just slightly different. Every game has their own way of like calling it. There's so many times they call it a beta, but it's not a beta. The game's essentially full release. They're just letting you try it early. Like the Call of Duty ones. They're letting you just try it early. It's a demo. And they're also just testing servers. Also, it's like a server test, right? Oh, that's a technical server test. There's another one, which is largely marketing, right? What about episodical releases like Half-Life 2 Episode 2? When the hell are we getting Half-Life 3? People, have you ever seen an impaler go underground? I've fought one that's underground. Yeah, they're really annoying to kill. You gotta like throw like 500 kgs at the surface and hope that they're close enough that the explosion kills them. It's really annoying. Valve can't count to 3. Excuses for BS in the game they plan to fix eventually at the end of the day. Yeah, kinda. The water is muddy and BS. I mean, it always has been. It's always been muddy. Do the animation and it makes them go underground. Oh, yeah, when they despawn, sometimes they don't disappear. They just burrow into the ground. All enemies have an ability to do that. It's just the game's way of like despawning enemies without you dying. All enemies can do it, apparently. I haven't seen a Baltine do it, but I've seen almost every other enemy do it. And it's like the game is just despawning them there and then respawning them somewhere else. They added like an animation for it, which is kind of funny. How do you feel about buying the license to play the game but not owning it? I feel perfectly fine with that. I don't know. I've been on Steam for 20 years. It has never been a problem for me. But also, the amount of games that I play that are online, that like I'm buying access to the game and at any time they can kick me or ban me because I don't follow the rules, you're essentially buying a ticket into a theme park. The security can kick you out, right? On Steam, you're basically buying the convenience of them holding onto the games for you, right? And then there's an understanding that they're not going to go out of business, and with that, all your games are gone, right? It's always been that way, though. I found it quite entertaining that all of a sudden people started talking about it again, because I was like, it's always been a thing. But I guess just like a younger generation that's now growing up with it is like questioning it, but I don't know. Never been a problem for me. If you want to buy a game, buy a physical copy. Some games don't have physical copies, which sucks, but I mean, or some games are just online games like Helldivers. Like it's a theme park. These kind of games are theme parks, right? They're not designed to be like take at home theme parks. They're designed to be a theme park that you buy a ticket to. That's the way I look at it, you know? Some games are theme parks, some games are like jumpy castles that you put in your backyard, you know? The old heads that want physical copies are being phased out, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm an old head, but like, I don't want physical copies. I don't. I hate it. I have like my old PS2 and PS3 games and PS1 games. Bro, it's a fucking nightmare to like hold on to all that stuff. I love just having it all on a fucking SSD. It's great. Or just having it in the cloud. It's fantastic. The convenience is exponential. And I don't even have to pay Steam to hold on to my games for me? That's great. Now, obviously, I'm hoping that Steam doesn't go out of business, but that'll be a thing. Luckily, they are very lucrative with their gambling and loot boxes. If you want to see a weapon rank, what should I write on chat? Exclamation mark YouTube, and go look at my tier lists.
I am at work, just here to leave the sub. Smile.
Yo, Butters. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day at work. It's just the loss of use of a single-player game makes them sad. Oh yeah, I get that. But I think I'm also in that I'm in that camp where I mostly just play single-player games once, and then maybe I'll come back a year or two later and I'll play it again. But at that point, I don't mind just like downloading it again or getting a subscription service, and like I end up paying like half the price, right? The amount of money I have saved not buying games is actually fucking insane. Like I probably saved like thousands of dollars not buying games and just Xbox Game Pass, cancel it immediately, play that game. Right? Like, dude. Thousands of dollars on games that I could just spend on other things in my life. Baldur's Gate 3 is an exception. There's definitely exceptions, like, you know, Bethesda games and stuff like that. But, like, Xbox Game Pass. Anthem. I never bought Anthem, but did I play it? Yeah. I just bought EA Plus, or whatever the fuck it was called. I saved myself, you know, $45. You know? Ubisoft Plus. Do you know how many Assassin's Creed games I've played at this point? I don't even own them, but I played them. Far Cry. I don't need to own these games. They're not that good of games. They don't deserve it. But I saved so much money because I played them, you know? It's great. Do I want to play them again? No. But there's like games every once in a while that like I do buy, either because they're not on a subscription service or because I do want to play them again in the future. Or I believe that the developer deserves it, right? Show your stats. Sure. It's pretty off though. Unfortunately, I find the stats to be quite off because in the first 2 months of the game, the servers were so fucked that the stats weren't just going up. So they're off, and some stats got deleted. So, where is it? Eagle kills got reset at one point. It went down to 0, and I had to restart on like the second month of the game, which is really weird. So they're not 100% accurate for my total playtime, but they're pretty accurate. In the future, you'll own nothing and be happy about it. I don't mind service-based stuff. I don't need a physical thing. Thought about the pay-per-hour method that Rest guarantees. I mean, as long as it's a good deal, I'm down for it. If I can save even more money, like for Xbox Game Pass, if I could just for every hour of gameplay, it's 10 cents, and I could just cancel it anytime, bro. If I can fuck over the corporation even harder, I'm down. Fuck it, yeah. I wish endgame stats had more deep than like Outriders. My suspicion is that they don't want people like min-maxing the game too hard and judging other people too much based on the stats, Big Chief, but hard to say. Outriders just is like essentially like an ARPG looter shooter, right? So the stats make sense in a game like that. Giving too many stats in a game like this could be detrimental to the player base, where like elitism shines and toxicity grows. There's a double-edged sword there. It's the same with like leaderboards. There's a competitiveness that could come through. I guess it'd be more like $1 per hour. Probably less. $1 per hour is too expensive. But at the end of the day, guys, we have to remember, video games are the best form of media of $1 per hour. It's insane how good of a deal video games are. Insane. Of course they're going to try and monetize us more. Of course they are. How about an ad every 2 minutes? I mean, if they do the ads right, I don't mind. Right? If they're like hidden in the billboards and shit like that of the game, or like something that is like you can ignore but you're getting the game for free, like depends on how they implement them. Like some apps you don't even realize there's ads in them, but you get the app for free. You don't have to pay for the premium version, right? Kind of depends. Some ads are obnoxious as hell and they're just getting in your way, and some are just nowhere to be found. And as long as you're getting a good deal for the ads being there, hey, fuck it. Free game with ads? Okay, whatever. That means there's no pay to win and other things, and that's how they make their money with their ads. All power to them. Just depends on the context. I'm glad piracy is still a thing. I'm not. Because piracy means worse performance in games and the need for like DRM and stuff like that. And also games releasing extremely early because someone stole it and sent it out all over the internet. Y'all think $80 base games in 2026, GTA 6 is going to be the first? Probably. I mean, with all the inflation that's happening, the fact that games haven't gone up more in the last 20 years is actually insane. You guys ever think about like a $60 game back in the day versus a $60 game today? Like the price difference in inflation? It's crazy. We've been like really good at keeping them from doing that. Like, especially since like it's not just inflation of the dollar, but also games are more expensive to make more than ever. Like way more expensive. So it's kind of impressive that we've stopped them this long. Remember when they were like $50 for 360? Yeah. I know. Some games are already $100 when you get all the extras. And I think that's why they don't. I think that's why they don't increase the price, is because they can do that. And there's still a lot of players that pay double the price, so another player doesn't. Also in-game purchases, right? So. I agree with pirate software. Piracy is a service issue. It's an issue with the publisher's monetization model. I disagree. There's plenty of people that can pay for like games, but they decide not to. And everybody has to suffer because they have to add like ways to stop piracy. I disagree with that fundamentally. There's a lot of people out there that brag about piracy and not having to spend any money, and they definitely have money for themselves. Of course, there's going to be places where, like, you know, they want to play a game, but they're in a region of the world where the dollar is not worth as much. And that is a service issue. But there are plenty of people that are not under that case. They just hide behind those people that are in a third world country that might have a dollar that is not as worthwhile. It's like cheating will never go away. Exactly, right? Even if you do better service issue, it will always be there, unfortunately. There's always going to be someone that wants to save money and, you know, get a game for free. But if you're in like a Western country and over the age of 18 and you're pirating games, like that's a budgeting issue or a timing issue, not a marketing service issue. Like piracy illegal at 18, maybe? I mean, if someone could pirate games and they're younger than 18, it's kind of impressive. But I pirate games that don't exist. Yeah, I mean, that's different, right? That's like, that. I think that's a different discussion altogether. We're talking about like pirating like the latest games. Yeah, if there's literally a game you cannot get anymore, I would almost call that's not piracy. that's finding treasure. You're a treasure hunter at that point. You know, it's like you're a deep sea diver. It's a different mode in general. Emulation debate? Ooh. Emulation is hard. I understand that it's their IP and stuff like that. But, like, I should be able to play... Like, they should give me a way to pay for Breath of the Wild so I can play it through an emulation on PC, right? Like, one of the things that has stopped me from playing Breath of the Wild is that I don't want to get a Wii. I want to play on PC. I want to play it with, like, full graphics and not at 30 FPS, right? And it's annoying that I can't just like get an emulator and like not feel somewhat guilty, right? That is a service issue where it's like, well, you would hope that maybe Nintendo would partner with these emulators and then just put a price on it, right? So I don't feel like I'm pirating it. You know? Like, I think Nintendo is probably the company we'll talk about most when it comes to emulation, because they're kind of dicks about it. But, yeah. Maybe a way to preserve these games. A lot of these companies don't care. There's, like, a lot of legislation in the EU about this, but less so elsewhere. The thing is that if the company knows that there's enough love for that game, they most likely will care, because then they can monetize it. Right, and sell it to you. But a lot of times they're just ignoring the fact that people want these games. And then they're being dicks about it. In the hopes that they can sell it to you later. When they care. You can buy a Nintendo Switch copy of the game and pirate it. Yeah, I mean, ethically, I think that balances... it's like a balancing of morality, but... It sucks that you have to, like, go through, like, pirating means to get the emulator and then play it on Breath of the Wild, right? Because I definitely thought about that, right? But I never did it. I'll just play it in the future. When it comes available, I guess. They need to sell you that Switch, though. Oh, I get it, Load Smoke. I get it. They would rather you buy the hardware and get you in and on the ground floor and hopefully buy more Switch games. I get it. Absolutely. New limited enemy types? Not yet. Sorry. But we did get the Predator Strain. How are we doing on the ammo, though? I'm curious. So, Fenrir. Unfortunate. We also need to hold on to that one. We need to take it back. And then what else? We need to hold that one, and we need to hold that one. So it's basically 2 doubles. Unfortunately, we're going to barely miss out on this one. We're not that far off at all. If we just stuck on one planet, it would have been better off, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Seems like quite a few people don't like Predator bugs. Interesting. But anyways, I think we still have this. Shouldn't be too hard. 2 days, 17 hours to grab both of these planets again. Assuming they don't attack the next planet. If that happens, we need to take these planets before the defense happens. Don't go to the defense. If you go to the defense, you're essentially sealing our fate because we won't have enough time to defend this planet, then attack that planet most likely because there's going to be so much decay. You do a gambit. It's actually a good way to teach people what a gambit is. I hope people pay attention to that, actually. Interesting. Because, like, if we fail this and then they go attack that, this is a perfect opportunity to teach people. That's what a gambit is. Anyway, chat, I'm going to call it here. It's been a long day today. We went for the full 9 hours. God damn. We'll be back on tomorrow with Sub Sunday. We'll be rotating people in and out for some HD2. Thank you so much for watching. Short stream. Dude, it was 9 hours. It was a good time, though. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with Sub Sunday. Feel free to join up and have some games with me. We might play another game on the side with Sub Sunday, but we'll see. We'll see how Helldivers is going. If we're having a good time, we'll keep playing Helldivers, but we'll see. I think Joel needs to send out a dispatch every time there's a gambit opportunity. I agree. I agree. They should really. Unless they don't want to because they want to make the MO harder. Because I feel like if they do that every time, they might make the MO too easy. Because some gambits would... Like, if we are successful on some gambits, it would make an MO so easy. Like, so easy. Raid Pips? Oh, absolutely. Let's do that. Let's find Mr. Pips. Stick around for a second, chat. Let me make sure he's actually streaming. Pips. I can hear my Pips. I can hear myself. I apologize. Mr. Pips is streaming, right? There he is. All right. Say what's up to Mr. Pips. He's the best dude. He's a great guy. Show him some love. I'm gonna rate him over on Twitch. If you're over on YouTube, Go check over it on his YouTube, Crazy Mr. Pips. On YouTube, we're on Twitch. Say what's up, say hello. And you guys have a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, night. Love your faces. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Peace.